Song of Ice and Fire books are long and fairly complicated, with many branching stories, and were always going to be a difficult task to adapt to TV screens. Over the course of Game of Thrones' 8 seasons, many fantastic characters and plot lines were cut from the show for a multitude of reasons, for good and ill, but just because they were not in the show does not mean they are not important to the story, as some of these cut characters have or will perhaps have important roles in the book. For me, the first missing character from Game of Thrones I really was disappointed not to see on screen was Val, the Wildling Princess, who is quite a popular character throughout the fan community, with many fan theories about who she is and her true nature and the role she could play in future books. Val is a member of the Free Folk and the sister of Dalla, the wife of the King Beyond the Wall, Mance Rayder. She's described as a beautiful young woman with blonde hair, the colour of dark honey. She wears it long, with it reaching down to just below her waist. She also sometimes wears it in a golden braid slung across one shoulder. Val has high sharp cheekbones and eyes which appear pale or grey, or perhaps potentially blue in some lights. She is also said to be slender with a full bust. She is seen wearing different outfits during the books, but she is most commonly seen in all white, with woolen breeches she tucks into her high boots, with a white bearskin cloak across one of her shoulders. She is also seen wielding a long bone knife. Val is a wildling girl introduced during the 3rd book, A Storm of Swords, after Jon Snow is captured and taken to Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall. The way Mance is portrayed in the book versus the TV show is very different. In the book, he has a wife named Dalla, who is heavily pregnant when seen by Jon when he enters Mance's tent for the first time. Val is Dalla's younger sister. It is during this scene that Jon pretends to turn cloak and is sent by Mance to scale the wall with Ygritte and some of the other wildlings. With them is a man named Jarl. Jarl is a man Val had supposedly stolen in a similar sense to the way that Jon apparently stole Ygritte, and is seen by her and other wildlings as her plaything. He dies when he falls from the wall during the ascent. Once Jon is back over the wall and escapes back to the Night's Watch and Castle Black, he watches Val from atop the wall using a Myrish far eye during the battle beneath the wall. He sees her milking a goat near Mance's tent. When the wildling host is attacked by Stannis Baratheon's men, Val helps deliver Dalla's child. After the battle for the wall, Jon returns to Mance in order to negotiate. Upon seeing Val, Jon thinks to himself just how beautiful she looked with her sharp cheekbones and honey-coloured hair. Jon noting Val's beauty is a common occurrence throughout the books, and it happens a rather high number of times. It seems that many men think much like Jon. During this meeting, it's clear Dalla's baby's time is near. This is the moment when Stannis and his men reach the north and surprise attack the camped wildlings, just as Dalla starts to give birth. Things play out in a similar way to the show. Stannis captures Mance during the battle, and he is taken back to Castle Black. The key and important difference between the book and the show is that in the book, Jon protects Val's tent during the battle, and in the chaos afterwards while the wildlings retreat, while Val helps her sister give birth. Dalla dies giving birth to Mance's son, and the baby is given into the care of Val. It should be noted that Jon's actions of protecting Val are misconstrued by Stannis and his men as Jon capturing her and the baby, when in fact he was simply protecting them from wildling looters during the retreat. Once back at Castle Black, Val interacts with Sam and Gilly regularly, as Gilly acts as the milk mother for Mance's son due to her recently giving birth herself. During this encounter, Val talks to Jon about rumours that the Red Woman, Melisandre, intends to burn Mance at the stake to please her gods due to his supposed king's blood. She asks Jon and Sam if she could see Mance so he could hold his son before he dies. Jon informs her he'd have to ask Stannis, as it was he who captured him, and not the Watch. It's important to note that at this point, Jon is not yet Lord Commander, and has no real influence or power, but during Jon's meeting with Stannis, Stannis is impressed by Jon, and he offers to legitimize him and make him Lord of Winterfell, and have him marry Val to secure an alliance between Stannis and the Free Folk. Jon thought about Stannis' offer, and was very conflicted, questioning if it would be dishonourable to accept, or perhaps that he would be breaking his Night's Watch vow, despite the fact some argue a king has the authority and power to release him from them, but he was more bothered that he would be stealing his sibling's birthright. It should also be noted that Stannis and his men at this point wrongly call Val a princess due to her being Dalla's sister, not understanding wildling culture, thus why Val is commonly known as a wildling princess, though the concept of it doesn't really exist. When weighing out Stannis' offer, Jon admits admits to himself that he finds Val very attractive and pictured them together as Lord and Lady Winterfell with lots of children and a sister's son and Gilly's baby as their wards. Jon also admits to himself that he did want it, as it's something he had dreamed of growing up as a child with Robb, but the conflict was too much and he declines the offer, but it's something Jon would keep coming back to, questioning his choice, almost wishing he had taken Stannis' offer. But Stannis made it clear whoever he made Lord of Winterfell would marry the so-called Wildling Princess. But Jon warns him that Val is no princess in the Wildling custom, and that if she is made to marry a man forcibly, she would slit his throat in the night and escape. However, Gilly later tells Jon that Val would beg Stannis to spare Mance, even marrying Aneela, and never slit his throat as long as Mance lived. Many men from both the Night's Watch and Stannis' army are said to be smitten with Val. When confined to her chamber, Val nearly kills a man-at-arms with his own dagger while trying to escape. She later unsuccessfully begs Stannis to spare Mance's life. During the burning of Mance, who at this point in the book is actually Rattleshirt glamoured, with Mance having been sent to Winterfell on a secret mission for Stannis, a regal-looking Val wears a simple circlet of dark bronze during the burning, emotionless and composed. At this point, Jon has now been elected the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch to protect Mance's son from Melisandre, Stannis' Red Priest who wants to burn the baby for his king's blood. The baby is switched with Gilly's. When she and Sam head south so Sam can train at the Citadel to become a maester, they take Mance's son with them, leaving Gilly's son behind with Jon and Val at the wall, much to Gilly's distress. Val looks after Gilly's baby, giving him the nickname of Little Monster, and she enjoys singing to him. Jon later sends Val with a half-blind horse on a mission to bring peace terms to Tormund Giantsbane, who had taken control of the last remnants of the Wildling army beyond the wall. Some men of the Night's Watch disagree with Jon's decision to release Val, as she's technically not the Night's Watch's prisoner to release. Jon angers Sir Axel Florent by refusing his request to see the so-called princess with the hopes of marrying her and claiming Winterfell for himself. At this point, Jon just hopes Val returns before Stannis does, or that she would even return at all. When she does eventually return with Tormund, Jon is impressed with her, as many seasoned rangers had found in finding Tormund themselves. He has her relocated from the King's Tower to the top floor of Harden's Tower, as it's more protected by the giant 1-1 and not the Queen's men, making it slightly safer than the other options. After this, Val and Jon meet several times with Queen Selyse as she tries to marry Val off again, causing Jon to yet again question his choices he made up to this point. Val kneels when she's presented to Selyse and her daughter Princess Shireen Baratheon. She's wary of Shireen because of her grayscale and mentions to Jon that the child is not clean and should be killed. This horrifies Jon, who's grateful that neither Selyse nor her Queen's men heard Val when she said it. The letter sent by Ramsay Bolton to Jon includes the Wildling Princess among those whose presence is demanded by the new Lord of Winterfell. Selyse decides to have Val marry Sir Patrick of King's Mountain, but the knight is killed near Harden's Tower by 1-1, and until the Winds of Winter, that's all we know of Val's story up to this point. Jon's relationship with Val is intriguing, and it's understandable why some fan circles find her so compelling. Jon admits to himself several times throughout the story that he finds her attractive and finds the prospect of marrying her a real part of the conflict when deciding if to take Stannis' offer. Throughout the story, Val also seems to flirt with Jon many times, so the feeling does seem to at least be mutual on the surface. What is interesting, and to me indicates Val might have some bigger role to play in the story going forward, is how close she is to Ghost, and how much Ghost seems to like her, more so than anyone else other than Jon, which is odd given who else Jon and Ghost have been around. The likes of Sam, for example. When she returns from looking for Tormund, Jon says she's the loveliest sight he'd ever seen. They're seeing her standing next to Ghost. He thinks to himself the two of them seem to belong to each other. Val is a very strong and interesting character, with lots of potential going forward into the Winds of Winter. So the question is, if she's going to be as important as some people believe she is, why was she not part of the show? If her role was that vital to the story, then why would she be cut out of it in the first place? Like with many of the reasons why things don't make it into the show, especially in later seasons, it comes down to mostly time. Once the show merged the content from A Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons into a single season, it became clear they were just going to focus on the main cast of characters. There wasn't time to introduce Val at that point. I remember when she was cut from season 3, when she should have been introduced. There was many felt that we'd see her in season 4, with her being cut cut from season 3 in order to focus on the relationship between Ygritte and Jon and streamline the pacing somewhat. But season 4 came and it became clear that both Val and Dalla were cut from the show. I think once it was obvious that Mance didn't have a wife, it took away the entire purpose of Dalla and Val. And also, with Mance's post-Storm of Swords plots cut completely, with him actually being burnt in the show, also removes a lot of possibility of them introduced in later seasons. And if you ask me, much like many of these cut storylines and characters, it's a real shame. I recall that the last glimmer of hope fans had was when the casting for season 5 leaked, and the introduction of the character called Khaleesi, who was in the Hardhome episode, who was acting as kind of a wildling leader in the Hardhome episode. In the lead up to the season, some fans were speculating that she might have been some kind of version of Val, but in retrospect, it really was just clasping at straws at that point. But just because she was cut from the show does not mean she doesn't have a role in the book. I think it's highly probable, similar to other cases of book characters being merged into already existing characters on the show, that her role in the story has been taken up by another character. And I think there is a possibility that character could be Melisandre. There is a lot of fan speculation online that there is a lot more to Val than meets the eye. And if you ask me, given the amount of focus given to Val, there is certainly something odd going on with her. Some speculation presents the idea that she is some kind of old god's priestess or healer, given how she helped her sister give birth and how she's been caring for Mance and Gilly's children. Plus, when you consider her connection to Ghost and her aesthetic being quite similar to Weirwood Trees, you can understand why some people come to the conclusion that, in a way, she could sort of be the opposite of Melisandre, with them both representing ice and fire. The theory goes that in the book, Val will be the one, or have some sort of role in bringing Jon back from the dead after he is assassinated, at the end of A Dance with Dragons. This also ties closely into the theory that in the book, at the moment of his death, Jon walked into Ghost, and that his consciousness will be trapped there. That whatever the method of Jon's resurrection, his consciousness would thus be safe and intact, thanks to being walked into Ghost. Warging being so closely related to old gods and magic, and the idea of Val being an old god's priestess or healer could be related. I think details such as this is speculation grounded with evidence on the text, but it is important to remember it is just speculation. It's really easy to add 1 and 1 together and get 3 with this kind of thing. However, it would not surprise me at all if elements of this idea were correct, and that Val will have some role in Jon's resurrection, or perhaps there is more to her character than meets the eye, and she is some kind of priestess. Her role in the show was perhaps merged to some extent into Melisandre's. Another interesting theory that focuses on Jon and Val, as well as wildling culture, is the idea that Jon and Val are technically already married in the eyes of the wildlings. When Jon protected Val from the wildling retreat, when Stannis attacked beyond the wall, it could be seen as him stealing Val and Dalla's baby. This also links back to Stannis and his men thinking that Jon had captured her, and the idea that his actions could be seen differently by different cultures. However, I do think this line of thinking is dubious and, again, is just speculation. If there is a more of a solid case to make for it, I would point to the idea of Jon releasing Val and sending her to Tormund, being tantamount to him stealing her. The other members of the Night's Watch's argument against Jon doing so is that Val is not the Watch's prisoner to release, but that of King Stannis. Therefore, you can make a case that Jon stole Stannis' prisoner, therefore he stole Val. This is a theory I might go deeper into a video in itself, because I do find the wildling culture aspect of it quite compelling. There is definitely some evidence within the text that supports this idea. For example, as Jon sends Val off on her mission to find Tormund after freeing her from the king's men, she kisses him lightly on the cheek and thanks him for the half-blind horse and food, and more importantly, the free air and hope. Some have put forward that this suggests that Val sees Jon's actions as freeing her, or maybe from a wildling view, steal her from Stannis. This idea, their flirty relationship, and her questioning him regarding the death of Jarl and Jon's role in it, could be her contemplating the idea that she has now been stolen by Jon. This is only scratching the surface of the theory, and I can't really go into too much detail with all the evidence, as it would really need a video all in itself, and it's something I might tackle in the future. But if Val and the wildlings do think Jon has stolen Val, it's clear Jon does not see it himself. Well, not yet maybe. I don't hate this idea, and when looking at the text, you can kind of certainly see why some fans have interpreted a relationship in this way. But it is speculation, and very well could just be people reading too much into nothing. I don't hate it if it's true, but wouldn't be too upset if it is just speculation. Do I think any of these theories are true? It's impossible to say, but I do think they all have a lot of merit, and I can definitely see where elements of the character got given to others in the show. Melisandre resurrects Jon, Dany and Jon's relationship all could have been taken from Val. This is why this kind of speculation is fun. For all we know, Val could be no one in the book and have no real role in the story, or she could actually be a super important character like these theories suggest. The point of this video is to explore the possibilities and make the point that just because something is not in the TV show does not mean that it's not important. Think Ariel Martell, the book version of Doran, Young Griff, John Connington, Euron and Victarion, book Stannis, and that's just scratching the surface. And also on the flip side, just because the show does something doesn't necessarily mean the book will. Think Undead Dragons, and potentially Dany and Jon's relationship. No one can know for sure either way. A lot of the content post season 5 could potentially be drastically different in the book, and while the broader picture might be the same, the wider details and narrative of how we get there could be very different. I find the characters of Edric Storm and Maya Stone very interesting. In fact, I find all of Robert Baratheon's bastard children interesting, given how few members of House Baratheon remain by the end of A Dance with Dragons. But in the show, only one of Robert Baratheon's bastard children is shown in any real complexity, Gendry, whom in the show, after his time in the Riverlands of Arya Stark, is given much of the role and function of Edric Storm. In this video, we're going to take a look at the cut bastard children of Robert Baratheon, talk about why they may have been cut from the show, and how elements of their story were given to other characters. Maya Stone is the first of Robert Baratheon's known bastard children, born around 279 AC. By the time of the main books, Maya is a young woman in her late teens, serving House Royce at the Gates of the Moon as a guide on the treacherous rocky climb from the Vale to the Eyrie, leading trains of mules. Maya is a tall, strapping young woman with coal-black hair of House Baratheon, cut short, with deep blue eyes. Her eyes are noted to be among her best features. Maya is said to have a mirthful, lusty personality. She tends to dress in a masculine manner, not surprising given her job of leading the train of mules up the Giant's Lance. The young Robert Baratheon fathered Maya on a commoner while he and Eddard Stark were being fostered in the Vale of Arryn by Jon Arryn, Lord of the Eyrie. It is said that when Lyanna Stark, Ned's younger sister, heard of Maya's birth and her parentage, she became less enthusiastic about her betrothal to Robert. Robert often brought Ned along during his daily visits to see Maya, even after he had lost interest in her mother. Maya remained in the Vale at the Gates of the Moon when Robert became king after Robert's rebellion and took up residence in the Red Keep of King's Landing. At some point after the birth of Prince Joffrey Baratheon, Robert expressed interest in taking one of his base-born daughters, speculated to be Maya, to court in King's Landing. Queen Cersei Lannister did not protest, but did spitefully state that the city is not a healthy place for a growing girl, inferring that Cersei would harm her. Robert grew enraged enough to strike his wife, but did not press the point any further. Given how open Robert was about Maya being his daughter during his time in the Vale, Maya is somewhat openly known to be the bastard daughter of the king, although she was not acknowledged by her father, such as her base-born half-brother Edric Storm. She does have vague memories of her father as a big, strong man, tossing her in the air and catching her, though it is unclear if Maya is actually aware that the king is her father. During the events of A Game of Thrones, having learned that Gendry is one of King Robert's bastard children, Lord Eddard Stark recalls Maya from when he was fostered with Robert at the court of Jon Arryn. After Catelyn Stark's arrival at the Gates of the Moon, she is ordered to ascend to the Eyrie by her sister, Lady Lysa Arryn. Maya is there to assist Catelyn to the sky using mules, after which Lady Stark ascends to the Eyrie in a basket. Maya tells her that she is in love with a squire, Michael Redford, and hopes to marry him when he's made a knight. Catelyn believes this is unlikely to happen, as Maya is baseborn and House Redford descend from First Men nobility. Later, during the event of A Feast for Crows, Miranda Royce reveals to Elaine Stone, aka Sansa Stark, that Maya lost her virginity to Michael Redford. Maya is said to have still hoped for marriage, till the newly knighted Michael was ordered by his father, Lord Horton Redford, to marry Isilda Royce, daughter of Lord Yoan Royce of Runestone, a very good match for a man of his standing. Later, Maya catches the eye of the older man Sir Lothar Brune, and assists Sansa and Lord Robert Arryn when they descend from the Eyrie to the Gate of the Moon. During the Winds of Winter sample chapters, Maya informs young Robert that Lady Anna Waynwood's party has arrived at the Gate of the Moon for the tourney of the Brotherhood of the Winged Knight. Sansa notices that Maya is unhappy with Michael's presence at the castle, and also that the baseborn girl seems nervous around nobility. until we see the Winds of Winter, that is all we currently know of Maya Stone. Maya is in fact one of my favourite minor side characters in the series. I really like her personality and find Robert's relationship with her very interesting. Out of all of his children, it perhaps seems that at least when she was a baby and a small child, he was close to her, and Robert perhaps wishing to bring her to court kind of implies that he cared for her as well, in a way he perhaps didn't for his other children. While I was disappointed that she was cut from the show, this is one of the cases where I do understand why. While for a side character she is interesting and her connection to Robert is compelling, her role in the story and her function are not really vital to the adaptation. Thus, when the writers were looking to bring the page to screen, I can see why Maya didn't make the leap. But the same cannot be said for her half-brother, Edric Storm, whose function in the story was too important to cut. Even so, the character himself did not make it into the show. Edric Storm is one of the few bastards fathered by King Robert Baratheon to actually be acknowledged, due to his mother being a high-born noble. Much like all of Robert Baratheon's true children, Edric has the traditional Baratheon look, with jet black hair and deep blue eyes. It is said by those who knew Robert when he was young that Edric resembles his father in his youth, with his characteristic hair, eyes, jaw and cheekbones. But Edric also possesses the large ears to his mother's house, Florent. He was noted as being charming and courteous, fierce and proud. In this respect, he shares several similarities to his two uncles, Stannis and Renly Baratheon. Edric was conceived by King Robert and Delaena Florent on the wedding night of Lord Stannis Baratheon to Selyse Florent in 287 AC. Delaena was Selyse Florent's cousin. Stannis saw his brother's actions on the night of his wedding in his own marriage bed as a massive insult, not only to himself but his wife and her house. The event would cause great animosity between them for many years. Stannis would end up sending the boy to Storm's End to be raised by his other uncle, Renly Baratheon, as a result. So Courtenay Penrose, the Castellan of Storm's End, would act as Edric's guardian, and was noted as being fond of the boy. As Delaena was a noblewoman, Robert had no choice but to acknowledge the boy as his son. He sent the boy gifts every year on his name day. They are said to have included a pony, a sable cloak, and a child-sized warhammer similar to his father's famed weapon. Edric would write to his father, thanking him for the gifts. Upon receiving the letters, the king would laugh and ask Varys the Spider what he had sent the boy this year. Edric first appears during a Clash of Kings as Stannis Baratheon tells Davos Seaworth he intends to use Edric's resemblance to his father as proof of Queen Cersei Lannister's children by Robert, Joffrey, Tommen and Marcella were in fact fathered by her brother, Sir Jaime Lannister. This could perhaps explain why Stannis and Jon Arryn were tracking down as many of Robert's bastards as they could before Arryn's murder. To build more of a convincing case, as a single child very well could be an outlier. During the War of Five Kings, after the death of Renly, Stannis offers the garrison of Storm's End to go free if Edric is handed over. However, Renly's Castellan, Sir Courtenay Penrose, resists, not knowing Stannis' intent for the boy. However, after Penrose falls to his death at the hands of Melisandre's dark magic, Stannis takes Storm's End and ships both Melisandre and Edric back to Dragonstone. Edric next appears during a Storm of Swords, still on Dragonstone, where he spends time with his cousin, Stannis' daughter Shireen Baratheon, and her fool Patchface. The two seem to get on well. Edric comes down with a chill, so Maester Pylos leeches him. Edric faces pressure to convert to the Lord of Light like many of Stannis' followers. However, he remains loyal to the faith of the Seven. Melisandre pressures Stannis to burn Edric, as she believes he has king's blood, being Robert's son. She believes by sacrificing the boy and his royal blood that it would wake a dragon from stone in the depths of Dragonstone. So Davos Seaworth instead pressures Stannis to spare him. For now, Davos seems to have convinced the king. Instead, Edric is leeched, and his blood is then used in a ritual to curse Stannis' three rival kings, Joffrey Baratheon, Balon Greyjoy, and Robb Stark. Subsequently, Balon falls from Pike, Robb is killed at the Red Wedding, and Joffrey is poisoned at his own wedding to Margaery Tyrell. So seemingly, the ritual had some power, or perhaps was it just coincidence? Worried that after the success of the leeching, Stannis would be more open to burning Edric, Davos, with the help of Pylos, secretly ships him away to the Free Cities aboard a ship called the Mad Prendos. Edric wanted to say farewell to Shireen and Stannis, not truly knowing the situation, but Davos, secretly speaking as Stannis' hand of the king, insists there is no time. Davos appoints Andrew Estamont, Edric's cousin to act as his guardian, Gerald Gower, Tristan of Tally Hill, Lewis the Fishwife, and Omer Blackberry also accompany Edric as his guard and protectors. Davos had to defend his actions to Stannis, and a very disappointed Melisandre, worsening Davos's already distrustful relationship with her. It's after this that Stannis sails north to the Wall. Edric and his protectors sailed across the narrow sea past the stepstones to Essos. The last we know of him, he is supposedly hiding in Lys. Edric's storm was cut from the show, but like many other cases such as this, the key point of Edric's role is given to another of Robert Baratheon's bastard children, one the audience knows well, Gendry. In the book, the last we see of Gendry is when he parts ways with Arya Stark to join the Brotherhood Without Banners. It's here he picks up the key parts of Edric's story, with Gendry being brought to Dragonstone and filling Edric's role in Melisandre's ritual, with Davos then helping him to escape by boat. The question here is Gendry's role in later seasons of Game of Thrones, once it passed the books, his own or also Edric's? This is complicated when you consider that we are yet to find out if Gendry even has a role in the Winds of Winter, or even Edric for that matter. In the show, Gendry plays a role in the North during the War for the Dawn, and ends up being legitimized and made Lord of Storm's End by Daenerys. It will be interesting to see if any of that actually happens in the Winds of Winter, and if it does, will it be Gendry or Edric in the role? Jeyne Westerling is an interesting case of a missing character from the books, not adapted into Game of Thrones, namely because while Jeyne herself was cut, her overall role was taken by a show-only created character. When Season 2 of Game of Thrones aired, this was perhaps the first time I was truly baffled as to why Jeyne was replaced, given the impact she has on the story and Robb Stark's character. But over time, I now have a better understanding of why the writers made this choice, even if I don't personally agree with it. In the books, Jeyne Westerling was the wife of Robb Stark, whom he married and thus broke his marriage pact with Walder Frey. In the show, Jeyne is replaced by the show original character, Talisa Maege. In the books, Jeyne Westerling is the eldest daughter of Lord Gawain Westerling and Lady Sybil Spicer. The House Westerling of the Crag is a noble house from the Crag in the northwestern Westerlands, thus meaning they are sworn to House Lannister of Casterly Rock and are seen amongst their principal bannermen. Their sigil is 6 seashells, white on sand. Jeyne first appears during A Storm of Swords, the third book in the A Song of Ice and Fire series. She's described as a shy, pretty girl, though according to Jaime Lannister, not a beauty to lose a kingdom for, as he pondered Robb Stark's choices in the wake of the events of the Red Wedding. She is said to be slender, with chestnut hair, a heart-shaped face, and brown eyes. House Westerling itself is an old house that descends from the First Men. Although noble and old, the family is not rich despite its proximity to wealthy resources, albeit not within their borders. To better his finances, Lord Gawain Westerling wed Sybil Spicer, the daughter of an ennobled family that descended from merchants. Because of the low standing of Jeyne's mother, she was rejected as a match for one of Sir Kevan Lannister's sons, thus why it is seen as even more surprising she ended up married to a Stark, let alone a king. At the start of the War of Five Kings, Robb Stark, the king in the north, agrees to marry a daughter of Lord Walder Frey from the twins, to form an alliance allowing them to cross the Trident. While Robb was hesitant to do this, he knew it was the only way to cross the river in time to reach Riverrun. Later, once Robb had crossed the Trident via the twins, Jeyne's father, Lord Gawain Westerling, is captured by Robb during the Battle of the Whispering Wood and later held at Seaguard. During the northern attack on the Westerlands, Robb and his army storm the Crag, the ancestral seat of House Westerling. Robb is wounded by an arrow during the battle. Jeyne's mother and uncle encourage her to nurse Robb back to health, despite the fact they were technically on the other side of the war. It's during this time at the Crag, Robb receives a message from Winterfell that his younger brothers, Bran and Rickon, had supposedly been killed by his former friend, Theon Greyjoy, who in turn had captured Winterfell. Jeyne comforts Robb in his grief, and they end up sleeping together. To protect her honour, he marries Jeyne the next day. However, this decision leads directly to the breakup of Robb's alliance with Lord Walder, due to the king in the north breaking his marriage pact with them. The outraged Freys take their forces at the Crag and Riverrun back to the twins, although a part of their strength remains with Lord Roose Bolton at Harrenhal. Black Walder Frey threatens to kill Jeyne so the widower Robb could marry a Frey, but Jeyne begs her husband to be merciful and Black Walder is spared. It is said that the couple are devoted to each other and try to conceive a child, with Sybil, Jeyne's mother, giving her daughter morning possets to supposedly help with her fertility. Jeyne tries hard to be a good wife for Robb, although she is worried about the pressures he is under as king, and is more than aware of the damage his marriage to her has done to his cause. She promises Robb's mother, Catelyn Stark, that she'll try to be a good wife and a wise queen. On the advice of Catelyn Stark, Jeyne tries to be patient and understanding with Robb, as he's under immense pressure. Robb, for his part, is able to smile and be temporarily without worries when she's in his company. Jeyne is said to be anxious around Grey Wind, since Robb's direwolf killed a knight at the Crag whom Jeyne had known for many years. After negotiations, Walder Frey agrees to ally again with the Starks in return for the marriage of Robb's uncle, Lord Edmure Tully, to Rosalind Frey, as well as a personal apology from Robb. Jeyne and most of her family remain at Riverrun under the protection of Sir Brynden Tully, the Blackfish, to avoid extra tensions between Lord Frey and Robb. At Edmure and Rosalind's wedding, located at the Twins, House Frey and Bolton betray and kill Robb in the Red Wedding. After the massacre, Sir Kevan Lannister later instructs King Tommen I Baratheon to pardon House Westerling and grant them the titles of Lords of Castamere to Rolf Spicer, Jeyne's uncle on her mother's side. We'll delve into this later, but this has caused much speculation regarding the compliance of the Westerlings in the Red Wedding and the use of Jeyne as a honeypot for Robb in an attempt to sabotage the Northern Rebellion, suggesting they were perhaps always working with the Lannisters from the onset. This idea is supported when in the fourth book, A Feast for Crows, Jeyne goes into mourning for her husband, to the displeasure of Sybil, who had been in secret negotiations with Lord Tywin Lannister the whole time. However, it can't be said exactly at what point in Robb and Jeyne's relationship these secret negotiations began. However, it is reasonable to think that Jeyne was purposely sent to care for Robb after he's injured at the Crag, with this outcome explicitly in mind. Unbeknownst to Jeyne, the daily potions given to her by her mother to improve her fertility were actually to prevent pregnancy, which does support this idea of the Westerlings being in league with Tywin from the onset, and the idea of Jeyne being a honeypot to trap Robb. It also goes some way to explain how, despite trying to conceive for months, Jeyne was unable to get pregnant. At this point after the Red Wedding, although most of the major Riverlords had submitted to the Iron Throne, Riverrun still remains under the control of Brynden, the Blackfish, and thus Jeyne and the Westerlings. Once the siege of Riverrun is settled peacefully by Jaime Lannister, who tasks Sir Forley Pester with returning Jeyne to her father back at the Crag, to avoid tales that her dead husband Robb had given her a child, and thus an heir to the north, Jeyne is to remain unmarried for 2 years, and is given a strong escort of soldiers with a secret instruction to kill her if there would be any attempt at an escape during their travel from Riverrun to the Crag. Before she leaves, Jaime notices that Jeyne has ripped her finely made clothes in an act of mourning for Robb and the rebellion at her mother, who took away the crown Robb had given her. This seems to suggest that at the very least it could be assumed that Jeyne truly did love Robb and was not complicit in her family's actions. There was a lot of speculation that Jeyne may have been pregnant with Robb's child, based on her description by Jaime being very different from that of her in the Storm of Swords. But George R. R. Martin has claimed this is simply a continuity error on his part, though large sections of the fan community still believes Jaime's description is intentional and Jeyne is pregnant, with George's claims of a continuity error a mask for the truth. Jeyne did not make it into a Game of Thrones, but like many of the cut characters, such as Val and Vargo Hoat, her role in part is given to newly created characters that takes up many parts of Jeyne's plot points. Talissa. The show manages to give Talissa the key points of Jeyne's role, albeit in a very different context. But with Talissa, we get to see her relationship with Robb grow in a way we don't with Jeyne, and she is a much more fleshed out character than Jeyne is in the book for the most part. It very much helps that Talissa was introduced in Season 2, meaning we get to spend a lot more time with her before she marries Robb than in Jeyne's case. The first big key difference is her backstory, coming from a noble family in Essos, in the free city of Atlantis, rather than a Westerosi house. We meet Talissa during Season 2 as she tends to the wounded Lannister soldiers as well as Stark men during the War of Five Kings, which is how Robb meets her. Over the season, Robb and Talissa grow closer, and end up sleeping together after the news of Theon Greyjoy's attack on Winterfell and the supposed deaths of Bran and Rickon Stark. At the end of the season, they marry, but here lies another difference, which in my view really changes how we view Robb as a character in the show versus the book. While in the end, Robb grows to love Jeyne, his marriage to her was not out of love, but to save her honour after he slept with her and in turn took her honour. With Talisa, Robb seems to marry her for love, rather than a sense of honour with Jeyne. From a practical point, this does kind of make sense, as given Talisa is from Volantis, she's not going to be held to the same Westerosi standards of honour Jeyne would be. Throughout Season 3, Talisa and Jeyne have similar functions, and we see a lot of scenes where Catelyn and Talisa try and get to know each other better. Talisa has a much more active role in the story than Jeyne does by this point. The Northern Lords, just as the Karstarks, seem to resent Talisa much more than they do Jeyne, as not only is she the cause of so many of their problems in terms of the war, she's also from a foreign land. Now, Jeyne and Talisa truly diverge when it comes to the Red Wedding. While Jeyne is left at Riverrun, Talisa attends the Red Wedding with Robb, where she is revealed to be pregnant. But the joy is short-lived, and she is stabbed and killed during the massacre. After looking around for information regarding why the writers cut Jeyne in favour of creating Talisa, it appears the showrunners felt the need to create a character with more depth to show on screen, as much of Jeyne's and Robb's relationship development happened off-page in the books. They made the change so drastic as a way to broaden the world and introduce the concept of the other free cities, such as Volantis. Allegedly, the name Jeyne Westerling was used during the writing process, but George R.R. Martin suggested changing the name, as the two characters were different people by this point. I don't necessarily agree with the logic of cutting Jeyne in favour of Talisa. You could have changed Jeyne's backstory slightly and have her introduced in Season 2 as a captive. Perhaps she was caught alongside her father, or something to that effect. You'd then have her family still use her as a honeypot to free them from captivity, or something along those lines. There is ways it could have been made to work. There was still a lot of theory crafting in terms of Talisa, such as the idea that she was a Lannister spy, or was in fact Jeyne Westerling, using Talisa as an alias. But in the end, none of it came to be, and Talisa just ended up being Talisa. While the writers had never said anything to this effect, having studied screenwriting, doing my master's degree dissertation on the challenges of adapting books for film, there is another way I think you could justify cutting Jeyne for practical reasons. For her role in the story to work the way it did in the book, you'd have to add much of her family as well, and given the practicalities of filmmaking, it might just as simply been too many new characters to deal with in one go. I would also argue that the honeypot idea works so well in the book, as it really only becomes crystal clear after the fact, and when looking back in retrospect with the knowledge of events to come. It's also helped by the fact we don't have Robb's point of view of events, and only really hear of what happened, which leaves it all vague enough to be kind of hidden on first read. I think it would have been very hard for it to be pulled off in the show in the same way as a result, without making the Red Wedding the obvious outcome to the build-up of the Westerlings scheming. I think it is possible that the Red Wedding would have lost some of its impact if you had the Westerlings plotting in the background the whole season. The lack of Jeyne and addition of Talisa is something I'm very indifferent about, to be honest. The key beats are there in the show, and it's nice Talisa and Robb's relationship does have more depth in its build-up. I think I would have liked to have seen Jeyne in the show, as I just prefer her character to Talisa, but I also don't really like how it changes Robb as a character, from choosing the honourable option and marrying in Jeyne, to the selfish and dishonourable reasoning for marrying Talisa for love. I guess at the end of the day, out of all the changes the show did make from the book, especially when it comes to show-only original characters, Talisa is by far one of the least egregious of them. Vargo Hoat is the leader of the Brave Companions, a grim and unsavoury salesor company in the Seven Kingdoms, sometimes known as the Bloody Mummers. However, it is said they find that name insulting. They are also widely known as the Footmen, owing to Vargo's habit of cutting off the hands and feet of their captives. Like most salesor companies, the Brave Companions had their own standard, a black goat with bloody horns on a white field. It is believed their standard is in a reference to the black goat of Cahor, suggesting this may have been where they were founded. The men of the company are very diverse, made up of mostly criminals from different nations, not just Westerosis. The diverse ranks are said to include a copper man with bells in his hair, lancers astride black and white horses, bowmen with powdered cheeks, squat hairy men with shaggy shields, brown-skinned men in feathered cloaks, swordsmen with fantastic forked beards, dyed green and purple and silver, spearmen with coloured scars that cover their cheeks, Myrish crossbowmen, pale Lyseni, dark Dornishmen, and a disgraced maester. In fact, when the company first arrives at Harrenhal, Arya Stark witnesses them riding in on zebras and zorses. The brave companions were brought to Westeros by Lord Tywin Lannister during the War of Five Kings. According to some sources, they're not as old as the other famous mercenary companies from Essos, but were established sometime before Vargo Hoat became their leader. Vargo himself is the leader of the company and is described as a tall, gaunt man with a long black goatee dangling from a pointed chin. Due to having a large tongue, it causes him to speak with a lisp and slobber as he talks. While many try to mock Vargo, in truth he is far more cunning and dangerous than he first appears, being a sadist who frequently tortures his prisoners and takes much joy in it, chopping off their hands and feet, earning him the additional nickname, the Crippler. To mark all of the places around the world he and the brave companions have fought, he wears a chain of linked coins from all the places he's been. As war broke out in Westeros at the death of Eddard Stark, Lord Tywin Lannister ordered his brother, Sir Kevan Lannister, to have Sir Gregor Clegane, Sir Amry Lorch, and Vargo raid the Riverlands with 300 horsemen each. Tywin offers to add the Vale Mountain clans to their number, who were following Tyrion Lannister. However, Vargo declines their offer. The Mountain's men and the brave companions forge and raid near Harrenhal and the God's Eye. Vargo's sellswords are said to have been part of the Battle of the Mummer's Ford, in which Lord Beric Dondarrion fell for the first time. But there was a lot of tension between Lannister forces and Vargo's men, leading to frequent outbursts of violence and infighting. One notable incident occurred where one of Lord Lyndon's men taunted the brave companions over their failure to capture the Brotherhood without banners. During the brawl, Sir Harry Swift's squire was killed. After this, Tywin had the Lyden's man and 2 brave companions hanged. When Tywin marched his troops out to Harrenhal in pursuit of Robb Stark, he leaves Sir Amry Lorch behind, with the brave companions to hold Harrenhal. However, Lorch and Vargo hate each other, and Vargo quickly turns cloak, riding to the camp of Roose Bolton, one of Robb Stark's generals, reaching a deal where Harrenhal would fall into northern hands, with Vargo becoming Lord of Harrenhal as a result of the agreement, together with some plunder that included a huge caged bear. Vargo brings a group of Northmen to Harrenhal, led by Robert Glover and Sir Aenys Frey. To fool Sir Amry Lorch and his men, Vargo claims they are captives the brave companions took while they repelled an attempt by Lord Bolton's forces to cross the Trident. As part of the trap, the Northerners are chained in ragged clothes and many with faked injuries. Despite his displeasure with Vargo's assumed victory, Amry falls for the trick and orders that the captives be brought to a dungeon, ignoring a protest that they had been promised honourable treatment by Vargo. Before the brave companions can keep their side of the bargain of releasing the prisoners so they can overpower the small force left to defend Harrenhal, Arya Stark, who had no idea of the deal between Vargo and the Northmen, organises a successful liberation of the captives with the assistance of Jaqen H'ghar, Baita, and Rorge. The Northmen and the brave companions, now joined by Baita and Rorge, then very quickly bring Harrenhal under their control. The following evening, Roose Bolton arrives to take his seat at Harrenhal, where Vargo and Lord Bolton watch on as the brave companions parade Amry Lorch through the yard and throw him into a bear pit. Much like their role for Lord Tywin Lannister, the brave companions keep foraging for Lord Bolton, with the additional assignment of rooting out Lannister forces they come across. Vargo splits up the company into 4 parties, the largest led by himself, the others by his most trusted captains, so they can visit as many villages as possible in a short time. In a smart move in order to identify traitors, Vargo seizes the people who had helped him while he was employed by Tywin Lannister, under the logic they would still help the Lannister forces now, and confiscated the money they had received for prior assistance. Thus the brave companions often return to Harrenhal with bags full of silver. It was during this time Arya is serving undercover as a cupbearer to Roose Bolton, where she finds out he's going to eventually hand Harrenhal to Vargo and that she will stay behind when Roose leaves. Not wanting to be left with Vargo and the bloody mummers, Arya flees from Harrenhal, taking Hot Pie and Gendry along with her. During the events of A Storm of Swords, at least 4 brave companions are sent in pursuit of Arya Stark, but the sellswords are killed by a wolf sometime after the Battle of the Blackwater and successful defence of King's Landing by Lord Tywin Lannister. Vargo and his men are fearful of his vengeance and are worried that Roose Bolton will switch sides from the Starks to Lannisters. After Sir Jaime Lannister and Brienne of Tarth are captured near Maidenpool by the mummers, Vargo has one of the mummers cut off Jaime's hand as a message to his father and to dishonour Roose in the eyes of the Lannisters. Vargo also hopes to gain in marriage the hand of Alys Karstark, offered by Lord Rickard Karstark, to whomever brings the Kingslayer, which would give Vargo the chance to become Lord of Carhold and get him far away from the wrath of Lord Tywin. But the plan does not exactly work for Vargo. A displeased Roose still intends to leave Harrenhal to Vargo. But the truth is that Roose knows that Tywin is certain to retake the castle and punish Vargo for being a turncloak and maiming his son. After attempting to ransom Brienne back to her father, Vargo refuses to accept Lord Selwyn Tarth's offer for Brienne, as he expected to be rewarded with sapphires. After sending Jaime on to King's Landing, Roose marches north to the Twins for the wedding of Lord Edmure Tully and Rosalind Frey at Harrenhal. Vargo tries to force himself on Brienne, but she bites him in the left ear. In a rage, he throws her into a bear pit and has her fight the bear with a tawny sword and no armour, almost certainly a death sentence. When Jaime returns to rescue Brienne from the expected death at the hands of the brave companions, he offers to ransom Brienne himself, but Vargo says that if he wants her, he should go and get her. Despite being in a less than fit state to do so, thanks to his removed hand, he leaps into the bear pit to rescue Brienne. His escort kills the bear with crossbows to protect Jaime. Vargo reluctantly allows them to leave Harrenhal. After the events of the Red Wedding, Tywin offers good terms to the rebel forces, with the exception being the brave companions, given how they turned cloak. After an effortless siege of Harrenhal by the Mountain's men, Vargo's hands and feet are cut off as a jape at his own love of doing so to his captives. It is later explained to Brienne of Tarth that Vargo's ear, which she had bit, had become black and infected. Vargo, still believing he could be Lord of Harrenhal, tries to get his men to defend it, but almost all of the brave companions abandon it and Vargo, making it easy for the Mountain and his men to take it back. Before leaving for King's Landing to fight in the trial by combat for Joffrey Baratheon's death, the Mountain finally kills Vargo. Later, when Jaime Lannister stops at Harrenhal on his way to the siege of Riverrun, he commands to be shown Hoat's head. He is told that Vargo was found alone in the Great Hall, half mad due to his infection from his bitten ear. The Mountain, to mock Vargo's love of dismemberment, first cut off his hands, and then his feet, and then his limbs, slowly over time, keeping him alive. The cut off parts of Vargo were fed as roast goat to northern prisoners as well as Vargo himself. Jaime later throws Vargo's head in the God's Eye. After the death of their leader, and in the aftermath of the war, many of the brave companions become bandits and vagabonds. One particular group, led by Rorge, when a Jack and her guard's fellow prisoners freed by Arya, burns and slaughters during a raid on the Salt Pans. Because Rorge wears the infamous helm of Sandor Clegane, these deeds are attributed to the Hound. When Brienne comes across some of the companions in her travels, she kills 3 of them. Rorge and Biter are later killed in a confrontation with Brienne at the Inn of the Crossroad. A small number of the companions remain on the run. Their maester, Qyburn, is raised to the position of Master of Whisperers for Queen Cersei Lannister and is allowed to continue his experiments with people Cersei wants rid of. Out of all the members of the brave companions, Qyburn is the only one who landed on his feet into a better situation than before. Now in the TV show, Vargo Hoat and most of the brave companions do not appear. This is one of the cases where I believe it was due to the need to save time by reducing the number of side characters. While the brave companions are very interesting and a diverse group, it is a lot of new characters to add to the show at the same time, and I suspect it would have had an impact on the budget. But I suspect it might be more down to how they changed the events at Harrenhal during the show, with Tywin Lannister given a lot more time to develop, with the focus seemingly giving the audience more of a chance to get to know him via his relationship with Arya. With Arya serving Tywin, and Tywin taking Roose's role at Harrenhal, it makes the Vargo Hoat and Bloody Mama's Turncloak arc redundant, which is a huge part of their storyline which now no longer works. We still get Rorge and Biter due to their role in Arya's storyline, and we still get Qyburn, largely thanks to his role with Cersei, just in the show he's not a member of the Bloody Mamas. However, such is the case with missing characters. Parts of their story often find their way into the show in some other way. In this case, a pseudo version of Vargo appears, a man named Locke, a high-ranking man-at-arms to Roose Bolton, sent to hunt down and capture the escaped Jaime Lannister and Brienne Tarth. After they capture Jaime, things with Locke play out very closely to that of Vargo. He cuts off Jaime's hand and later throws Brienne into a bear pit. Apart from those actions, the two share very little in common when it comes to character and mannerisms. Locke is a very stripped-back version of Vargo. Now, as Locke never betrays Tywin, the way in which his character is handled later in the show is very different. Instead of being killed by the Mountain and his men in Harrenhal, Locke is sent to the Wall by Roose Bolton to join the Night's Watch with the goal of heading north of the Wall to capture Bran Stark. Locke does get the chance to go north of the Wall, taking part in the attack on the Night's Watch deserters at Craster's Keep. During the battle and attempt to kidnap Bran, Locke is killed breaking his neck, so Locke had a very different end to Vargo. In truth, I'm not a huge fan of the addition of Locke, and I find Vargo much more interesting. I think his role in Season 3 at Harrenhal with Brienne and Jaime is fine for the most part, and it does help serve Vargo's role in the story, but ultimately I think after Harrenhal is where Locke's character should have ended. Game of Thrones, in the end, cut a lot of characters, and in some cases they merged their roles with others and even created whole new ones. That's why I find the situation with Asha Greyjoy so puzzling, as in principle her show counterpart, Yara, functions in a very similar way, albeit with her name changed. But, like a lot of the characters in the TV show, even when they are based off book characters, it gets to a point where they diverge into something quite different, and that seems to be the case with Yara and Asha, where there is enough difference between them to be worth highlighting in a video like this. In the book, Asha Greyjoy is the only daughter of Lord Balon Greyjoy and his wife, Alannys Harlaw, born around the year 275 AC. As a child, Asha was said to be a skinny girl with a face full of pimples. However, by the start of the book series, she is in her mid-20s, where she is now described as lean and long-legged, with dark eyes and black hair cut short. Her face is thin, with a large and sharp nose, with notably wind-chafed skin. She also has a faded pink scar on her neck. When Theon Greyjoy describes his sister, he thinks of her hawk-like nose, too big and sharp for her small face, but that her wicked smile makes up for it. Asha is a wild and headstrong young woman, raised by her mother to be bold. She also possesses a sharp wit, and has no problem with holding her own against men, both in verbal debate and in terms of a physical fight. Asha enjoys ale and wine, but not to the extent of her uncle Aeron once did. She is also appalled early on by the idea of becoming a lord's wife, and after her older two brothers died, and her younger brother Theon was taken as a hostage by Eddard Stark, Asha's father Balon begins to see her as his heir, treating her like he would a son rather than a daughter. Asha would quite often wear a brown quilted tunic, breeches of black or green wool, and a studded belt with salt-stained high leather boots. She sometimes would also wear a sleeveless leather jerkin, half unlaced, and she also owns a green leather jerkin covered with overlapping plates of steel. In terms of weaponry, Asha prefers throwing axes, which she has been practicing with since she was just a little girl, but she also keeps a dirk with her. Both weapons are very well suited for the close combat that often results in boarding an enemy ship, with the more traditional longsword too cumbersome in close quarters, and the weight often making it hard to balance in rough seas. Asha, like any proud Ironborn captain, personally leads her men into battle. However, the high position of captain is rare for an Ironborn woman, meaning she must command great respect to get where she is by the start of the books. She is the captain of her own ship, Blackwind, and has the devotion of her crew, who take a perverse pride in the deeds of their female captain, while many others would see it for a cause of mockery. According to Asha herself, half of them love her like a daughter, while the other half would want to sleep with her, or perhaps even both in some cases. Even so, Asha loves her men, and is willing to die for them if needed to, as they all would for her. Asha is also well liked by the servants of Pike and the people of Lordsport. It should also be noted that she is not a follower of the Drowned God like most on the Isle, which also makes her stand out as different. In terms of Asha's personality versus Yara in the TV show, while her counterpart is bisexual, George R. R. Martin has confirmed that Asha is not. Her mother had fostered 5 boys in Pike after the failed Greyjoy rebellion, which cost the lives of her 2 elder brothers. One of the fostered boys, Tristifer Botley, was close in age to Asha. In her youth, she experimented with Tristifer, though Tristifer's feelings for her were much stronger than Asha's were towards him. Tristifer was sent away after the two were caught together by Pike's maester. Asha grew into an attractive and bold young woman, and Balon effectively raised her as his heir. However, Asha is said to prefer 10 Towers, the seat of her uncle Roderick Harlaw, to Pike. Around the year 293 AC, Asha sailed Blackwind on a trading voyage which included stops at Fair Isle, Lannisport and the Arbor, where she introduced Peaches to one of her lovers, Carl the Maid. Later, when Asha was away from the Isle, raiding Lysine pirates in the Stepstones, her father exiled her uncle, Euron Greyjoy, from the Iron Islands for impregnating her other uncle, Victarion's wife. Upon her brother, Theon Greyjoy's return to the island, Asha is reported to be on Great Wick, taking messages for her father. After sailing back to Pike with Lord Gorrel Goodbrother, Asha passes herself off as Ysgrid, a shipwright's wife in Lordsport, and flirts with Theon to learn his true nature. Theon's naive arrogance amuses her, but he grows angry at Asha's deception and position. At the feast that night at Pike, Asha takes a place of honour beside their father, making Theon feel even more cheated that his rightful place was stolen. During the War of 5 Kings, Asha is given the command of 30 longships for her father's invasion of the North. After stopping at 10 Towers to visit her mother, Asha leads the taking of Deepwood Motte. After the unplanned capture of Winterfell by her brother, Theon sends Stag to request reinforcements from Asha, given Theon had been given so few men under his command and a huge castle to try and hold. Asha travels through the Wolfswood to visit Theon at Winterfell, but she refuses to stay and help him defend the castle since it's so far inland. She tells Theon that the Ironborn's strength is in their powers at sea, that they can't do battle in open combat, that even a smaller force could realistically hold them back. The 10 men left by Asha eventually abandon Theon prior to the battle at Winterfell. It's around this time that Balon falls to his death on Pike. Asha's uncle, Aeron Greyjoy, is outraged at the prospect of a woman ruling the Ironborn, or of his brother, Euron Greyjoy, claiming the throne, so the priest calls for a Kingsmoot on Old Wick. Upon receiving news of the Kingsmoot, Asha returns to the Isles to claim the Seastone chair, given that she was raised as her father's heir. She brings with her Lady Sybil Glover and her children as captives. At 10 Towers, Asha informs her uncle, Lord Roderick Harlaw, that she searched for Theon at Winterfell after it was sacked, but was ultimately unable to identify him among the numerous bodies. During the Kingsmoot, most of her support naturally comes from House Harlaw, the house of her mother, but Asha is also supported by Tristifer Botley, whose marriage proposal she had refused, Lord Baelor Blacktide, Lord Meldred Merlin, and Harmon Sharp. Roderick offers to name Asha the heir to 10 Towers, though not to become the head of his house. She refuses, desiring instead the throne of her father. On Old Wick, as the Kingsmoot draws near, Asha realises that she does not have as much support as she had hoped. She instead offers to share rule with her uncle Victarion, the Lord Captain of the Iron Fleet, if he will make Asha his hand of the king. But Victarion refuses, as no king of the Iron Islands had ever had one, much less a woman, and he disagreed with her plans to end the war in the north. At the Kingsmoot, Asha challenges the ancient and obese Eric Ironmaker to rise from his chair, his support crumbling when he cannot. When she makes her own claim, her champions are Tristifer Botley, Sir Alys Harlaw, and Carl the Maid, with a proposal to make peace and alliance with the North in exchange for Sea Dragon Point and the Stony Shore. Asha achieves a surprising amount of support. The crowd, however, ultimately favours her uncle, Euron, and Asha flees with her crew. While at 10 Towers following the Kingsmoot, Asha learns her uncle, King Euron, married her to Eric Ironmaker after she fled Old Wick, using a seal to represent her at the wedding. Asha curses this, but admires Euron's cunning, as this prevents Asha from offering marriage to another lord and winning his support. She returns to Deepwood Motte with 4 longships, less than 200 men, and Lady Glover, whose children remain at 10 Towers. after the fall of Moat Cailin to the forces of Roose Bolton, who had been made Warden of the North in the wake of the downfall of House Stark. Ramsay Bolton, his bastard son, sends a strip of Theon Greyjoy's flayed skin from Barrowton to Deepwood Motte, warning Asha to leave the North or share her brother's fate. Asha then sleeps with Karl the Maid and refuses Tristifer Botley's recommendation to flee and become a merchant. When Deepwood Motte comes under attack by King Stannis Baratheon's army, Asha kills a Flint scout and then flees with her Iron Men towards the ships on the Bay of Ice, but they are overwhelmed in the Wolfswood and defeated in the fight by Deepwood Motte. Maege Mormont then burns and captures Asha's longships. Asha is taken captive and continues with Stannis' host during their march on Winterfell, with Maege Mormont as her guard. Sir Justin Massey tries to court Asha, who thinks the knight wants to wed her, thinking to claim the Iron Islands. A snowstorm sets in during the march, and the army slows to a halt at a crofters' village, approximately 3 days' ride from Winterfell, with few provisions left. Queen's men, such as Culton's son, call for Asha to be sacrificed to R'hllor, the Red God, in an attempt to thwart the snows, and she witnesses the burning of a Peasbury man accused of cannibalism. Asha and Clayton are met Tycho Nestoris, or the Iron Manker Bravos, who has arrived from Deepwood Motte with an escort made of Asha's surviving crew, including Karl and Tristifer. Also with them are the supposed Arya Stark, who is really Jeyne Poole, and Theon Greyjoy, who have escaped from Ramsay at Winterfell, but given the state of Theon, Asha barely recognises her tortured and broken brother. During the Winds of Winter sample chapters, which are subject to change, Asha is horrified when she sees what Ramsay did to Theon during his captivity, with Theon hardly being him anymore. Brought before Stannis and a chained Theon, she offers to ransom her brother, but Stannis refuses, as his northern allies would abandon him given the damage Theon did to Robb Stark's cause in the War of Five Kings and the presumed murder of Bran and Rickon Stark. While the Queen's men want Stannis to burn Theon for what he allegedly did to Bran and Rickon after the capture of Winterfell, Asha urges the king to behead Theon personally before a heart tree, as Lord Eddard Stark would have done himself. And that's all we know of Asha and her story until we see the Winds of Winter. Now, something that has always confused me about the show is their choice to change Asha's name to Yara. It seems to me like such a random choice to make, but upon looking further into this, George R. R. Martin has stated in interviews that the writers decided to change the name Asha to Yara to apparently not cause confusion for the audience between Asha and Orsha, the wildling captured by Robb Stark when she was fleeing south, and later travels with Bran and Rickon towards the Wall after the burning of Winterfell. This only really baffled me further, as I personally don't think the names are that similar enough to warrant this change. And I think it says a lot about what the writers thought of their audience if they believed they didn't have the attention span to know the difference. When you look at House of the Dragon, with similar sounding Targaryen names making up most of the cast, people have managed just fine, so I find it quite a poor excuse. In the end, all it's done is cause confusion when talking about the character in terms of the book and show. Yara in the show does share a lot in the base characteristics as Asha. In many ways, she's kind of what I pictured when reading the book to some degree. But the thing with adaptations of books is everyone has their own idea of who the characters are. However, due to the way in which 99% of the Ironborn storyline was cut from the show, she's not given near as much time to develop. Her introduction and role in the story are similar early on, but change dramatically once you get to her content after the fall of Winterfell. With the lack of the book storyline after her initial introduction, it means you also lose a lot of the characters connected to her, such as Tristifer Botley and Karl the Maid, and the Harlaws in general, which to me is a shame, as I find them very interesting characters, especially the Harlaws. For me, where the story is left at the end of A Dance with Dragons and the Winds of Winter sample chapters indicates her role in future books could be drastically different than it is in the show. The big one is Asha sailing to Meereen to form an alliance with Daenerys. Given her current location and position in the story, I definitely cannot see that happening. I tend to think Asha's story in the book will be very different, and something I look forward to reading one day. When the writers of Game of Thrones drastically changed the Ironborn plotline from the books, it ultimately resulted in two things: characters either being shallow representations of their book counterparts, or completely cut from the TV series. For me, one of the biggest losses is the extended Greyjoy family, most of all Victarion Greyjoy. Victarion is described as a large and powerful man, with a broad chest and flat stomach, with his dark hair flecked with grey, but we don't know his exact age. His nephew, Theon Greyjoy, considers his uncle to be an old man. Victarion is a capable commander and a fierce warrior in battle, but conversely, he has a calm demeanour outside of it, thinking of enemies who showed bravery with great respect. He is a religious man, and unlike many sailors, he is willing to wear plate armour while sailing, because he has no fear of death or drowning. Being the Lord Captain of the Iron Fleet, Victarion wears heavy grey chainmail over boiled leather, while he also commonly wears his heavy plates. Victarion has a huge warhound that is decorated with an iron kraken of his house, whose tentacles coil down below his jaw, giving him an intimidating look. In terms of weapons, he carries a longsword and dirk, but much prefers the use of his fearsome steel axe with a shield. Victarion and his two eldest living brothers, Balon and Euron, once convinced their father, Lord Quilon Greyjoy, Lord of the Iron Islands, to join Robert's rebellion in favour of House Baratheon, even though they joined after the Battle of the Trident, when the war was very much won. They raided the coastline of the Reach, not venturing too far inland. After Quilon was killed at the Battle of the Mander, the new Lord, Balon, returned to the Iron Islands with his younger brothers. Victarion recognised the greatness of his elder brother and followed him loyally and without question. He commanded the great fleet constructed by Balon, the Iron Fleet, during the Greyjoy's rebellion against King Robert I Baratheon in 289 AC. During the rebellion, using a plan Euron Greyjoy had been the mastermind of, they sailed into Lannisport and burned the Lannister fleet while it was still at anchor, with Victarion said to have thrown the first torch onto the flagship of Lord Tywin Lannister. Later in the rebellion, the Iron Fleet was unexpectedly smashed by Stannis Baratheon in a sea battle off Fair Isle, during which Victarion's younger brother Aerion's vessel, Golden Storm, was chopped in half by Stannis' warship Fury. After the rebellion's end, Victarion continued to serve faithfully as Lord Captain, despite the crushing loss at Fair Isle. Victarion has married a total of 3 times. His first wife died in childbirth, birthing a stillborn daughter. His second wife was stricken by a pox. His third wife was seduced and impregnated by his brother, Euron. The act of betrayal by his brother drove Victarion to beat her to death to retain his honour. Only the serious taboo against the idea of kinslaying kept Victarion from doing the same to Euron. Since the death of his third wife, he has not married since, nor has he forgiven Euron. As a result of his actions, Euron was forced into exile by Balon in 297 AC. The beating to death of his third wife was not the only time Victarion resorted to such violence, having beaten 4 men to death with his fists. Victarion also thrashed Arys Harlaw on multiple occasions when Arys was young, during the events of A Clash of Kings, in the preparation for the invasion of the North planned by his brother, Balon Greyjoy. Victarion loans his steersman, Rymoth Stormdrunk, to his nephew, Theon Greyjoy. Victarion later attends a feast at Pike's Great Hall with his brothers, Balon and his younger brother Aeron. He was sent with the main strength of the Iron Fleet to take Moat Cailin by the self-proclaimed king and brother Balon Greyjoy. Moat Cailin falls quickly to the Ironborn's surprise assault and is captured with ease, a huge win for the Ironborn given the key tactical position of the castle. After Theon takes Winterfell without orders, he intends to hold Meera and Jojen Reed captive to prevent their father, Lord Howland Reed, from attacking Victarion's men from the neck to the south. But the Reed children vanish from Winterfell. Later, during the events of A Storm of Swords, Robb Stark, the king in the north, is informed at Hagsmere of Balon's death on Pike and the return of his exiled brother, Euron Greyjoy. Robb thinks that Victarion will leave Moat Cailin to challenge Euron and claim Balon's throne. During the events of A Feast for Crows, while holding Moat Cailin, Victarion wears mail and leather day and night for protection from the Crannog men, who have been ambushing his men from the swamps. When returning to the Iron Islands, he leaves a token force to defend Moat Cailin under the command of Ralph Kenning, then returns to the Iron Islands with his fleet to decide on the succession of the next Iron King. On his return to the islands, Victarion makes a claim to the Sea Stone chair as Balon's brother and second in command. he refuses the offer of his niece, Asha Greyjoy, to share rule with him as king and her as hand, as she could technically be seen as the rightful heir. Victarion makes a strong claim at the Kingsmoot, and does gain some support, but the crowd ultimately favours Euron and his bold promises. Despite his deep hatred for Euron after the incident with his wife, Victarion's obedient and dutiful nature keeps him following his king's orders. He leads the taking of the Shield Islands off the coast of the Reach, slaughtering unarmoured sailors and winning a duel with Sir Talbot Serry, the son of Lord Osbert Serry. However, during the fight, his left hand is wounded. After his victory, Victarion watches helplessly as Euron steals many of his trusted comrades away from him by giving them titles on the Shield Islands. Victarion also deplores the cruelty Euron shows towards the slain lord's women, which shows him that Euron's nature has not changed in the years since his exile. Apparently, completely oblivious to Victarion's hatred towards him, Euron summons his brother to a private meeting in Lord Hewitt's castle and asks him to find Daenerys Targaryen in Essos and deliver Euron's marriage proposal. The new king explains that Victarion will receive the Seastone chair once Euron claims the Iron Throne for himself. Victarion agrees, but secretly plans on double-crossing his brother and courting the Dragon Queen for himself. During a dance with dragons, Victarion's iron fleet of over 90 ships splits into 3 squadrons and sets sail for Meereen, where Daenerys Targaryen had taken of her own. With him aboard Iron Victory, he is accompanied by the dusky woman, who is a gift of Euron's. She is comely but mute. During the long journey, Victarion loses nearly half of his ships due to storms, though he also gains some ships back by capturing and seizing several trading vessels and their cargo. The hand Victarion wounded taking the Shield Isles continues to trouble him, and he suspects that Cerwyn, the maester that Euron is sent to accompany him, is in fact poisoning him. During the voyage, a red priest of R'hllor named Moqorro is discovered clinging to wreckage out at sea, presumably caused by the same storm that sunk many of Victarion's ships. The crew wants him killed, but Moqorro convinces Victarion to allow him to treat his wounded hand. Behind closed doors, Moqorro apparently uses magic on the Lord Captain. When Victarion emerges from his cabin, his hand is charred and blackened. Moqorro, like Melisandre, can see the future in the flames and uses the magic to aid Victarion in his quest. For instance, Victarion orders his crew to kill Cerwyn, as Moqorro had seen a vision that the Maester's death would bring the ship good winds. The Iron Victory's crew live in great fear of Moqorro and call him the Black Flame. Victarion makes offerings to both the Drown God and R'hllor, which could mean the formerly devout Victarion is becoming a follower of R'hllor rather than the Drown God. Moqorro also alerts Victarion that he has seen that Daenerys Targaryen is already married in his flames, but Victarion is unconcerned by this, stating she would not be the first woman he'd made a widow. Moqorro tells Victarion that in order to bind Daenerys' dragons to the Iron Captain's will, he must claim Euron's Dragonhorn, Dragonbinder, with blood. There is a sample chapter from the Winds of Winter that has been released of Victarion's point of view, but the information in it is subject to change when the book is finally published. But in summary, it shows Victarion making a blood sacrifice in attempt to master Dragonbinder as he approaches the Battle of Meereen. Now, Victarion not being in the show is down to how most of the Ironborn arc, not directly related to Theon, Yara, and the show's version of Euron, was cut completely from the show. Ultimately, a massive amount of content was cut from both the Ironborn and Dornish storylines, from A Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons, which was ultimately a casualty of the showrunners' desire to rush through the books in a single season, when there was 3 seasons worth of content in them, in order to fit the show into 8 seasons, and keep utilising most of the main cast they had already established. I think that Victarion being cut damages Euron's character as well, as I think their relationship and their dynamic is really compelling and interesting, and I'm really keen to see where it goes in the Winds of Winter. I think it would give and show Euron much more depth than the shallower version we got. I think Victarion's mission to make an alliance with Daenerys makes a lot more sense than Yara and Theon doing the same in the show, and it seems very odd to me in general, giving them that part of Victarion's story. On the whole, I think the Ironborn storyline and the Dornish really suffered in the show, and I do believe not doing them properly came back to bite the showrunners in later seasons, meaning they had to duct tape together the final few seasons with the pieces of the story they did have, and it was difficult for it to come together as a whole as a result. Some fans have claimed that they can see some fair reasons for cutting him and the wider Ironborn storyline. One of the main criticisms that some fans have of Feast for Crows, which I don't wholly agree with myself, is that it introduces many new characters, and it lacks a lot of the established characters from the previous books, and this issue would have also been a problem for the show. Now, I don't particularly agree with that statement, but I can slightly understand how adding so many new characters halfway through the show could have been a problem. It potentially could have disrupted the pace greatly, would also have meant that a lot of the main cast, who by this point were being paid millions of dollars an episode, having much reduced screen time to fit these new characters in. The solution of extending the series or adding more episodes a season could have mitigated this a bit, but as we know, the showrunners wanted to be away from the show as soon as possible, and as a result, much of the post-season 5 story diverges greatly from the source material. Ultimately, I think the choice to merge A Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons into one season of the show, when it could clearly have covered 3 or 4 seasons, is one of the key reasons that led to the issues the show faced post-season 5. Aeron Greyjoy is the youngest living son of Lord Wildling Greyjoy and the younger brother to Balon Greyjoy, the current Lord of the Iron Islands at the start of the main book series. As a result of a near-death experience when his ship sunk, he became a devout priest of the drowned god. Aeron is tall and thin, with fierce black eyes and a beak of a nose, but shorter than his elder brothers. Aeron garbs himself in rough-spun wool robes dyed green, grey and blue. The sour-faced Aeron never cuts his hair or beard, which falls below his waist, to the extent he has seaweed woven into it. He carries a water skin filled with seawater everywhere with him, which he uses to bless those who desire it. Aeron was once an amiable man, fond of songs, ale and women, like much of his Ironborn kin. At the age of 16, he sang, danced and played the pipes, juggled and rode horses. Aeron's transformation has made him devoted to the drowned god in his watery halls. But this also drastically changed his personality, and the joyous man he once was has now been replaced with a dour, humorless man who views every breath as a gift that is wasted if it's not used to exalt the virtues of following the drowned god. Aeron is considered a prophet by himself and also his followers, who believe he can hear the drowned god, sometimes swallowing salt water to strengthen his faith. Aeron was born the youngest son from Lord Wildling Greyjoy's second of 3 marriages. At 16 he called himself a man, but in truth he had been a rabid drunk. He drank so much and claimed no man could piss longer or farther than him. As a result, he once wagered his ship against a flock of goats that he could douse the hearth fire by urinating on it, and he subsequently outraged his brother, Lord Balon, by naming that very ship Golden Storm. During the Greyjoy rebellions in 289 AC, Aeron joined his brothers, Victarion and Euron, in raiding the coasts of the Reach. Aeron nearly drowned when Golden Storm was sunk by the war galley of Stannis Baratheon during the sea battle of Fair Isle, when the Ironborn fleet was caught in a trap by Stannis. Aeron was at first believed to be lost at sea, but he washed ashore and was discovered by a local fisherman who led him to Lannisport in chains. Aeron spent the rest of the rebellion as a prisoner of the Lannisters, but he was later returned to the Iron Islands at the war's end. Sometime after the Greyjoy rebellion, Aeron once again found himself on a sinking ship in the middle of a storm. Again, he was washed up ashore, safely and unharmed. Due to his near-death experience, he underwent a spiritual reawakening and dedicated himself as a priest of the drowned god. In a way, the old Aeron died that day and was replaced by a man who was hard, humorless, living as a hermit on the beaches of the Iron Islands, spreading the word of their god, and becoming primarily known by his new name, Damphair. The acolytes serving under Aeron, called the Drowned Men, do his bidding without any question, and the Damphair is greatly respected by the Ironborn in general. He has never failed to resurrect any of his followers with the kiss of life. Aeron greatly fears his elder brother Euron, for reasons that are not made initially clear to us. However, from his account of his memories, we can surmise a grim probability of why he fears Euron. Aeron has recurring memories and nightmares of a door with screeching hinges, which he associates with Euron. Further to this trauma, he's still afflicted with guilt over the death of another brother, Euron, who died from an infected wound that occurred while he and Aeron performed a finger dance, a traditional axe juggling game among the Ironborn. Aeron's first appearance is during the events of A Clash of Kings. In the early phases of the War of Five Kings, Robb Stark, King in the North, sends his friend Theon Greyjoy back to the Iron Islands to negotiate an alliance with Theon's father, Balon Greyjoy, Lord of the Iron Islands. Aeron Damphair, Balon's brother, is sent to bring Theon to Pike, since Theon has been living for years with the Starks of Winterfell, who worship the old gods. Aeron blesses Theon with seawater. Balon declines Robb's alliance offer, and Aeron attends Balon's war council regarding an offensive on the north. Aeron and Dagmere are to accompany Theon during the harrying of the Stony Shore in the north. Before they set off, the Damphair blesses Theon's new longship, named the Sea Bitch. During the attack on the north, the Iron Men take Benfred Tallheart prisoner when they ambush his wild hares. When Benfred refuses to answer questions Aeron and Theon put to him, Aeron commands the prisoner be sacrificed to the Drowned God. Theon later decides to attack Torrhen Square and Winterfell with the crew of the Sea Bitch and Dagmer's Phone Drinker, granting the 6 remaining ships to Aeron for future raiding. This is the last we see of him until the 4th book, A Feast for Crows, after the War of 5 Kings had come to an end, and Aeron had returned back to his duties as a priest of the Drowned Gods, where he informs his brother Balon of Theon's defeat at Winterfell and his supposed death. Aeron argues with his brother when he decrees he intends to name his daughter Yara as his heir. While reviving Emond with the kiss of life off the shores of Great Wick, Aeron learns from Spar and Gorman Goodbrother that Balon, his elder brother, had fallen to his death from Pike under suspect circumstances. At Hammerhorn, he is told that another of his older brothers, the despised Euron, has claimed the Sea Stone Chair. After preaching at villages and holdfasts on Great Wick, Aeron rests in a driftwood shelter made by his drowned men at Pebbleton, and rejects their call for him to claim the Sea Stone Chair himself, being another of Balon's brothers. Fearing that Euron Crowseye will be the ruin of the Iron Men, Aeron blesses Lord Melred Merlin and calls for a Kingsmoot on Old Wick to choose Balon's replacement, as they did in the ancient days. The Ironborn captains answer Aeron's summons, and most of the Iron Fleet returns for the Kingsmoot. On the shores of Naga's Cradle, Aeron blesses and prays with his preferred candidate, his 3rd brother, Victarion Greyjoy, Balon's second-in-command and captain of the Iron Fleet, whom he knows will continue Balon's traditional ways, where Euron would not. While the captains feast and drink, Aeron consumes only fish and water, and he departs when Euron ridicules his piety. The Damphair begins the Kingsmoot proceedings and listens to the claims, but ultimately he is left shocked when the captains, impressed with Euron's dragonhorn and bold claims, instead choose the Crow's Eye as Balon's successor and thus name him king. Aeron asks Victarion to aid him in opposing Euron, but the obedient Victarion submits to the new king. The Damphair announces his plan to try and rouse the small folk of the Iron Islands against the godless Euron, and he disappears from Old Wick the next day. Euron and Victarion lead the Ironborn in attacking the Reach. During the events as seen in the Dance with Dragons, Aeron's niece Asha Greyjoy tells Tristifer Botley no one has seen the Damphair since the Kingsmoot, but his drowned men claim that he is hiding on Great Wick from Euron and will soon come forth to call down the wrath of the drowned gods on the Crow's Eye and his minions. Eric Ironmaker, now Lord Steward of the Iron Islands, searches for Aeron by hunting down his drowned men. Tristifer Botley suspects that Euron simply slit the Damphair's throat, but has no proof of this claim. During the events of the Winds of Winter sample chapters, which are currently subject to change, Aeron is revealed to be alive, but having been captured after the Kingsmoot by Euron and chained up in the hold of the Silence, Euron's flagship. Euron forces his brother to drink Shade of the Evening, and as a result, Aeron has numerous nightmarish visions. It is now we learn that Aeron remembers how Euron used to sexually abuse him and his brother, Yuri, when they were children during these nightmares. On Oakenshield, in the Shield Islands, off the coast of the Reach near Old Town, Aeron encounters Feyla Flowers, the lover of Euron. When she feeds him during his imprisonment, Feyla believes Euron will make her his salt wife, and her sons will come before Euron's other baseborn children. Aeron warns her to flee, but she refuses. Aeron is later taken to the captured island castle located near the Arbor. Several of Euron's lieutenants feast as dozens of bodies of the castle's former occupants hang from the rafters. All take turns mocking Aeron before taking him back to the Silence, where Euron commands that his brother be tied to the prow of the ship as Euron sails to meet the Red Wine Fleet. A pregnant and naked Feyla is tied next to him, her tongue cut out, her cheeks red from crying. Now, for all intents and purposes, Aeron Greyjoy is missing from the show in any meaningful way. he does on a few occasions appear very briefly. However, I'm not totally sure with 100% certainty of this person being Aeron, as he is never named on screen and only the actor's IMDb states he is Aeron Greyjoy. But this show version of Aeron appears during Season 6 to oversee the Kingsmoot. However, it's very clear this version of Aeron has a very different relationship with Euron, as he seems to willingly crown him after the Kingsmoot with no objection. During Season 8, Euron tells a captive Yara Greyjoy that himself, Yara and Theon are the last living Greyjoys. This implies two things: that Euron had killed Aeron off screen, or that his character is not really Aeron Greyjoy, just a nameless stand-in. There is a third option, that maybe this line was simply an oversight from the showrunners, which if I'm being honest would not surprise me at all. While this character in the show does fill the function of Aeron, I would be hard-pressed to really say it is the same character at all. Euron Greyjoy, also known as Euron Crowseye, is another case where technically he is not a missing character, as Euron is in the show. The issue is the show version of Euron is drastically different than the book counterpart, not only in personality, but how he looks, his backstory, and his role in the story moving forward. To me, the lack of book Euron in the show surmises how the show handles the Ironborn plotline altogether. Euron is a member of House Greyjoy, born around the year 258 to 268 AC, and is the eldest of Lord Balon Greyjoy's younger brothers. Euron captains his own ship known as the Silence, a ship crewed entirely by mutes who had their tongue removed. He has his own personal coat of arms of a crow's eye in red with a black pupil beneath and a black iron crown supported by two crows. Euron is pale and said to be a handsome man with black hair and a dark beard. He wears a black patch over his left eye and is nicknamed Crow's Eye. According to his nephew, Theon Greyjoy, the leather patch conceals a black eye shining with malice. Euron's right eye is a beautiful, bright blue and is regarded as his smiling eye. Additionally, his lips are also a pale blue due to his propensity to drinking shade of the evening. In all, it gives him an otherworldly look. Euron is cunning and has a dark reputation in the Iron Islands, but his charisma and quick tongue draws people to his banner. He is hated by his younger brothers. Aeron considers him godless, and Victarion has hated Euron as his brother impregnated his salt wife. Despite his dangerous and dark nature, Euron has no issue in drawing men to his service. While most Ironborn captains keep the lion's share of their plunder, Euron takes almost nothing. He owns a suit of black scale armor with various patterns, glyphs, and arcane symbols on it. His brother Aeron believes it to be made of Valyrian steel, and unlike anything seen in Westeros. When he was a child, Euron dreamt that he could fly. He would often mock his younger brother Victarion, and Aeron has terrible memories associated with Euron and the sound of a rusted iron hinge. In the final years of the Targaryen era of Westeros, Balon Greyjoy and his younger brothers Euron and Victarion convinced their father Lord Quilon Greyjoy to join Robert's rebellion on the side of the rebels, and they spent the war raiding the Reach. However, they had in fact joined the war quite late, and thus much of the true fighting was already done. But Arthur Quilon was killed in the battle on the Manda. The new Lord Balon returned to the Iron Islands with his brothers. At the onset of the Greyjoys' rebellion in 289 AC, Euron concocted a plan to sail into Lannisport and burn the Lannister fleet while it was still at anchor. Led by Victarion, the Iron Fleet followed Euron's plan and destroyed the Westerland's naval forces, dealing a huge blow to House Lannister and the Crown. Balon's rebellion was eventually defeated by King Robert I Baratheon, ended with the Siege of Pike, in which several of Balon's sons were killed, and his last son, Theon, taken as a ward to Winterfell, under the watchful eye of Eddard Stark. Euron was known to be a prolific reaver. In 297 AC, he was exiled from the Iron Islands by his brother Lord Balon, as punishment for forcing himself upon, or as Euron would tell, seducing Victarion's salt wife, and he was warned never to return while Balon was alive. Victarion wanted to kill Euron, and would have if not for the taboo against kinslaying. Euron did not seem to care, and laughed at Victarion when they parted ways. Euron has several bastard children, with even the man himself having no idea how many. He does not hold any regard for them at all. Since Euron's banishment, the Silence has sailed, pillaged, and raided all over the known world, and some say beyond the edges of the map. Euron's boats have travelled to Asshai by the Shadow, a place few Westerosi have ever seen, and even sailed the Smoking Sea and walked the smouldering ruins of Old Valyria, a place even the bravest men fear to tread. He also claims to have owned dragon eggs, which a Myrish wizard was unable to hatch, which he alleges he tossed into the sea during one of his foul moods. The first mention of Euron in the main books comes during the events of A Clash of Kings. Theon Greyjoy, upon returning to Pike for the first time since he was taken to Winterfell as a child, notes that his uncle Euron's ship, Silence, is not part of the fleet gathered at Lannisport. During the events of A Storm of Swords, during the War of Five Kings, news comes to Robb Stark that Balon Greyjoy, the self-proclaimed King of the Iron Islands, had fallen to his death from Pike. Euron returned to Lordsport and claimed the Seastone chair for himself as Balon's eldest brother, despite the claims of Asha Greyjoy and the presumed dead Theon, dismissing Asha's claim due to the Ironborn never having a ruling queen. When Lord Swain Botley objected to his claim, Euron had him drowned in a cask of seawater. During a feast for crows, we learn that Euron captured galleys out of Qarth and held hostage 4 warlocks, including Priat Pri, one of the warlocks, to interact with Daenerys Targaryen during her stay in Qarth. When one of the warlocks resisted, he killed the man and fed him to the other 3. According to some sources, he also seized their dragon horn. When Aeron Greyjoy is informed that his elder brother, Euron, had returned to the Iron Islands the day after Balon's death, he calls for a Kingsmoot to contest Euron's claim to the throne. The timing of Euron's return is questioned by Asha Greyjoy, and Lord Rodrik Harlaw and Lord Swain Botley's son, Tristifer, also reports that the Crowseye had been bribing supporters with treasure from the Far East. During the Kingsmoot in Old Wyck, Euron has Cragorn below the Dragonhorn, which Euron claims he found in the feared ruins of Valyria, and he brags about having sailed all over the known world, including Asshai. He promises the Ironborn Lords to conquer all of Westeros using dragons, which he claims he can bring to his will with the horn. Although Aeron considers his brother to be a godless man, Euron is elected king, besting Victarion, Asha, and the other contenders, much to Aeron's horror. After her loss at the Kingsmoot, Asha flees from Old Wyck, and Aeron disappears, promising to raise the small folk in rebellion. Euron gives treasure from throughout the known world to the Ironborn captains as a reward for voting him their king. The Crowseye then has Lord Baelor Blacktide killed when the man refuses to accept him as king, taking Baelor's sable cloak as a trophy. Euron begins raiding upon the coastline of the Reach, intending to sell captives into slavery in Essos. After the taking of the Shield Islands, Euron holds a victory feast at Lord Hewitt's castle, with the Tide and gang Lord Humphrey Hewitt seated next to him. The Crowseye forces Humphrey's daughters and granddaughters to serve food and drink to various Ironborn. Euron takes Humphrey's bastard daughter Fela Flowers as his bedmate, and under her suggestion, commands the noble-born ladies to strip and serve his men naked. Euron weakens possible rivals, such as his brother Victarion, by giving land and titles on the Shield Islands to his key followers. However, he fails to move the Ironborn beyond raiding, as they are reluctant to embark on a dangerous journey to Essos in search of dragons, after Lord Harlaw points out all the hazards of such an endeavour. Instead, Euron sends Victarion and the Iron Fleet to find Daenerys Targaryen and to court her in his name, and have her bring her dragons to Westeros, using them to conquer the Seven Kingdoms as Aegon once did. As motivation for Victarion, he tells his brother that he can succeed him on the Seastone chair after Euron takes the Iron Throne for himself. Moving on from the Shield Islands, the Ironborn attack up the Mander, Arbor, and reach the Whispering Sound. Queen Regent Cersei Lannister tasks Alannys Tyrell with resolving the siege of Dragonstone quickly so the Red Wine fleet can be freed to deal with the Ironborn threat. By the events of A Dance with Dragons, Euron now styles himself King of the Isles and the North, though he claims Balon's conquests in the north, despite losing so much of it, with it now being mostly under the control of House Bolton. With Asha Greyjoy having fled the islands for Deepwood Motte, Euron weds her to Eric Ironmaker, using a seal as proxy, meaning that Asha cannot offer herself in marriage as a form of negotiation with anyone who could support her. Before Victarion Greyjoy departs with the Iron Fleet for Meereen, Euron gives him Maester Cerwyn, an unnamed dusky woman, and the Dragonhorn. But unknown to Euron, Victarion plans to claim Queen Daenerys Targaryen as his own bride, instead of bringing her to the Crowseye. During his voyage east, Victarion remembers Euron's gifts are poisoned when he hears Moqorro, a rescued Red Priest, state that those who blow the horn die. During the events of the Winds of Winter sample chapters, which are still subject to change, Euron has his mutes capture Aeron Damphair after the Kingsmoot and imprison him in the belly of the Silence. Euron admits to causing the deaths of Harlon, Robin, and Balon, making him a kinslayer. He also admits he expects his followers, to which he granted the Shield Islands, to fail to hold them, thus ridding himself of potential enemies. Euron no longer wears his driftwood crown, but instead wears an iron crown with points made from shark's teeth. He forces Aeron to drink Shade of the Evening, and the Damphair has visions of Euron on a throne of skulls, and then a bloody iron throne, with gods impaled on its spikes. A later vision sees Euron as a kraken-like figure with a tentacled face on the Iron Throne, with a shadow woman by his side. Prior to sailing against the Red Wine Fleet and the ships of House Hightower, Aeron sees Euron clad in his Valyrian steel armour. Euron has Aeron bound to the prow of the Silence, where he is joined by Feyla Flowers, now pregnant, but tongueless. Euron also orders his captains to bind the priest and the septon and the warlocks he had kidnapped to the prows of their respective ships. And until we see the Winds of Winter, that is all we currently know of Euron Greyjoy. Euron presents an interesting situation on the show, as he technically is in it, but his character is so different and stripped back that he's hardly the same character at all. Much of the mystic side of Euron is stripped away in the show, and he very much comes across as just a bit of an insane pirate, rather than the ominous, foreboding figure he is in the books. With elements such as Dragonbinder not making it into the show, as well as Victarion being cut, and Aeron being effectively cut, the Ironborn storyline is very different altogether. I'll go as far as saying that much of Euron's Season 6, 7 and 8 storyline is very much show only, maybe only relating to the book counterpart in his wider goal and aspirations. I know many fans were disappointed about how Euron was handled in the show, but it also appears the actor who played him as well felt the same, having stated in interviews that the character he thought he was going to be playing was not the character that ended up on screen. Along with the handling of the Dawn plotline, the way in which the Ironborn story was stripped down in the show is one of the most disappointing parts of it. Euron is one of the most interesting parts of A Feast for Crows. For me personally, it gave me a reason to look forward to reading the Ironborn chapters, simply to try and learn more about his character and his mysterious backstory that is steeped in mystery. When books get adapted for screen, it's inevitable that not every character will make the jump. Often, the first casualties of this are smaller, more minor characters who don't necessarily have much impact on the wider plot going forward. The Night's Watch is one of these areas where many of these smaller characters are cut, and even though some minor ones, such as Pip and Grenn, did make it into the show, they were killed off very early when they are still alive in the book. For me, one of the most interesting lost Night's Watch characters is Donnal Noye, who on the surface is just the one-armed blacksmith to the Night's Watch, but when you dig a little bit deeper, he played an important role in the history of Westeros, specifically with his connection to Robert Baratheon. Before joining the Night's Watch, Donnal was an armourer and a blacksmith at Storm's End, the seat of the then Lord Robert Baratheon. It was Noye who forged Robert Baratheon's famous warhammer that dealt the killing blow to Rhaegar Targaryen during the Battle of the Trident, and changed the history of Westeros forever. Donnal would take a small wound during the war, which ended up getting infected, and as a result he lost his arm. With the loss of his arm, Donnal questioned if he had the skill needed to be a blacksmith, and he chose to take the black and come to the wall, as even a one-armed smith would still be useful there. Years later, during the events of A Game of Thrones, when Jon Snow arrives at Castle Black, Jon beats his fellow recruits during training, despite the fact they were older than him, making him very few friends and many enemies. However, Donnal talks to Jon and forces him to see the situation from a different perspective. He points out to Jon that he has had advantages that others never had, that Jon, although a bastard, he was a high-born one who grew up in a castle and trained with a master at arms his whole life, where most of the boys he was training with had never even picked up a real sword before joining the Watch. While a bastard, Jon was still a lord's bastard, with much more privilege than his peers of the Watch. This conversation with Noye makes Jon realise the rough circumstances the other boys grew up in, and he starts to train the others himself as if a master at arms would, earning him their respect and friendship, but also the annoyance of Sir Alistair Thorne, the master at arms of the Watch. Jon's reaction to Noye's advice results in a friendship of sorts between Jon and Donnal. Later, it is Donnal who has to refit armour to fit Samwell Tarly so he can train. Jon also likes to assist Donnal in the armoury, and he is with Jon when news of his father's arrest reaches Castle Black. After Lord Commander Jeor Mormont is attacked by Whites, he brings the burned longsword, Longclaw, to Donnal's armoury for repairs before gifting it to Jon. Later, during the events of A Clash of Kings, Donnal talks to Jon about his brother, Robb, being named king in the north. Jon is still coming to terms with this, but tells Donnal that he thinks Robb will make a good and just king. But Donnal then tells Jon it was him who had forged Robert Baratheon's famed warhammer, that after Robert became king, he was never the same man. The Robert Noye knew was made for fighting and war, and the moment that stopped, he rusted and he became a very different sort of person. Robert the Lord became Robert the King. When talking about Robert's brothers, Stannis and Renly, he tells Jon that Stannis has always been made of pure iron, black and strong, but ultimately brittle, that he'll break before he bends no matter what the cost. While Renly is more like copper, bright and shiny, nice to look at the end of the day, not really worth that much. As Jon and a large amount of the Night's Watch prepare to march north of the Wall on Lord Commander Mormont's great ranging, they say their goodbyes. Donnal tells Jon to bring back his missing uncle, Benjen Stark, with Jon promising him he will. During the events of A Storm of Swords, Donnal finds himself as one of the most senior members of the Watch left at Castle Black. When Jon escapes the Wildlings and runs back to Castle Black to warn of the coming attack, Donnal is very worried that Jon has deserted the Watch. He ends up trusting Jon and bringing him to Maester Aemon for treatment for his wounds. Despite only having one arm, Donnal manages to carry Jon to Aemon and hold him down as the Maester pulls the arrows from Jon. Jon is happy to see Donnal and be back at the Wall, but Donnal is concerned about Jon's facial scars received during an attack by an eagle walked by the wildling Orell. Donnal updates him on the events of Castle Black, and Maester Aemon tells Jon the terrible news of Lord Commander Mormont's death in the mutiny at Craster's Keep. Jon explains about the wildling group south of the Wall, and admits he broke his Night's Watch vow with Ygritte, a wildling girl he had fallen in love with. During the Battle of Castle Black, Donnal Noye takes command, being one of the very few most senior members of the Watch still at the Wall. He warns the villagers of Molestown about the attack, but during the assault on Castle Black, the attacking Thenns manage to claim the stairs despite severe losses, and the remaining men of the Watch flee to the Wall. Donnal had prepared for this by drenching the last landings with oil. He has burning arrows fired at it, and the attacking Thenns perish to a man. Donnal then leads the defence against Mance Rayder's vast army to the north of the Wall. The wildlings have no ladders to climb the Wall, so they attack the gate. When a giant begins to break it, Donnal gives command of the Wall to Jon and leaves with a handful of men to save the gate. Donnal is successful in stopping the wildlings at the gate, at the cost of his life and those of the men with him. Jon later finds that the giant Maege crushed Donnal's spine and that Donnal impaled his sword in the giant's throat. When the Night's Watch is on the brink of defeat, Stannis Baratheon appears with his army and defeats the wildlings. According to Stannis, if the wildlings had already taken the Wall, this may not have been possible. Ultimately, Donnal Noye's role in the book is minimal, with him mostly centered around being a friend to Jon and being a mentor figure to him. Perhaps the biggest impact he has on the story at large was just before his death, and having the confidence in Jon to give him command of the Wall during the battle against the wildlings. Not having Donnal on the show doesn't ultimately affect the story too much, as most of his significant contributions to it can easily be taken by other characters. So it makes sense why he would not make the cut when attempting to reduce the amount of characters on the show. Part of his roles were given to 3 different people in the show, with Tyrion given the role of helping Jon when he first joins the Watch, and giving him the advice that humbles him and allows him to make friends and help his new brothers. Sir Alistair Thorne later seems to take some of Donnal's role during the battle against the wildlings, taking command of the Night's Watch. Later, when Alistair is wounded, Jon then steps up and takes command. Grenn then replaces Donnal in the holding of the gate against the giants, and is killed doing so in a similar fashion to Noye. The Battle of the Wall in the show is very different to the version of it in the books. However, it is one of my favourite battles in the show. In fact, I would go as far to say it's one of my favourite episodes of the show. There is this vibe and feeling to it that I remember making it thrilling to watch for the first time. However, there is a key difference when it comes to Grenn taking Noye's role. When Noye chooses to defend the gate, he is in command. The difference in the show is Jon commands Grenn, his close friend, to hold the gate, knowingly sending his friend to his death. Grenn also seems to know this as well, but does what Jon commands without question. The way in which the show handles Grenn's death helps in providing more emotional weight to the fight, and is great character growth for Jon. It's one of these moments where the books were changed that I think it did actually benefit the show in some way. It's a moment I would point to in the first 4 seasons of Game of Thrones that shows that David Benioff and D.B. Weiss were capable of good writing and well done character development, creating plot twists even book fans did not expect, which makes the poor and lazy writing in the later seasons even more frustrating, as both Benioff and Weiss showed they had some decent ability as writers during these early seasons, which makes their writing in the later seasons seem even more lazy. It would have been nice to have seen Donnal in the show, but like Vargo Hoat, his absence doesn't really detract from the show or the story too much, and did provide some fantastic scenes that didn't happen in the book. Sir Ilyan Payne presents an interesting situation when it comes to him being missing from the show, as for the first 2 seasons he was there, and why he became a missing character is a lot more complicated than choices the writers made. In the book, Ilyan is described as a grim man, tall and thin, with a clean-shaven, pock-marked face. He has a deep set of pale, colourless eyes and hollow cheeks. He is almost completely bald, but for a few wisps of hair. Since he is tongueless, Ilyan can only voice a choking rattle and a cackling laugh. Due to his appearance, as well as his silence, many people find him terrifying, a suitable trait for the king's justice. He wears an old rusted chainmail, iron grey, over boiled leather, and wields a large 2-handed greatsword with a stained leather hilt strapped over his right shoulder to keep the scabbard on his back. While Ilyan keeps the steel of his weapon immaculate, his armour and chambers within the Red Keep's dungeons are poorly kept. Ilyan is a skilled executioner. It has been said he has never botched an execution or seldom required more than a single stroke to finish off his prisoners. Since he cannot speak, nor read or write, Ilyan needs to delegate much to his underlings, such as Yennefer Longwaters. From the little we know about his past, Sir Ilyan was once the captain of the guard for Lord Tywin Lannister, during the time Tywin served as Hand of the King for Aerys II Targaryen, the Mad King. Ilyan was overheard saying it was Tywin who truly ruled the 7 kingdoms rather than Aerys, so the king had Ilyan's tongue torn out with hot pincers, as punishment for the comment. After Robert's rebellion against House Targaryen, Ilyan was named as the king's justice by Robert Baratheon. This was to compensate Ilyan for the tongue he lost in service of House Lannister. During the events of A Game of Thrones, Sir Ilyan Payne is among the members of the King's Court who come north near to the Trident to escort King Robert Baratheon back to King's Landing after his trip to Winterfell. Sansa Stark is terrified of Ilyan upon seeing him. The girl attempts to apologise for having possibly offended him, but the knight turns away without responding or acknowledging Sansa at all. After Prince Joffrey Baratheon is attacked by Arya Stark's direwolf Nymeria, Robert agrees with Queen Cersei Lannister that Sansa's direwolf lady can be executed at Darry. The king expects Ilyan to kill the beast, but Sansa's father, Lord Eddard Stark, says he will do it himself. When Eddard Stark sits the Iron Throne as Hand of the King while Robert goes hunting in the Kingswood, instead of sending Ilyan to hunt down Sir Gregor Clegane for his raids against the Riverlands, Ned grants command to Lord Beric Dondarrion, as House Clegane and Payne are both sworn to House Lannister. According to Lord Varys, Ilyan did not look pleased at Lord Stark's decision. However, given Ilyan's ties to Tywin Lannister, Eddard's decision does make sense. Later, when Eddard is arrested by the Lannisters after Robert's death for trying to depose Joffrey Baratheon, Ilyan takes the ancestral Valyrian steel sword of House Stark, Ice, for his own. When Lord Stark publicly confesses to treason at the Great Set to Baelor, it was expected he would be allowed to join the Night's Watch as agreed by all parties involved. However, King Joffrey instead shocks the attendees, including his own council and mother, by ordering Sir Ilyan to bring him Ned Stark's head. In the aftermath, while a captive at the Red Keep, Sansa has numerous nightmares of Ilyan. During the events of A Clash of Kings, Tyrion Lannister sends Eddard Stark's bones to Robb Stark, the king in the north, but refuses to return ice to House Stark until peace is made. Thus the sword is still in the possession of Ser Ilyn. During the Battle of the Blackwater, Cersei has Ilyn remain with her in the Queen's ballroom of Maegor's Holdfast in the Red Keep. When Osfred Kettleback informs the Queen that the groom and 2 maidservants were caught trying to flee the Red Keep with 3 of the king's horses, she has Ilyn execute them and place their heads on pikes outside the stables. Sansa sees the blood drying on ice after Ilyn kills the 3 condemned servants. Cersei reveals that the true reason for Ilyn's presence is to have him kill Sansa and herself if Stannis Baratheon is victorious in the battle. The armies of Lord Tywin Lannister and Mace Tyrell arrive just in time and force Stannis to retreat, however. When the Turncloaks and the hostages are presented in the throne room after the battle, a defiant bastard of House Florent hails Stannis as the true king and denounces Joffrey as a monster and an abomination of incest. Joffrey has Ilyn take the man out for execution. During the events of A Storm of Swords, Lord Tywin Lannister takes ice from Ilyn's possession so Tobo Mott can create 2 new swords from the Valyrian steel, one as a gift for King Joffrey, the other for his son Sir Jaime Lannister. Tywin gives Ilyn a new blade, a silver greatsword 6 feet long and bright with runes. The pommel, a chunk of dragonglass carved into the shape of a grinning skull with ruby eyes. While not a feigned Valyrian steel blade, certainly a weapon much better than a man of Sir Ilyn's position could hope for. Ilyn is present at the wedding feast after Joffrey's wedding to Margaery Tyrell. Joffrey asks Ilyn for his sword so he and Margaery can cut the huge dove pie. The king chokes to death during the feast, a victim of the Strangler. Since Jaime Lannister's sword hand had been chopped off by the command of Vargo Hoat while held captive, Jaime tries to train again with his left hand. Sir Adam Marbrand defeats him easily in sparring sessions, so Jaime considers instead practicing with the mute Ilyn. During the events of A Feast of the Crows, Queen Regent Cersei Lannister blames Ilyn for Tyrion Lannister's disappearance, as the Red Keep's dungeons fall under the jurisdiction of the King's Justice. Jaime Lannister, the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, demands the service of Ilyn and Sir Adam Marbrand for leading the expedition to pacify the Riverlands and resolve the siege of Riverrun. If Lord Beric Dondarrion, leader of the Brotherhood Without Banners, is captured, Jaime intends for him to be publicly executed by Ilyn in King's Landing. When his column stops at Hayford, Jaime chooses Ilyn as his sparring partner because Ilyn cannot talk, read or write. Ilyn easily bests Jaime in their sessions with blunt tawny swords, but Jaime is determined to improve, continuing their sparring each night. While sparring with Ilyn in the Godswood of Darry, Jaime admits to having once slept with his sister, Queen Cersei, in the bedchamber of Sir Raymond Darry after King Robert Baratheon had passed out drunk. During Jaime's war council outside of Riverrun, Edwin Frey suggests that Ilyn should behead Clement Piper, Lord of Pinkmaiden, for insubordination. Jaime has Ilyn cut down Edmure Tully from the gallows, from which he has often been threatened by Sir Ryman Frey. When Ryman objects, Jaime threatens him with Ilyn and dismisses Raymond from the siege. Edmure surrenders the castle to the new Lord of Riverrun, Emmon Frey, although Sir Brendan Tully, the Blackfish, is able to escape. Ilyn and Jaime remain at Riverrun after Forley Prester departs for the Westerlands with Edmure and the Westerlings, and the Freys return to the twins. The 2 knights regularly drink wine after their nightly sparring, and Jaime tells the mute further details about his incestuous relationship with Cersei. By the events in A Dance with Dragons, Sir Jaime Lannister resolves the siege of Raventree Hall and then disappears with the woman in the Riverlands. Ilyn's location is not currently known until we see A Windsor Winter. During the show's adaptation of the first 2 books, Sir Ilyan Payne does make it to screen, and his role in the first 2 seasons is mostly consistent with his book role. However, once we get to the 3rd book, A Storm of Swords, and Season 3, we find that Ilyn suddenly is nowhere to be found. It's clear ice has been taken from him, as in the book, but he is not at the Purple Wedding and is never heard from again. This means that in the show, his role from the 4th book, A Feast for Crows, is not seen, but rather much of its function in the story is picked up by Bronn, whose book story quietened down after A Storm of Swords. The removal of Ilyn and giving much of his role to Bronn extended the life of another fan favourite character and actor in Bronn. But the context of Bronn's role is very different, as the showrunners gave both Jaime and Bronn a new side quest by sending them to Dorne to rescue Princess Myrcella, before the next season having them head to Riverrun to deal with Jaime's book story there. Now what's interesting about this is that Jaime's trip to Dorne and the Riverlands in the show would not have translated as well to screen, with Jaime being paired with a mute character as seen in the book. This was less of an issue in the book, with us having Jaime's point of view and getting his internal monologue. I suppose you could have had Jaime just talk at Ilyn, but I don't think they could have done that for such a large part of the show, without it feeling like a simple exposition dump. Also, Jaime choosing Bronn as his sparring partner does present several issues, given why Ilyn was chosen in the first place. Bronn can talk, and does talk. Bronn has been proven to follow the money, not the kind of man you want keeping a secret if you were Jaime. I do find it a little bit annoying as a fan who delves so deep into the lore that the show never really mentions Ilyn again. We never find out what happens to him in the show. One moment he's there, then the next he's not. Even just a simple throwaway line would have been enough. Now, as to why Sir Ilyn was not in the show past season 2 is a little bit more complicated than most cases when it comes to cut characters, and wasn't really a decision the showrunners made, but one more forced upon them. At that time, in November 2012, the actor who played Sir Ilyn, Wilko Johnson, was diagnosed with late-stage pancreatic cancer, with him opting not to undergo treatment. But in 2014 it was discovered he had a much more treatable version of the disease, and was more able to undergo treatment. But sadly, in November 2022, Wilko Johnson died at his home at the age of 75. Given Wilko's illness, it does make sense why the showrunners cut the character and replaced him with Bronn. While recasting could have been an option, I think they saw keeping Bronn around for longer a much more appealing idea, given that at the time he was a very popular character among fans. While I love Jaime and Ilyn's relationship in the books, I can understand why things played out the way they did. And with a lot of cut characters from Game of Thrones, that's one of the very few times you can say that. Wyman Manderly is the Lord of White Harbour, the only true city in the north, and the head of House Manderly. He also holds several honorary titles: the Warden of the White Knife, Shield of the Faith, Defender of the Dispossessed, Lord Marshal of the Mander, and Knight of the Order of the Green Hand. A widower for the past 8 years, Wyman has 2 adult sons at the start of the series, Sir Willis and Sir Wendell. Wyman does appear in Game of Thrones. It's very brief, and his role hardly resembles the key part he plays in the War in the North, and the role he potentially has to play in the Winds of Winter. Wyman is a relatively old man by Westerosi standards, at nearly 60 years old, with a massive belly and fingers the size of sausages. He has pale blue eyes and greying hair. Given his immense weight, it appears he has 4 chins. In fact, Wyman is so fat he can no longer ride a horse and must be carried in a litter, leading to the nickname Lord Too Fat to Sit a Horse. Despite all this, Wyman is amiable and has a loud, booming laugh that cuts through the noisiest of feasts. By his own admission, and because of his physical appearance, Wyman is seen by many as a craven, a coward, and foolish. But in reality, this is a clever front meant to fool people, as Wyman is really a shrewd, calculating, and intelligent man. Like many of the lords of House Manderly, Lord Wyman is also staunchly loyal to House Stark, given House Stark's long history with House Manderly. Wyman wears rich clothing, including a blue-green doublet, embroidered with gold thread. A golden trident pins his mantle to his shoulders. A vast eater, he enjoys boiled eggs, eels, lampreys, pork pies, porridge, and sausages. Lord Manderly has a large cushioned throne in the Merman's Court due to his weight. Early in his life, Wyman loved to ride horses and won some acclaim in the lists when he was a young man. However, he is now grown too big to ride. Wyman participated in the Battle of the Trident during Robert's Rebellion alongside the other Northern Lords. He granted the Wolf's Den to Sir Bartimus after the latter saved Wyman's life in the battle. Lord Manderly, during the events of A Game of Thrones, while in King's Landing, Lord Eddard Stark asked his wife, Lady Catelyn, to instruct Lord Wyman to strengthen the defences of White Harbour and to keep them well garrisoned. Wyman later meets with Catelyn when she comes ashore at White Harbour after her return from the Eyrie. He stays to command the defence of the city when Robb Stark calls his banners. He sends 2 sons, Sir Willis and Sir Wendell, in his absence. During the events of A Clash of Kings, Wyman travels to Winterfell to partake in the Harvest Feast, bringing a retinue of knights, retainers, and entertainers along with him, as well as 20 casks of seafood. To Bran Stark, the acting Lord of Winterfell in Robb's absence, Sir Roderick Cassel, and Maester Luwin, Lord Manderly proposes to mint new coinage for Robb, the new king in the north, as this would help legitimise his claim further. He also suggests the building of a new war fleet for the north. He also offers himself or Wendell as possible new husbands for the widowed Lady Donnella Hornwood. Despite his size, Wyman dances gracefully with Beth Cassel during the feast. When Ramsay Snow, the bastard of Bolton, kidnaps and forcibly marries Lady Hornwood, Wyman moves quickly to seize Hornwood and prevent House Bolton from having it. In response to Theon Greyjoy's capture of Winterfell, Wyman sends a dozen barges packed with knights and war horses and siege engines up the White Knife to join Roderick Cassel's army. However, the Stark loyalists are betrayed by Ramsay and the garrison of the Dreadfort in the battle at Winterfell during the events of A Storm of Swords. While travelling in the Wolfswood, the crippled Bran recalls that during the Harvest Feast, Lord Wyman looked at him with less pity than the other northern lords, perhaps as he knows what it's like to have men look down on him, given his huge weight. However, while Bran does trust Wyman, he doesn't know if White Harbour is safe from the Boltons, and decides instead to journey beyond the wall to find the Three-Eyed Crow. Later, Wyman's heir, Sir Willis, is captured by Sir Gregor Clegane in the fighting at the fords of the Trident. His second son, Sir Wendell, is then killed by a crossbowman at the Twins when King Robb is betrayed by House Frey and House Bolton in the Red Wedding. During the events of A Feast for Crows, King Tommen I Baratheon's small council learns that Wyman has imprisoned Lord Davos Seaworth, an envoy of Stannis Baratheon, and Queen Regent Cersei Lannister orders Lord Manderly to execute the Onion Knight. It is later reported to Cersei that Wyman has had Davos executed. Members of House Frey at White Harbour that have seen his head confirmed Wyman's claims. In return, Cersei orders her brother, Sir Jaime Lannister, to release Wyman's son Willis from captivity. During the events of A Dance with Dragons, Stannis Baratheon sends a letter from Castle Black to White Harbour, demanding fealty to him as king. Wyman responds with obfuscation, speaking of his age and infirmity. Robert Glover arrives at White Harbour to try and raise an army, but it is believed that Lord Manderly is refusing his plea. Supported by the Iron Throne, Rhaegar, Symond, and Jared Frey arrive in White Harbour on Lion Star as envoys and return the bones of Sir Wendell Manderly to Wyman in return for the freedom of his surviving son, Sir Willis Manderly, for whom he has to pay a ransom of 3,000 dragons and peace with the Iron Throne. Wyman agrees to marry the daughter of Lord Walder Frey, to marry his granddaughters Winifred and Wyla to Rhaegar and Little Walder Frey, respectively. Wyman also agrees to relinquish his claim to Hornwood. Later on, when Davos Seaworth arrives to treat with Wyman on behalf of Stannis Baratheon, he is brought before the Merman's court. A large audience is present, with the three Freys and Willis's family in attendance. Wyman listens to Jared's claim that Wendell sacrificed his life to save Lord Walder Frey from Robb Stark, who had turned into a wolf at the Red Wedding. When Rhaegar insults Robb, claiming he was a vile dog who died like one, that Tommen Baratheon is the rightful king, Wyman agrees with him. Wyla speaks in favour of Davos, saying they should join Stannis for vengeance and that she will not marry a Frey, but Lord Wyman threatens to send her to the Silent Sisters. After Wyman hears Davos's plea to join Stannis' cause, he orders his cousin, Sir Marlon Manderly, to have Davos executed. But instead of executing Davos, Wyman sends Davos to a comfortable captivity in the Wolf's Den, a prison in White Harbour, and a criminal who remarkably resembles Davos is killed instead. The unnamed man's head and hands are removed and dipped in tar, and his fingers are shortened by Sir Bartimaeus, so that they can publicly display the remains that look like Davos. Once the Freys inform Cersei's small council that Lord Manderly has ordered the execution of the Onion Knight, the Iron Throne returns Willis from captivity. Later, during the celebration feast welcoming Willis home, Wyman meets in the new castle with Davos and Robert Glover. He apologises for the way in which Davos had been treated and tells him that he agrees with Wyla about the debt White Harbour owes to the Starks, and explains he's acting cowardly to deceive the Lannisters and the Freys. Wyman has been building warships at White Harbour and hiding them up the White Knife. He claims there are spies around him, not even trusting Maester Theomore, who was born a Lannister of Lannisport. Wyman learned from Wex Pike, a survivor of the sack of Winterfell, that Ramsay Bolton was responsible for the massacre. Wyman promises Davos he will swear allegiance to Stannis if Rickon Stark is retrieved from Skegos. Wyman leaves White Harbour to attend the wedding of Ramsay to a fake Arya Stark with an armed escort. He gives his 3 Frey guests a palfrey each. Guest gifts are given to guests when they leave their host's protection, meaning the Freys are no longer under the protection of guest rights. The Frey envoys disappear while en route to Barraton. Wyman claims that the Freys rode ahead of him, being that he cannot ride a horse, and instead travels slowly by barge and litter. Wyman is distraught, and the leaders of House Frey's contingent, Sir Hosteen and Sir Aenys, son of Lord Walder Frey, are distressed at their kinsman's disappearance. Big Walder Frey thinks the envoys were killed by Wyman. Lord Roose Bolton, the new Warden of the North and Lord of Winterfell, moves his son Ramsay's wedding from Barraton to Winterfell. Wyman brings a huge supply of food, but no hostages, which unsettles Roose. Wyman provides food and drink for the wedding feast, during which the Jolly Lord calls for Abel to sing The Night That Ended. He serves 3 huge pies himself. The first portions to Roose and Walder Bolton, the next Hosteen and Aenys Frey, and Lord Manderly then proceeds to eat 2 slices from each pie himself. Roose does not eat or drink anything unless Wyman tastes it first. While being helped from the hall, a drunken Wyman tells Abel to sing of the Rat Cook. Among the snowmen that the squires have built along the battlements of Winterfell, one resembling Wyman is the fattest snowman Euron Greyjoy has ever seen. Lady Barbary Dustin does not believe that Roose would allow Lord Manderly to survive the upcoming battle with Stannis. When tensions arise from the blizzard trapping them in Winterfell, Aenys and Hosteen accuse Lord Manderly of being responsible for the disappearances of their kin, but Wyman pleads ignorance. Aenys suspects the Manderlys are to blame after several men-at-arms in the castle are murdered, but Barbary and Sir Roger Ryswell are sceptical. When Little Walder Frey is murdered, Hosteen accuses Wyman yet again, who denies the charge, yet at the same time insults House Frey, which causes an enraged Hosteen to attack Lord Wyman. Lord Manderly's throat is nearly slit open, but his knights intervene, and Wyman's wounds are treated by Maester Edric. Roose orders Wyman to have his men march on Stannis from Winterfell's East Gate. During the Winds of Winter sample chapters, having escaped from Winterfell and being brought to the Crofters' village, Euron Greyjoy tells Stannis Baratheon that Roose Bolton has sent the Freys and Manderlys to confront him. Stannis is angered at Wyman's support of the Boltons, but Theon does not believe Wyman will coordinate with the Freys against Stannis. For me, cutting Wyman's role in the show is the epitome of how the show handled the Northern plotline and Northern politics post-War of the Five Kings, meaning they didn't really at all. The current political situation in the North by the end of A Dance with Dragons is fascinating, with so much happening in the shadows, which has led to a lot of popular fan theories, such as the infamous Frey pies. I think by the time the show tried to handle the Northern politics aspect of the story, they'd already changed and cut too much from the books to allow for the intricate web we have in A Dance with Dragons. For me, it's such a shame we never got to see any of this on screen, as it's truly one of my favourite parts of the book. During the transition from page to screen, the producers of A Game of Thrones made an active choice to cut many of the larger, mysterious elements of the series, and really minimise the role of prophecy and all things magic in general. One of the earliest casualties of the removal of such elements was the loss of arguably one of the most compelling characters in the book, given his strange backstory, seemingly prophetic nature, and general creepy vibes. I'm of course talking about Patchface, the fool and court jester at Stannis Baratheon. Patchface takes his name from the tattoos covering his broad face, which is a pattern of squares of green and red motley. The tattoos are a practice at the free city of Atlantis, where the faces of the slaves are marked to display their status and their profession. Patchface has lost his memory and much of his wits. The fool suffers from twitches and trembles, and he's often incoherent. He has an unusual sideways walk, with most who meet him considering him a simpleton. The fool wears a mock helm fashioned from an old tin bucket with a rack of deer antlers strapped to the crown and hung with cowbells. The bells ring frequently as Patchface seldom remains still and often hops back and forth. Patchface only speaks in song and rhyme. Some of his words seem to be prophetic in nature, though none of his listeners understand them. The theories surrounding Patchface and his prophetic rhymes will be a video topic all in itself, given how many there are. Patchface was a jester slave in Volantis, with his date of birth not known to us. He was said to be a clever and skilled child, with amazing wit. He was reportedly nimble as a monkey, could juggle and tell riddles and do magic tricks, and could sing in 4 languages. Patchface's freedom was bought by Steffon Baratheon, Lord of Storm's End, who was impressed with the boy during a trip to the Free Cities on a mission to find a wife for Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. Steffon wrote saying he believed his son, Robert, would be delighted with Patchface, and that he hoped the fool might be able to make his more serious son, Stannis, laugh. However, while Lord Steffon was returning to Westeros, his ship was struck by a sudden storm in Shipbreaker Bay. Steffon's eldest sons, Robert and Stannis, watched from the parapets of Storm's End while the Windproud was smashed against the rocks of the bay. All aboard the ship were believed to have been killed, including Lord Steffon and his wife Cassana, and over 100 soldiers and sailors. But Patchface washed up among the dead 3 days later, naked, his skin white and wrinkled. Maester Crescent believed him to be dead as well, but when the Baratheon's servant, Jommy, grabbed him to put him on the burial wagon, Patchface coughed and sat up. Jommy would swear for the rest of his life that the boy's flesh was clammy and cold. What happened to Patchface during the 2 days he was lost in the sea is unknown, but the fisherfolk around Storm's End often tell stories that a mermaid taught him to breathe water in return for his seed. Though Patchface has survived the shipwreck, he was broken in mind and body. The ordeal had taken his memories and half his wit. He matched none of what Lord Steffon had written in his letters, and was only recognised by his tattooed face. It was suggested by Sir Harbert, the Castellan of Storm's End, that it would be a kindness for Crescent to euthanize the mad boy with milk of the poppy, but the Maester refused to do so. Despite his condition, Patchface is employed as court fool and jester at Dragonstone, the castle of Lord Stannis Baratheon. He spends most of his time with Shireen Baratheon, the daughter of Stannis. He offers strange insights and stranger songs, sometimes touching upon what may have really happened to the boy at the bottom of the bay. During the events as seen in A Clash of Kings, Patchface accompanies Shireen Baratheon when she visits Maester Crescent in his chambers at Dragonstone to see the white raven that had arrived from the Citadel to announce the end of summer. Later that day, when Crescent arrives at the castle for a dinner feast, a dancing Patchface accidentally collides with the Maester and knocks him over. Melisandre, a Red Priest of R'hllor, an advisor to King Stannis Baratheon, helps Crescent stand up. But after he dismisses her religious beliefs, she places Patchface's tin helm on Crescent's head, jesting about the clever fool and a foolish wise man. The Maester returns the helm to Patchface, but when Crescent again disparages the power of R'hllor, Queen Selyse Florent orders him to wear the fool's helm once more, and Stannis ascends to his wife's command. Crescent attempts to kill Melisandre by sharing a cup of poisoned wine with the woman, but her magic causes the poison to have no effect on her. As Crescent dies, he hears the bells of Patchface's helm ring his antlers, and imagines the fool saying, "Fool, fool." Later, Patchface is in attendance when Stannis Baratheon and Melisandre burn the statues of the Seven on the Dragonstone beaches, singing about smoke and flames under the sea. At the Red Keep, the small council meets to deal with Stannis' proclamation that the children of Queen Cersei Lannister were in fact not fathered by her husband, the late King Robert Baratheon, but rather her brother, Sir Jaime Lannister. Lord Peter Baelish suggests spreading a false tale that Shireen, whose face is disfigured by grayscale, was in fact fathered by Patchface instead of Stannis, saying that the small folk will believe that Patchface's tattoos caused her disfigurement. Renly Baratheon insults Stannis by mentioning the rumour during his parley at Storm's End with his brother. Davos Seaworth delivers Stannis' proclamation throughout the realm, but often finds that the rumour about Selyse and Patchface has arrived before he has, casting doubt on the true tale of Cersei's adultery. He tells Stannis that people gleefully share the rumour, whether they believe it or not. During the events of A Storm of Swords, when Davos Seaworth is rescued from being marooned on the spears of the Merlin King after nearly drowning during the Battle of the Blackwater, he hopes he has not gone mad like Patchface. Later, when Davos returns to Dragonstone, he finds Patchface playing monsters and maidens with Shireen and her cousin, Edric Storm. Maester Pylos prevents Patchface from attending Shireen's lessons, as the bell of the Fool's Helm constantly ring loudly. During the lessons, Patchface waits faithfully outside the Maester's chambers. During the events as seen in A Dance with Dragons, when Stannis sails north to help the Night's Watch defend the realm from the Wildlings and the others, Patchface accompanies Shireen and Selyse to Eastwatch by the Sea. The castle's commander, Cotter Pike, writes to Jon Snow, the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, that Patchface is a simpleton. At Eastwatch, Patchface receives a motley cloak of beaver pelts, sheepskins, and rabbit furs. His horned fool's helm now includes long brown flaps of squirrel fur that hang down over his ears. When Selyse's entourage arrives at Castle Black, she does not bother to introduce Patchface to Jon Snow, but Jon recognizes the Fool from Cotter Pike's letters. The giant Wun is fascinated with the Fool and his singing and dancing, but when Wun reaches for him, Patchface backs away in alarm. The giant laughs loudly after Patchface then falls into a snowdrift. Patchface attends the wedding of Alys Karstark and Sigourney the Thens, and Owen the Oath dances with him during the feast. Melisandre tells Jon that she feels Patchface is actually dangerous. She says that she has often glimpsed the Fool in her flames, sometimes with skulls about him, and his lips are red with blood. When Jon brings Vel to meet Queen Selyse, Patchface is dancing in the Queen's chambers. On Selyse's command, Patchface takes Shireen to her room. When Jon announces arranging to rescue the Free Folk of Hardhome, Patchface enthusiastically volunteers to lead it, but until we see the Winds of Winter, that is all we currently know of Patchface. So why was Patchface not in the TV show? The answer is actually quite simple. Even from those early seasons of the show, where the writing was still pretty decent, it was clear that the showrunners were minimizing much of the magical and prophetic elements to the story as much as they could, only keeping what was 100% essential to the plot they were constructing. But Patchface not being part of the show might not have always have been the case. According to Westeros.org, Brian Cogman, one of the writers and producers of Game of Thrones, stated that he initially wanted to include Patchface in the show, but eventually David Benioff and D.B. Weiss, the showrunners, came to the conclusion that having a raving jester would muddle their scenes more than a bit. In other words, having Patchface there would have broken the flow of the scenes. Cogman has also stated that Patchface was even part of the original draft of Season 3 Episode 5, Kissed by Fire, before Cogman realised that bringing him to the screen this late into the story would require too much exposition. The showrunners believed that Stannis' storyline was already fairly complicated, and the introduction of the character might alienate or overwhelm those who are not familiar with the books. In some regards, as someone who has studied screenwriting, I can understand what Cogman is saying in regards to Patchface breaking the flow of the scenes. It highlights what many struggle with when it comes to adaptation, that not every character in the books can work on screen in the same way they do in the book. However, even if they did adjust Patchface's role slightly, maybe keeping him out of the bigger ensemble scenes and limiting him to staying only with Shireen, you could have had some of the elements of his character still. I strongly disagree that Stannis' storyline in the show was complicated, and believe that the main issues with it actually come from the fact that much of it was stripped away. But I guess I will always look at the show with the knowledge I have from the books, so it is possible a more casual viewer might not see it that way. Regardless, why do you believe that Patchface was cut? And do you agree with the writer's logic in cutting him? Let me know your favourite Patchface theories, as I will be making a video on that soon. There are some characters cut from A Game of Thrones that, while their role is relatively minor when compared to some, leave an impression on the reader, and are memorable for the part they do play in the story. House Velaryon, I find, is one of the most interesting houses you come across when reading the main books for the first time. Given their Valyrian heritage and historical close ties to House Targaryen, they almost come across as a last vestige of what came before. The little information we do get given about the house in the main books leaves the reader with a lot of questions about their past, and how they have come to the point they are during the main books and the War of Five Kings, given that at one point they had one hand on the Iron Throne itself. Thanks to the interest in House Velaryon, House of the Dragon has created, there has been a lot of discussion about, in my opinion, one particularly interesting character in Aurane Waters, the bastard of Driftmark. Aurane is a bastard member of House Velaryon, born around the year 277 and 278 AC, making him in his early 20s during the War of Five Kings. He is the half-brother of Montford Velaryon, the Lord of the Tides and Master of Driftmark. Aurane, by all accounts, is said to be a handsome and lean man with silver gold hair, denoting his Valyrian heritage. He does have grey-green eyes, rather than the traditional violet of Old Valyria, however. He has a cleft chin, and has a well-maintained beard, matching his silver Valyrian hair. Given the downfall of House Targaryen, his Valyrian look is quite striking in Westeros during this age, a vestige of an era past, the era of the Dragon Lords. In fact, his appearance reminds Cersei Lannister somewhat of Rhaegar Targaryen, although Aurane's face is said to be narrower, and Rhaegar had the traditional purple eyes of Valyria. During the War of Five Kings, much like his true-born kin of House Velaryon, Aurane is sworn to Stannis Baratheon. Given how House Velaryon typically have a naval focus, it is presumed that Aurane was part of Stannis' naval forces and sailed with Stannis to the Stormlands to treat with Renly Baratheon. After the Battle of the Blackwater, which saw the sinking of much of Stannis' fleet thanks to the use of wildfire and a chain preventing retreat, Aurane is captured by the Lannister forces and then proceeds to bend the knee to King Joffrey I Baratheon in the days after the battle. His true-born brother, Montford, the Lord of the Tides, dies during the Battle of the Blackwater, leaving his 6-year-old son as Lord of Driftmark. It is not known of the exact state of House Velaryon at this point, thus Aurane could be one of the more senior members left. Ultimately, after bending the knee to King Joffrey in the wake of the Blackwater, Aurane, among many others, is pardoned for fighting for King Stannis Baratheon. He manages to win the favour of Queen Regent Cersei Lannister, who believes that Aurane desires her. Cersei goes on to grant him the position of Grand Admiral, formerly the Master of Ships, on King Tommen I Baratheon's small council. The position of Master of Ships, for a long time, was traditionally held by the Lord of Driftmark during the Targaryen era of Westeros, and while not a member of House Velaryon, being a bastard, Aurane does have that connection, being a bastard of the house. Since most of the royal fleet was destroyed along with that of Stannis at the Blackwater, Aurane receives considerable funds to build a small fleet of dromons, a type of ship. Grand Maester Pycelle disagrees with Aurane's plan to captain the ships with younger men, rather than veterans of the Battle of the Blackwater, the same veterans that lost so many ships during the battle. Aurane later informs Cersei that Sir Loras Tyrell was wounded during the siege of Dragonstone to the point his injuries were life-threatening. Cersei believes that Aurane covets Dragonstone, as the lordship he has been granted as a member of the Small Council does not include a seat of his own, but she feels Rosby would be a much more fitting seat for him. But given the seafaring ancestry of Aurane and the fact Driftmark is out of reach, does make Dragonstone a more fitting seat in many ways. Due to the growing unrest in King's Landing after the arrest of Queen Margaery Tyrell, Aurane tells Queen Cersei Lannister that he will launch her new ships on the Blackwater Rush to keep the peace and potentially prevent Lord Mace Tyrell from attempting to rescue his daughter, Margaery. During her imprisonment by the Faith of the Seven, Cersei is visited by Qyburn, who tells the Queen that Lord Waters fled the capital with the new ships after her arrest. During the Winds of Winter sample chapters, according to Valena Tolland, a new pirate king has set up on Torturer's Deep in the Stepstones, styling himself the Lord of Waters. It is said that he commands 3-decked warships. Many fans have speculated and theorized that this pirate king is in fact Aurane Waters, with the title Lord of Water being play on Waters, the surname of noble bastards from the Crown Lands, such as Aurane, and the traditional title of the head of House Velaryon, the Lord of the Tides. Also, he does seem to fit the role, given House Velaryon's connection with the Stepstones over the Targaryen era of Westeros. All we can do, until we see the Winds of Winter, is speculate as to who this pirate king is, and what role they could potentially play in events to come. Aurane Waters is a minor character, but I do enjoy his connection to House Velaryon, and his role in the King's Landing storyline during A Feast for Crows. I do wonder what role he will play in the Winds of Winter, if he at all does have one. As to why he didn't make it into the TV show, given the role and the size of his character, it does not surprise me. By the time the show began to cover A Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons post-season 4, it became clear that that a significant amount of content that was vital to the story was going to be cut, let alone more minor characters and stories. Ultimately, it perfectly shows how the politics in King's Landing became very stripped down and more straightforward after Season 4 of Game of Thrones. Lady Stoneheart being cut from Game of Thrones is maybe one of the first indications of just how much the writers plan to cut and change from the source material. Leading into the final episodes of Season 3, after the High of the Red Wedding, there was a lot of fans who believed there would be some kind of tease about Lady Stoneheart, maybe a post-credits scene or something to that effect. I always thought they could just have a shot of her body being pulled from the Green Fork by Nymeria, or something like that. This way the mystery would have been preserved a little bit longer, but it would also have been a little nod to the book fans. But when there was not so much of a hint of Stoneheart, people just assumed that meant they were saving it for the end of Season 4. Would have been adapted in the second half of A Storm of Swords, so there didn't seem to be a need to panic at that point. But as we know, Season 4 came and went, and no Lady Stoneheart, and it was now many fans did just accept she was cut, as bewildering as that might have seemed at the time. Characters had of course been cut from the TV adaptation before, and it's a normal part of the process of bringing a book to screen. But Lady Stoneheart, for many fans, was seen as a vital part of the story and one of the most unexpected plot twists, and especially when you consider how she later interacts with Jaime and Brienne by the end of A Feast for Crows. This wasn't a minor character by any means, and looking back now, Lady Stoneheart not being included could be seen as an early sign of how much book content was going to be cut Series 4 onwards. But the truth of the matter is, while many fans were disappointed, we have to look at the issue through the lens of time. Thus far, Series 1 to 4 have been very solid in the terms of writing, and fans still had faith the show was heading down the right path. In essence, we were in what I would consider to be the golden era of the show. It's only looking back after the show's writing quality started to decline that Lady Stoneheart being cut starts to stand out as a huge red flag. But who is Lady Stoneheart, and why is she so beloved by fans? Well, effectively, Lady Stoneheart is what is left of Catelyn Stark after her death at the Red Wedding. The very important aspect of this idea is Stoneheart is what is left of her. She's the shell of the woman Catelyn Stark was. After her throat is slit by Raymond Frey at the Red Wedding, the Freys dump Catelyn's body, stripped naked, into the Green Fork as a mockery of House Tully's funeral custom. By this point, Catelyn has been dead for a day and a night. 3 days after her death, Catelyn's corpse is retrieved from the Green Fork by Arya Stark's lost direwolf, Nymeria, who runs away when humans approach. This group is in fact the Brotherhood Without Banners, led by Beric Dondarrion. As we know, Beric was first killed facing the Mountain's men at the Battle of the Mummers Ford, trying to capture the mountain, as ordered by Eddard Stark before his death, during the brief time he sat the Iron Throne as Hand of the King. Thoros Myr then resurrects Beric with the power of R'hllor, the Red God, via the last kiss. This in turn resurrected Beric. Beric would fall in battle numerous times, each being brought back by Thoros, but every time he died, part of him was lost until he started to become a shell of his former self. Beric's memories became impaired, having forgotten details about his life, his castle, and the woman he was pledged to marry. Having found Catelyn's body, Beric asked Thoros to try resurrecting her, but Thoros refuses, stating that she'd been dead for too long. Beric passes on his flame of life, keeping her alive with the last kiss, causing Beric to die his last death. Before her resurrection, Catelyn Stark's body was in poor condition, given she had been dead for days, and due to her corpse being submerged in river water for a large period of time. Her flesh had become soft as pudding and turned the colour of curdled milk, with grain-green mottling and brown blooms of decay. Half of her hair had gone, and the rest is white, dry and brittle. Her eyes look like two red pits, burning in the shadows. Additionally, her wounds have not healed. Her face is shredded from her deep, self-inflicted scratches before her death, hanging in ragged strips from her eyes to her jaw, either crusted with dry blood or gaping open to reveal the bone beneath. Her throat is still slit open. To speak, she must pinch closed her slashed throat. Even then, her voice is difficult to understand, sounding like a combination of a croak, wheeze, and death rattle. This new Catelyn Stark is a very different woman. Now consumed with desire for vengeance over her family's betrayal and murder, she assumes command of Beric's outlaw band, the Brotherhood Without Banners, and leads them in a merciless pursuit, executing everyone she considers a Lannister or a Frey collaborator, among them Peter and Merritt Frey at Oldstones. She hangs any man associated with the Freys, Boltons or Lannisters, even if they had no involvement in the Red Wedding, or if they were just boys. During the events as seen in A Feast for Crows, a cloaked and hidden woman is spoken of in the vicinity of Fairmarket and Hagsmere, but she vanishes into the net when pursued by Black Walder Frey. There are also tales of a woman called Stoneheart, leading a band of outlaws, different to the ones of Beric's Brotherhood. According to one story, she was hanged by the Freys but revived by Beric, and that now the two were lovers who could not die. However, as we know the truth of the matter, it is very different. She's also known by many other names: the Silent Sister, Mother Merciless, the Hangwoman. While leading the Brotherhood, Stoneheart's outlaws come across a small party led by Brienne of Tarth, who insists she is searching for Sansa at the behest of Jaime Lannister. Thoros reveals to Brienne that Beric's Brotherhood has been broken, using a young Northman as her interpreter. Stoneheart says that Brienne has turned traitor, as she carries Oathkeeper, a Lannister sword forged from the Stark Valyrian steel blade, Ice. Brienne swears she is still faithful, but Stoneheart insists she must prove it by killing Jaime Lannister. Brienne refuses, stating that Jaime has changed, but Stoneheart says she must choose, either kill Jaime or be hanged herself. Brienne refuses to choose. Just before she, Hal Hunt and Podrick Payne are to be executed, however, Brienne shouts out a word, believed to be sword. While at Pennytree, Jaime Lannister then receives an unexpected visit from Brienne of Tarth. She tells him that she has found Sansa, who is a day's ride away. She claims to Jaime, however, that he must go with her alone, or else the Hound will kill the girl. It is believed that Brienne will lead Jaime to Stoneheart, and until we see the Winds of Winter, that is all we currently know of Lady Stoneheart's story. So the main question of this video was why Lady Stoneheart was cut from the show. Now, fans have actually speculated for a long time, and correctly so, that the reason the resurrected Catelyn was cut from the show is because it would ruin the plot twist regarding Jon's assassination and his own resurrection. The idea is if a viewer knows the likes of Catelyn can come back, it makes Jon's resurrection too obvious. What is important to note is that as of now, in the books, we don't know for sure Jon will be coming back. While we can fairly conclusively conclude that in the book he will, until we get the Winds of Winter, we can't say it for 100% certainty. Yes, when I read the book for the first time, I never believed Jon was 100% dead forever, as there was so much foreshadowing before it in regards to his resurrection, but until we see it in print, it's not truly part of the story yet. This is why one of the first instances where the book fans would be going into the show 100% blind to the events to come is an idea the writers wanted to preserve by removing Stoneheart. But in reality, their logic is inherently flawed, as the existence of Beric has already informed viewers resurrection in this world is in fact possible. But this reasoning for cutting Stoneheart, inherently flawed or not, has been confirmed by the showrunners, David Benioff and D.B. Weiss. In fact, we know that when they proposed the idea to cut Lady Stoneheart from the show, George R. R. Martin was deeply opposed to it, but in the end he had to let the showrunners, run the show. In the book, Fire Cannot Kill a Dragon, the showrunners have talked about their decision to remove Lady Stoneheart. They confirmed the long-held fan belief that they were worried that the show's resurrection of Catelyn would give away Jon's later. They also made an artistic argument for it as well, namely that they were so happy with the Red Wedding and its horrified reactions that they didn't want to weaken the impact of it by bringing back a character who died in the event. As someone who worked in screenwriting and studied it, I actually can understand this artistic side of the argument somewhat, but for me, that does not take away with how inherently flawed the logic of cutting Stoneheart to keep Jon's resurrection a secret is when Beric exists in the show and continued to exist in the show. What do you think about Lady Stoneheart being cut, and what do you think her role in the Winds of Winter could be? House Tyrell in Game of Thrones is interesting, as while some of the members from the books do make it into the show, others do not. Namely, in the show, Mace Tyrell only has 2 children, Loras and Margaery, when in the book, he has 4, with Loras in fact being the 3rd son rather than the heir of Highgarden, as it seems to be in the show. In this video, I want to take a look at one of these lost children, Willas Tyrell, and see how the show managed to take some of his key functions of his character and give them to other people, meaning the purpose of his story is intact without the need for Willas to be in the show. Willas Tyrell is a member of House Tyrell and the eldest son of Lord Mace Tyrell and Lady Alicent Hightower. Being the eldest son, he is heir to Highgarden. Willas is crippled, with a bad leg, but in contrast, he is described as an intelligent and well-spoken man, studious, educated and kind, and is renowned for breeding the finest hawks, hounds and horses in the Seven Kingdoms, with lords and rich men alike willing to pay eye-watering prices for his work. Willas is also described as being mild and courtly, fond of reading books and looking at the stars. Peter Baelish, Littlefinger, considers Willas to be gentle, pious and good-hearted, the kind of lord any lady would dream of, minus his crippled leg. But also, at least to Littlefinger, he is utterly boring. Willas was born between 273 and 276 AC, meaning he is in his early to mid-20s during the start of the main books in 298. When he was younger, during his first tourney, in which Willas entered as a squire, much to his father's wishes, he competed against Prince Oberyn Martell of Dorne, who knocked Willas from his horse. Unfortunately, Willas's foot caught in his stirrups as he fell, and he pulled his horse on top of him, crushing his leg and mangling the bone within. The bone never healed correctly, thus leaving him crippled. While he is able to walk, his injuries do make it difficult for him to do so. Though the incident which led to the injury of Willas poured oil on the flames of the considerable and historical enmity between House Tyrell and House Martell, it is said that Willas bore Oberyn no personal ill will. Willas had accepted that riding in the lists comes with risk of injury and death. He was unlucky that day, and while Oberyn knocked Willas from his horse, he had no control over his foot becoming stuck. The two men remained in correspondence with each other over the years, and by all accounts considered themselves friends. However, that factor did not do any good in dampening the anger of House Tyrell. Ever since his accident, Willas has occupied himself with scholarly studies, as he cannot be a knight, which was his first intent like many young lords of Westeros. Willas's grandmother, Olenna Tyrell, despite having a low opinion of her son Mace, has a high opinion of her grandson and his scholarly pursuits and the challenges he's had to face and overcome thanks to his crippled leg. His brother, Garlan, was plump as a boy. To protect him from potential derogatory nicknames, such as given to his uncle Garth the Gross, Willas was the first to call him Garlan the Gallant. When Willas's sister, Marjorie, was a girl, he would often read to her and draw her pictures of stars. In all, it is said that Willas had a close relationship with all of his siblings. Princess Arianne Martell, the daughter of the Prince of Dorne and niece to Oberyn Martell, once considered marrying Willas, but her father, Prince Doran, refused to send her to Highgarden to meet him. Nevertheless, she tried to travel there on her own with the help of her cousin, Tyene Sand. But her uncle, Oberyn Martell, caught them at Vaith and brought them back to Sunspear. The first mention of Willas we have comes in the first book, A Game of Thrones, where in King's Landing, Willas Tyrell is ordered to swear fealty to the new King Joffrey Baratheon, along with his father, brothers and uncles. Later on, during the events of A Storm of Swords, in King's Landing, Lady Olenna Tyrell secretly plots to have Sansa Stark married to Willas, as a way to prevent Tywin Lannister using Sansa as a pawn and bargaining tool for his own uses. Sansa keenly and readily accepts the offer of betrothal, and is excited by the prospect of moving to Highgarden. In a way, Willas is the kind of lord husband that Sansa had dreamed of as a girl, in many regards, but the plot is foiled after she reveals this information to Dontos Hollard in the Godswood of the Red Keep. Lord Tywin Lannister learns of the plot from Peter Baelish, Littlefinger, and hastily marries Sansa to his own son, Tyrion, much to Lady Olenna's annoyance and Sansa's distress. Tywin offers his own daughter, Queen Regent Cersei Lannister, to be married to Willas instead, in order to quiet the rumours of her supposed incest with her brother, Sir Jaime Lannister. At first, Mace Tyrell appears to be interested, as hypothetically it is still a strong match in many regards, but given Cersei's age and the fact Willas is heir to Highgarden, it could pose some risks in terms of the production of heirs. Thus, Mace's mother, Olenna, convinces him and the rest of the Tyrells to refuse the offer, seeing it for the reality of what it was. During the events of A Feast for Crows in King's Landing, Lord Mace Tyrell dismisses Queen Regent Cersei Lannister's suggestion that he is needed in the Reach, saying his son Willas is able and intelligent and more than capable of acting as Lord of Highgarden in his absence. After the taking of the Shield Islands by Euron Greyjoy and the Ironborn, Willas reportedly sends messengers to Lord Leyden Hightower, ordering him to strengthen his defences at Old Town. He also correctly guesses that the Ironborn did not follow the coast when attacking the Shield Islands, in order to take the Lords of the Shield Islands off guard. However, Queen Cersei dismisses his reports, preferring to believe he was incompetent and making excuses for his failures. Cersei also refuses to send the Red Wine fleet to transport the army Willas is raising until the siege of Dragonstone is won. During the events of A Dance with Dragons in King's Landing, at the meeting of King Tommen Baratheon's small council, Maege Tyrell is confident that once Paxton Red Wine's fleet sweep the Iron Men from the seas, his son Willas and Garlan will easily retake the Shield Islands. When Mace says a better marriage match should be made for Princess Myrcella Baratheon than Trystane Martell, Tommen's regent Kevin Lannister thinks that Mace is planning to try and marry Willas to Myrcella, and until we see The Winds of Winter, that is all we currently know of Willas Tyrell. Willas is an interesting character, namely as we never actually get to see him in person. Rather, we only ever hear of what others think of him and say about him. But using that information, we can piece together a lot about his character. And in all, he seems a very interesting man, a good, strong future lord, and is the perfect glimmer of hope Sansa needed, before once again being crushed when she is married to Tyrion Lannister, rather than Willas. He is also used as a tool by Olenna Tyrell to play political chess with Tywin Lannister, each trying to outmaneuver the other, and it really shows the readers House Tyrell could be a threat to Tywin and his plans, and the future of House Lannister. As to why Willas was cut, well, I do think it is a shame we never hear of him in the show. With him never physically appearing in the books, it makes him a very easily cuttable character by the showrunners when trying to reduce the number of characters in the world. Thus why much of his role in Olenna's plot to marry him to Sansa, then Tywin's own attempt to marry Cersei to Willas, are given to Loras Tyrell in the show, a character who has a much more active role in the story. While in many regards as to why Willas was not included in the show, it does sort of make sense from a practical point of view, but it doesn't take away from the issues the Tyrell storyline was played with during later seasons of Game of Thrones. In fact, I'm very interested to see where things will be heading in The Winds of Winter, in King's Landing, in terms of the Tyrells, and learning just how much of what the showrunners did past Season 5 was truly based off George R. R. Martin's currently unpublished material. Jeyne Poole is one of the many characters from the Song of Ice and Fire books that, while did make an appearance in the early seasons of Game of Thrones, disappeared without a trace, never to be mentioned, with her book role, especially from A Dance with Dragons, being repurposed for another character entirely, in arguably one of the most controversial and biggest changes from the book the writers made that had the consequence of drastically changing the path of the story on the show, as well as fundamentally changing a main point of view character. Jeyne Poole is a member of House Poole, a minor northern house, born in around 286 AC, making her around 11 years old during the events of the first book. She is the daughter of the Steward of Winterfell, Vargo Poole, and a close friend of Sansa Stark. Jeyne is said to be an attractive girl with brown eyes, dark hair, and pretty white teeth. She would often mock Sansa's younger sister Arya Stark as Arya Horseface, smirking and neighing when the younger girl was near. Conversely, Jeyne is fond of Sansa's brother, Robb Stark, and thinks the Stark ward, Theon Greyjoy, is handsome, as seen during the events of A Game of Thrones. During the visit of King Robert Baratheon's party to Winterfell, during a needlework session with Princess Myrcella Baratheon, Jeyne claims that Sansa Stark has caught the eye of Joffrey Baratheon. Later, when Lord Eddard Stark is named as the new Hand of the King, Vargo Poole travels with him to King's Landing. Jeyne accompanies him, remaining as Sansa's companion in the Tower of the Hand. During the Hand's tourney, she declares that she will marry Lord Beric Dondarrion. When she first sees the dashing lord, after Sir Hugh the Vale dies in the tourney, Jeyne cries hysterically and is escorted away by Septa Mordane to regain her composure. Sansa and Jeyne discuss Eddard's appointment of Lord Beric as the leader of an expedition to arrest Sir Gregor Clegane, who has been raiding the Riverlands. Sansa says Willas Tyrell would have been a better appointment, but Jeyne believes that Beric is as much of a hero. Sansa thinks Jeyne's crush on Beric is silly, as he is twice her age and would consider a steward's daughter to be far beneath him. Jeyne's father, Yron Poole, is killed in the massacre of Lord Eddard Stark's household following his arrest for treason after the death of King Robert Baratheon. But Jeyne is spared after Sandor Clegane breaks down her door with a warhammer. Boros Blunt of the Kingsguard brings her to the room in Maegor's Holdfast where Sansa Stark has been confined. Jeyne tells Sansa about the massacre, though she does not know what has happened to her father. The girls cradle each other in the same bed for comfort, and Jeyne cannot stop crying. When Sansa is called before Queen Cersei Lannister and the Small Council, she mentions that Jeyne has been confined with her. This annoys Cersei, who chides Sir Boros for not asking first, as the Queen preferred Sansa ignorant of what had happened to Eddard's household. Lord Peter Baelish says he will find a place for Jeyne, not in King's Landing. Queen Cersei Lannister orders Sir Boros to take Jeyne to Lord Peter's apartments and assure that Littlefinger will take her to her father. When Sansa is returned to her tower room, Jeyne and all of her things have gone, and that is the last Sansa Stark sees of her. While being held a prisoner of Queen Cersei in the Red Keep, Sansa misses her vanished friend and wonders what happened to her. Later on, during the Battle of the Blackwater, Sansa sings and prays for her friends and family, the living and dead, including Jeyne. During the events of A Storm of Swords, at Harrenhal, Lord Roose Bolton lies to Sir Jaime Lannister that Arya Stark has been found, and that he intends to return her to the north. While in King's Landing, Jaime says his farewells to Stillshanks Walton, Roose Bolton's captain of the guard, before he returns north. Accompanying Walton is a northern girl who claims to be Arya Stark. Although Jaime does not recognise her, the girl is hollow-eyed and skinny with big brown eyes, and Jaime thinks she's older than Arya Stark should be. She wears a grey dress and a grey cloak with white satin trim, clasped with a wolf brooch with opal eyes. She tells Jaime she's happy to be marrying Lord Roose Bolton's legitimised bastard, Ramsay. Jaime tasks Brienne Tarth with finding Sansa and bringing her to safety, as her late mother, Lady Catelyn Stark, had made them swear to do. As Jaime and Brienne were also commanded by Catelyn to bring her Arya, Jaime tells Brienne that the girl that they brought north by the Boltons is not Arya Stark, believing she's some northern girl found by his father, Lord Tywin Lannister, and dressed up like a Stark in order to cement the Bolton claim to Winterfell. Brienne is shocked, but Jaime explains that with all of Arya's kin believed dead, beside her missing sister Sansa and her half-brother Jon Snow on the wall, no one will be able to dispute the girl's identity. According to Jaime, the Boltons are aware of the girl's fraud. During a Feast for Crows, Jaime is proven to be correct when Cersei Lannister tells the Small Council that Arya Stark will soon be marrying Ramsay Bolton. She thinks that as long as the girl plays her role well, the Boltons will not care if she's actually the steward's whelp, dressed up Peter Baelish, implying that this fake Arya is in fact Jeyne. During the events of A Dance with Dragons, as Arya Stark, Jeyne accompanies the host of Lord Roose Bolton from the twins to the siege of Moat Cailin, where she meets her groom, Ramsay Bolton. Theon Greyjoy, at this point, now Reek, a captive of Ramsay, recognises Jeyne instantly, as he grew up alongside her at Winterfell. The Boltons call upon the Northern Bannermen to assemble at Barrowton to pledge loyalty to the Iron Throne and attend the wedding of Arya to Ramsay. After Roose hears that Stannis Baratheon has taken Deepwood Motte, he decides to move the wedding to Winterfell, both to strengthen Ramsay's claim and to goad Stannis into a fight. All the while at Castle Black, Melisandre tells Jon Snow, the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, she had a vision of a girl in grey atop a dying horse fleeing from a wedding, and they believe her to be Jon's half-sister, Arya. Melisandre sends a disguised Mance Rayder with 6 spearwives to find and protect the girl. Mance infiltrates Winterfell as a singer named Abel, with the spearwives disguised as washerwomen. Jeyne pleads with Theon that they should flee the castle together, but the tortured Theon insists that Jeyne continue impersonating Arya. Theon gives this fake Arya away during the wedding in the Godswood of Winterfell. Theon considers cutting Jeyne's throat to end her misery, or killing Ramsay, but he is too fearful to do so. Later that night, Ramsay has Theon strip Jeyne for the bedding, and Theon sees numerous scars covering Jeyne's back, where she's been whipped. Ramsay asks Jeyne if she knows how to please a man, and Jeyne replies fearfully that she has been trained to, which suggests that she has been kept in one of Peter Baelish's brothels after being removed from the Red Keep. Ramsay then forces Theon to prepare Jeyne for him before he beds her himself. Jeyne spends all her time confined to Ramsay's bedchamber in the Great Keep, and she is deeply traumatized by the things Ramsay does to her. The maids who bathe her notice bruises on her body, and the girl's sobbing is heard throughout Winterfell. According to Lady Dustin, the crying of Arya Stark is more dangerous to the Boltons than any army Stannis Baratheon could muster. The Freys may not care, but the other northern houses who had served House Stark for generations would, and morale is being damaged from hearing Eddard Stark's daughter cry. Although Stannis' host is slowed by a blizzard during his march on Winterfell, the northern mountain clansmen are motivated to rescue Ned Stark's girl. Mance Rayder's washerwomen convince Theon to help rescue Arya, but Theon keeps Jeyne's true identity a secret from Mance, fearing if he knew that it was really Jeyne, they would not be willing to help them escape. By this time, tension in Winterfell has turned to chaos after the death of little Walder Frey, and the Spearwives take that opportunity to begin their attempt to rescue Arya. Theon and the washerwomen approach Jeyne's room with water for a bath, but she's terrified to leave, thinking it a trap by Ramsay to test her love. Theon finally convinces Jeyne the escape is real and helps her dress, though the Spearwives are horrified by what Ramsay has done to her body. They dress her, and Theon tells Jeyne to follow Holly closely, and not to run. As they are escaping, Frenya kills one of the Bolton men, which causes Jeyne to scream, alerting the other guards. Jeyne and Theon reach the top of the walls, only to realise the rope has been left with Frenya, who is fighting down below. Guards by this point are shooting arrows at them, and Theon knows he and Jeyne will be returned to Ramsay if they are caught, and punished severely. Theon grabs Jeyne and jumps from the battlements. The two survive due to landing in deep snow, although Theon lands on top of Jeyne and breaks some of her ribs. Jeyne and Theon are discovered by Mors Umber, who is Tycho Nestoris of the Iron Bank, bring the escapees to Stannis' camp in the Crofters village. During the ride to the camp, Jeyne suffers from frostbite on her nose. Meanwhile, at Castle Black, Lord Commander Jon Snow receives a letter in which Ramsay claims that Mance has been captured and his spearwives slain. Ramsay demands that his bride be returned to him, and a number of free folk volunteer to march with Jon against the bastard of Bolton. But then, before he can act, he is stabbed in a mutiny at Castle Black. During the Winds of Winter sample chapters, Theon, now a captive as Stannis, recalls that after he and Jeyne were rescued by Mors Umber outside Winterfell, Crowsfoot asked Jeyne questions about the castle to confirm her identity, such as the names of servants including the cook and the smith. Having lived at Winterfell, Jeyne was able to answer these questions to Mors' satisfaction. Theon remembers that as he carried Jeyne on their track to Stannis' camp, he told her that she must still pretend to be Arya, otherwise she will be nothing to them but a whore. It is feared that Jeyne will lose a part of her nose to the frostbite, but Theon recalls assuring her that nobody will care what Arya Stark looks like, and that every man will still want to marry her. Stannis decides to send Arya to the Wall to reunite her with her brother, Jon Snow. Theon believes that Jon will see through Jeyne's disguise in a moment, but he cannot say so. Stannis tasks Justin Massey to bring Jeyne to Castle Black with an escort of 6 men, along with a female companion, Alysanne Mormont. Justin and Tycho are then to continue on to Braavos, and until The Winds of Winter is published, that is all we currently know of Jeyne Poole. The cutting of Jeyne Poole from the TV show is a bit of an odd one, as she was introduced into the show and then promptly forgotten about. I found the showrunner's choice to drastically alter Sansa Stark's Vale plotline from the book and replace it effectively with Jeyne's storyline from A Dance with Dragons a really bizarre choice. It was clear by that point the writers were trying to cut the story down as much as they could by their treatment of the Dornish and the Ironborn plots, but I don't think anyone thought Sansa's Vale plot and the more complex Northern plots would fall victim to this too. Both the Vale and the North are complex political situations in the book. I just don't think the showrunners wanted to spend the time needed to do them right. They effectively fit both A Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons into one season of the TV show, rather than the 3 it should have taken. Thus why I think if you're attempting to fit 3 seasons of book content into one, I can see why merging the 2 plots seemed appealing. Sadly, I just don't think it worked well at all. But here's the thing, even if they had spent time to adapt the book more accurately, I believe Jeyne's fake Arya storyline would still have been drastically altered. Not just because of the key characters such as Mance were dead in the show, but more importantly, when Sansa took her place in the show, there was outrage across more casual fans and the media about the darker side of the plot, specifically Ramsay's sexual assault of Sansa. Now, it is true, Ramsay and Sansa's wedding night is not easy to watch at all, and it's totally understandable why many felt outraged at it, but can you imagine how much more severe the outrage would have been if they had adapted what had happened to Jeyne? Not just the wedding night, but her time being forced to work in Littlefinger's brothel. The wedding night itself is so much darker than the show version, and it's only scratching the surface of what kind of horrific abuse Jeyne suffered at the hands of Ramsay. I think the showrunners knew they could never adapt what happened to Jeyne on screen, and thus, even if we had gotten her in the show, it would have been more akin to Sansa's treatment than what had happened in the book. I also think they were aware they could not put Sansa through what they did to Jeyne, given how beloved her character had become to show fans and the media. At the end of the day, I do think the changes made to the Vale and North storylines, especially swapping Jeyne for Sansa, was a poor choice, but I think even if they had adapted Jeyne, changes of the kind of abuse she suffered would have had to have happened regardless. I truly believe Jeyne Poole is arguably the most horrific and tragic character in the whole book series, and I'm interested to learn where her story goes in the Winds of Winter. I fear it will not end well. House Tyrell had many members that were cut in the TV adaptation of Game of Thrones, with much of their roles merged into that of Margaery and Loras Tyrell, who play a much more active role in the story than, say, the likes of Willas Tyrell, or the subject of this video, Garlan Tyrell. Garlan, known as Garlan the Gallant, is a knight of House Tyrell and the second son of Lord Mace Tyrell and Lady Alicent Hightower. Sir Garlan has his own personal coat of arms he uses to adorn his robes and shield when in tourney, depicting 2 golden roses upon green, much like the arms of House Tyrell, to denote his status as a second son. Garlan is described as similar in appearance to his younger brother, Sir Loras Tyrell, rather than his older brother, Willas. But he is notably taller than Loras and much more broadly built, with a neatly maintained beard. He is an exceptionally skilled swordsman, preferring to train against 3 or 4 swordsmen than one-on-one sparring, so as to better prepare himself for an actual battle where fighting one-on-one is not a given. But being more modest than his younger brother, and his lack of interest in gaining glory, makes him less famous than Loras with the wider population of Westeros. Garlan was born in 277 AC, and was, by all accounts, a plump boy in his youth. His elder brother, Willas, shrewdly dubbed him Gallant, to save him from the indignity that befell an uncle nicknamed Garth the Gross. When he came of age, he married Lady Lyanette of House Fossaway. During the events as seen in A Clash of Kings, given that we know House Tyrell initially supported King Renly Baratheon during the War of 5 Kings, it is rightly assumed that Garlan also served Renly. However, after Renly is assassinated and House Tyrell does not go over to Stannis Baratheon, he too follows his kin in the alliance with House Lannister. Thus, Sir Garlan takes part in the Battle of the Blackwater as part of the last-minute arrival of the Lannister and Tyrell troops that ultimately caused the defeat of Stannis Baratheon and the Stormlanders. Garlan played the part of the late Renly Baratheon by dressing in his armour to scare the ignorant men-at-arms among Stannis Baratheon's army, something that clearly did work. Renly's ghost leads the joint Tyrell-Lannister army's vanguard and slays his opposing number, Sir Gyard Morrigan, in single combat. In the Red Keep following the battle, Garlan introduces Margaery Tyrell, his sister, and Renly's widow, to King Joffrey I Baratheon. Joffrey agrees to set aside his betrothal to Sansa Stark and instead marry Margaery. During the events as seen in A Storm of Swords, as a reward for the role he played in the Battle of the Blackwater, Garlan is raised to Lord of Brightwater Keep, the seat of the attainted House Florent, the house of the wife of Stannis Baratheon, Queen Selyse. It is presumed that this new House Tyrell of Brightwater Keep is technically a new cadet branch of House Tyrell, as in all accounts, Brightwater Keep was a good reward for Garlan, but also a hugely damaging punishment for House Florent at the same time. Garlan later speaks and dances with Sansa Stark during her wedding to Tyrion Lannister. Garlan attempts to assuage Sansa's fears about marrying Tyrion, given his ill reputation and Lannister connection. Garlan does this despite the fact that most of House Tyrell are actively avoiding any interaction with Sansa at this time, in the wake of their attempt to marry Sansa off to Willas Tyrell. Garlan remarks that Tyrion is a bigger man than he seems, and states that she would be happier with him than his younger brother Loras, which implies that he knows of his brother's sexual orientation. Garlan and his wife Leonette Fossaway later attend the doomed royal wedding of King Joffrey to his younger sister Marjorie. While there, he speaks to Tyrion, praising his plans, which helped save King's Landing from Stannis Baratheon's forces, something many by this time seem to have forgotten. He goes on to tell Tyrion that he's made to do great deeds. He also rebukes Joffrey for publicly shaming Tyrion and destroying Tyrion's wedding gift, Lives of Four Kings. Garlan unsuccessfully tries to save the boy king, when he later chokes to death. In the wake of Joffrey's death, while the Kingsguard meet at the White Sword Tower, Garlan guards the new king, Tommen I Baratheon, in the meantime, during the events as seen in A Feast for Crows. From King's Landing, Garlan brings half of the Tyrell strength back to the Reach to press his claim on Brightwater Keep, which is being held by a small number of Florent men, led by Sir Colin Florent. He is preparing to assault Brightwater Keep when news of the Ironborn's taking of the Shield Islands reaches him. Garlan quickly begins to gather men from across the Reach to retake the islands with his brother, Willas. Later, after the Queen Marjorie is imprisoned by the Faith Militant, she tells Queen Regent Cersei Lannister that she would want Garlan to represent her in a trial by combat. Cersei explains that Garlan would not be able to represent the Queen because he is not a member of the Kingsguard, and until we see the Winds of Winter, that is all we currently know of Sir Garlan Tyrell. When Willas Tyrell was cut from the show, while I was disappointed, to some extent I do understand the choice to do so, given his role, while important, is done off-page, with him never physically appearing in the main books in person, thus giving his role as a proposed match for Sansa Stark to Loras is reasonable. Garlan, on the other hand, does have a more active role in the story, and plays a key part in battles and interacting with characters directly, such as Sansa, playing a minor role in the likes of the Purple Wedding. However, in terms of his actual role in driving the story forward, much like Willas, it's nothing that Loras could not do in his stead. For example, Loras being the one to dress as Renly during the Battle of the Blackwater. Thus, given the show was trying to lower the number of on-screen characters in their version of the world, I can sort of understand why Garlan was merged into Loras, much like Willas. However, I will say this, I find Garlan a really interesting character, and I love how he tries to comfort Sansa in some way in respect to her marriage with Tyrion, where most of his family in that time wouldn't even talk to Sansa given the current political situation. It says a lot about the kind of man Garlan is, and I'm interested to see what role he and Willas play in the Winds of Winter. Given the fate of House Tyrell in the show, I suspect the book will be their own thing altogether. Grenn is among the fan-favourite characters from the first few seasons of Game of Thrones. One of Jon Snow's closest friends and allies in Night's Watch, his rough and blunt personality endeared him to many fans. While of course Grenn did make it into the TV adaptation of A Song of Ice and Fire, his role in it, while similar in some aspects to his book character, ultimately diverges greatly in a way few fans predicted at the time. We don't know too many firm details about Grenn's past. However, what we do know is that he was born around the year 281 AC. In the book, Grenn is described as thick of neck and about a head taller than Jon Snow at the age of 16. Jon's original impression of Grenn is that he is slow and clumsy. Even his friends in the Night's Watch often mock him for his looks and for not being the smartest of men. As seen in A Game of Thrones, Grenn is one of the recruits when Jon Snow comes to join the Night's Watch, where they are both trained by Sir Alliser Thorne, the Master-at-Arms of Castle Black. Alliser describes Grenn as an Auroch. While training with blunted swords, Jon defeats Grenn with ease and causes a minor injury to his hand in the process, much to the rage of Grenn. Grenn, Todder, and two other recruits confront the younger Jon. Donnal Noye, the one-armed blacksmith, prevents violence and reminds Jon of his advantageous upbringing compared to his peers of the Watch. After he's received the news that his brother Bran has woken from his coma, Jon starts to act more cordially towards Grenn, offering to teach him how to defend against the move that caused him injury. Grenn continues to train with Jon Snow, and as a result his sword fighting improves to an acceptable level, now able to hold his own against more adept fighters. As a result, Pip also asks Jon for help training as well. Sir Alys the Thorn picks on Samwell Tarly when he first arrived at the Wall, targeting his weight and calling him a craven, commanding Hulda, Rast and Albert to fight the inept boy. Grenn, Jon and Pip defend Sam, however. Because Rast is still willing to hurt Sam for Alistair, he is visited by Grenn, Jon and Pip and threatened by Jon Snow's direwolf Ghost. Sam joins Grenn, Jon and Pip and Hulda during meals thereafter, and eventually becomes friends with the group. When a new group of recruits heads towards Castle Black, Alistair names 8 of his novices ready to join the Watch. Grenn is among them, and celebrates with wine, as he's happy to have been assigned to the Rangers. Following the arrest of Lord Eddard Stark, Jon's father, Grenn is among those who lend support to Jon, telling him that the accusation was clearly a lie. The truth of the matter is Grenn had no way of knowing this, but comforts his friend anyway. He and others stop Jon from attacking Alistair with a knife, when Alistair calls Jon not only a bastard, but a traitor's bastard. Later on, when Jon saves the life of Jeor Mormont, Lord Commander of the Watch, when he's attacked in his sleep by Whites, out of gratitude, he gives Jon his family Valyrian steel sword, Longclaw, as a gift. Afterwards, Grenn joins others who ask to show them the sword, explaining that they knew about the present before Jon did, and helped with the repair work needed after the fire in the Lord Commander's tower. When Jon tries to ride south to join his half-brother Robb on his march south after the death of their father Eddard, Grenn is among the group of friends that stop Jon from abandoning the Wall and thus breaking his Night's Watch vow. When Jon declares he needs to be with his brother Robb, Grenn says that those of us in the Watch are now his brothers. He goes on explaining that while everyone is sorry about Lord Eddard's fate, Jon cannot go back on the vow he has made. During the events as seen in A Clash of Kings, Grenn is among the men of the Night's Watch to participate in the Great Ranging, led by Lord Commander Mormont. Before it starts, Grenn joins other brothers who go to Moldtown for drinking and whoring. During the ranging, Grenn serves as an outrider and is usually paired with Dwayne. The gnarled veteran ranger takes on a mentorship role, clouting Grenn on the ear and advising the younger ranger. When the group approaches Craster's keep, Dwayne tells Grenn that Craster was born of a wildling woman and Night's Watch ranger. Dwayne warns Jon and others to not look at Craster's wives. Grenn later challenges Dwayne's boast that he slept with 3 of Craster's daughters during the night, explaining that he would have noticed that. Once they arrive at the Fist of the First Men, Dwayne declares there is a strange smell around the fist, explaining to Grenn that it's the smell of cold. Jon Snow makes daggers from a stash of dragonglass he finds at the fist, keeping one for himself and giving the others to Grenn, Sam, and Lord Commander Mormont. During the events of A Storm of Swords, Grenn survives the fight at the Fist of the First Men when the Night's Watch is ambushed by Whites. Grenn and Small Paul encourage the broken Samwell during the retreat south, with Grenn beginning to sing The Bear and the Maiden Fair. An other kills Paul, but Sam manages to kill the other with a dragonglass dagger. Afterward, Grenn gives him the nickname Sam the Slayer. Grenn is among the few men of the Night's Watch who make it back to Craster's Keep. When some of the men of the Watch mutiny against Lord Commander Mormont, Grenn flees with a handful of others after the commander's death. Once back over the wall to the relative safety of Castle Black, Grenn helps villagers from Molestown seek shelter from the coming wildling threat. When Jon eventually manages to escape the wildlings and return to the Wall, he notes that Grenn has changed a lot since they first met. He has grown half a foot taller, his chest and shoulders have thickened, and he has not cut his shaggy hair or beard since he left the Fist of the First Men. Grenn plays a role in the battle beneath the Wall, rolling barrels of oil and crushing stone from the wall to attack the wildlings below. Jon leaves command of the Wall to Grenn when he descends to Castle Black. Grenn greets Sam warmly when he too returns to Castle Black, grinning and hugging him so hard he thinks his ribs might break. In conversation with Pip and Grenn, Sam starts to think that they should convince one of the other candidates in the Night's Watch election to withdraw to support the other. Eventually, Jon Snow is elected the new Lord Commander of the Watch, and Grenn is among those who congratulate him. During the events of A Feast for Crows, we learn that Grenn complains that Jon has not been the same since being chosen as the new Lord Commander. Elements of this can be seen during A Dance with Dragons, when Grenn is seen sitting with Pyp in the common room. They invite Jon to sit with them, but he refuses. Jon then assigns Grenn to Eastwatch by the Sea, as he wanted to send a man he trusted there. And until we see the Winds of Winter, that's all we currently know of Grenn's story. Grenn's role in the show is complicated, as in some ways his role is in fact expanded in its importance, while in others it's also greatly reduced. Fundamentally, Grenn's role is the same in practice until we get to the battle beneath the wall in Season 4, where he is killed defending the gate beneath the wall from a giant attack. In the books, it is actually Donnal Noye who does this, but as Noye was not introduced into the show, it makes sense that another character would take his place. What Grenn's death does is add a lot of stakes to the battle that beloved characters were not safe. Grenn's death also provides an important moment of character growth for Jon. Jon is the one who commands Grenn to hold the gate, and he does so knowing he is sending his friend to his death. What makes this moment even more impactful is how Grenn is fully aware of this and obeys Jon's order without a question. He did his duty to the Watch, and he died a hero saving his friends. What I love is, before Jon and Grenn part ways, there is this brief look of sadness and acceptance between them that gives us this great emotional beat. In fact, as Grenn and the Night's Watch brothers preparing for the Giant's charge begin to recite the Night's Watch vow, for me it's such a powerful moment and arguably my favourite moment in the whole show. Grenn's death in the show is important and impactful and full of emotion. But it is a big change from the book, where Grenn is still alive and does play a role in the events at the Wall during A Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons, before being sent to Eastwatch by Jon. Who knows what kind of role he could play in the Winds of Winter? There is some speculation some of Dolorous Ed's role in the show might have in fact been given to Grenn, but until we get the book, we won't know. A lot of the changes the show made were poor and ended up having negative impacts. But for me, Grenn's death is one of the less egregious, and while I would have of course preferred to have seen him on the show, the way in which it was handled did provide an emotionally powerful moment, and gave Jon some important character growth and development. There are many cases of characters in the TV adaptation of A Song of Ice and Fire, HBO's Game of Thrones, that technically do appear, but not to the extent they do in the books. For example, they may be stripped of what makes them the character they are, most often by giving them little or sometimes no dialogue at all. So, while they are kind of in the show, they are a shadow of their book self. This is very noticeable in the Northern storyline, especially during the War of Five Kings, specifically with the Northern Lords who follow Robb Stark. There are one or two like Roose Bolton or Great John Umber who are given more depth, but most of the time these lords are essentially background characters. For me, one of the clear examples of this is actually Maege Mormont, the Lady of Bear Island, who is present in person in the show, but does relatively little on screen compared to her book character, with her being completely omitted after the Red Wedding. But it appears she could still have a key role in the books if the Winds of Winter should come out. Maege Mormont is the Lady of Bear Island and the head of House Mormont in the year 298 AC at the start of the books. She was born sometime between 239 and 259 AC and is described as a short, stout, grey-haired woman and a fierce warrior, dressed in patched ringmail, with her favourite weapon being a spiked mace. She is known to be stubborn, short-tempered and willful. Maege has 5 daughters: Daisy, Alysanne, Lyra, Jorel, and Lyanna. She has no sons, meaning Bear Island should pass to Daisy. She is the sister of Jeor Mormont, the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Maege inherited the title of the head of House Mormont and ruler of Bear Island after her brother's only heir, Jorah Mormont, fled to the Free Cities to escape justice for unlawfully selling poachers into slavery to pay for his growing debts. She had to work hard to regain the family's honourable name and to help the house recover from the state of near poverty Jorah had left behind. No one knows who the father of Maege's children are, or even if she is married, leading to some fan speculation that her daughters could possibly be bastards. Ever since her youth, there are rumours that she shared her bed with bears. Her daughter Alysanne similarly shares the same rumour, claiming that the Mormont women are skin changers who turn into bears and find mates in the wood. Nonetheless, all of Maege's daughters carry the surname Mormont, and none appear to be considered bastards by anyone in the story. It is possible and probably likely that Maege's husband came from a family of lower nobility than the Mormonts, or no such nobility at all, in which case a woman can prefer to retain her own surname for herself and for her children. During the events as seen in A Game of Thrones, Lady Maege and her eldest daughter and heir, Daisy, lead the Mormont levies to Winterfell when Robb Stark calls his banners to ride south against the Lannisters after the arrest of Lord Eddard Stark in King's Landing for supposed treason against the new king, Joffrey Baratheon. When the Northern army reaches the seat of House Frey in the Riverlands, the Twins, they are split into two hosts. Maege continues south in Robb's larger host. She plays a key role during the Battle of the Whispering Wood and the breaking of Jaime Lannister's siege of Riverrun. Her forces signalled the springing of the trap that all but ensured a northern victory. After Lords Great John Umber and Rickard Karstark proclaim Robb to be king in the north at Riverrun, Maege too hails Robb as the King of Winter. During a clash of kings, we learn that Maege takes part in the Battle of Oxcross. After the fighting is done, Maege captures thousands of cattle in the Westlands and drives them south towards the Riverlands, where they are in desperate need of food and supplies. It is not said in the books whether or not she actually managed to succeed in this task, but it was a difficult task at that, as the passage back to the Riverlands would have still been held by the Lannisters at this time. During the events of A Storm of Swords, Lady Maege is among the northern lords who accompanies King Robb Stark north from Riverrun to attend the wedding of Edmure Tully to Rosalind Frey at the Twins. On the road to the Twins, at Hag's Mere, Maege and Galbert Glover are ordered by Robb to travel to Seaguard. There they are to take separate ships from Lord Jason Mallister to sail up the Neck to search for Greywater Watch, the seat of House Reed, and allies of House Stark. They are to act as envoys to the Crannog men and his father's old friend Howland Reed in preparation for Robb's plan to attack the Ironborn-occupied Moat Cailin. The letters they carry will contain false commands for the Northern Lords in case they are captured by their enemies. At the Red Wedding, Maege's heir Daisy is one of those killed when Ryman Frey drives his long axe into her belly. That is the last we see of Maege Mormont in the story, as of the end of A Dance with Dragons. But fans speculate she will have a role to play with the events of A Winds of Winter, should the book ever get published. The last we see or hear of Maege, she is travelling with Galbert Glover up the Neck to find Howland Reed, meaning they were some of the only senior Northern Lords to survive the betrayal of House Frey and Bolton at the Red Wedding, who witnessed and had knowledge of Robb Stark's will. In A Dance with Dragons, while Stannis' host marches to Winterfell, Alysanne Mormont tells the captive Asha Greyjoy that her sister Lyra and Jory are with our mother, implying that Maege did in fact make it to the north, with her whereabouts and activities known only to her daughters. But what we can take away from this is Maege is definitely up to something, with all this secrecy in terms of her goals and whereabouts. What is also very important to remember is that Maege and Galbert Glover are two of the only people left alive with knowledge of the contents of Robb Stark's will. Why is this important? Well, it names his heir, with much of the speculation suggesting he's named his bastard half-brother Jon Snow. Some fan speculation even goes as far as suggesting they physically possess a copy of the will. This has led to many believing that Maege and her knowledge of Robb's will play some role in Jon Snow becoming king in the north in the books. Even before this happened in the show, this fan theory had been very popular, and after Jon did become king in the show, many fans then speculated that while Robb's will was not a factor in the show, it still might be of importance in the book, and thus Maege could play a role in Jon Snow becoming king in the north in the books. If this is in fact the case, it does make sense somewhat why the show chose a slightly different path in this regard, as Robb's will is far less important than in the book, with characters like Maege being more background characters. In fact, in the show, given that Lyanna Mormont is now the Lady of Bear Island, it does suggest that Maege likely died during the War of Five Kings, or perhaps even the Red Wedding in the show. While I think there is definitely an argument to be made that Maege herself might not be an overly important character, she could still play an important role in the story in regards to Robb's will. Unless we one day do see the Winds of Winter, we will never know the answers. When the writers of Game of Thrones drastically changed the direction of the Northern storyline after seasons 4 and 5, many of the characters introduced into A Dance with Dragons either didn't make it into the show, or if they did, they were almost unrecognisable from the characters they were based on. In a lot of cases, characters in the show were given the names of those from the book, but were ultimately fundamentally different in terms of their character, their looks and their actions in the story, to the extent they might as well have been named something original. Alys Karstark is a perfect example of this. Alys is a noblewoman of House Karstark and is the only daughter of Lord Rickard Karstark, the Lord of Karhold. She was born around the year 284 AC, making Alys about 14 or 15 years of age at the start of the main books. She is described in the text as tall, skinny, coltish girl. She weaves her brown hair into a braid in the typical northern fashion. She is also said to have pale skin, with a long face and pointed chin, with blue-green eyes and small ears. Before the events of the first book, when she was 6 years old, Alys and her father, Lord Rickard, visited Winterfell. Despite Alys's young age at the time, Rickard wanted her to charm Robb Stark in the hope of arranging a betrothal between the two. She did indeed dance with Robb, whom she considered courteous. She also danced with his bastard half-brother, Jon Snow, who she described as sullen. By the start of the books, Alys is now betrothed to Darin Hornwood, heir to Hornwood. They are waiting for her to flower before they marry, which is typically the custom when it comes to marriage, but not necessarily a given. However, during the first book, A Game of Thrones, at the onset of the War of Five Kings, after Eddard Stark is arrested for treason, Alys is betrothed Darin Hornwood, as well as two of her brothers, Eddard and Torrin, are killed at the Battle of the Whispering Woods by Sir Jaime Lannister. Later on, during the events of A Storm of Swords, after the escape of Jaime Lannister from captivity at Riverrun, Lord Rickard Karstark promises Alys's hand in marriage to anyone who brings him the Kingslayer. Vargo Hoat maims and captures Jaime with the hopes of gaining Alys's hand in marriage, which would give him a chance to become the Lord of Karhold. Robb Stark, the king in the north, later executes Alys's father Rickard for treason for murdering the captive Willem Lannister and Tion Frey for the revenge for the deaths of his sons at the hands of Jaime. Melisandre, the Red Priestess of R'hllor in the service of Stannis Baratheon, while at Castle Black, prophesies to Jon Snow, the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, of a grey girl on a dying horse, riding to the wall to escape an arranged marriage. Melisandre believes this to be Jon's half-sister, Arya Stark, who is supposed to marry Ramsay Bolton, even though this Arya Stark is a fake. Jon, as a result of Melisandre's vision, sends Mance Rayder with 6 spearwives south to aid in her escape from Bolton captivity at Winterfell. By this time, Alys Karstark has now flowered at Karhold. Arnulf Karstark, the Castellan of Karhold and the uncle of Alys's late father, hopes to wed the girl to his son, Cregan Karstark. Arnulf also declares for Stannis Baratheon to goad the Iron Throne into executing the rightful heir of Karhold, Alys's brother Harrison. To avoid marrying Cregan, Alys flees and seeks aid from Jon Snow at the Wall. A weakened Alys is found on a dying horse near Molestown and brought to the chambers of Maester Aemon at Castle Black. Alys reveals to Jon that Arnulf plans to betray Stannis on behalf of Lord Roose Bolton, the new Warden of the North. When Cregan arrives at Winterfell to claim Alys, he is thrown into an ice cell by Jon. Alys resents Robb for killing her father. She knows for what crimes her father was executed, but it does not make much of a difference for her. Since Jon belongs to the Night's Watch, there is no blood feud between them, and she asks for his help to save both her and Stannis from Arnulf. Jon quickly sends Tychonis Doris to find Stannis and to warn him of the traitors in his host. Arnulf and his son Arthur and their 3 grandsons are arrested, and Stannis intends to execute them. If they admit their guilt, they will be given the same swift death Robb Stark gave Rickard. If not, they will be burned alive. Sir Patrick of King's Mountain hopes to wed Alys, but Jon instead arranges for Alys to marry Sigorn, Magnar of the Thenn, building bridges between the free folk from beyond the wall and those to the south of it. In doing this, Jon is responsible for the creation of a new noble house, House Thenn. This new House Thenn would be able to claim Karhold should Harrison Karstark perish. 2 of Cregan's men join Alys, who believed that Karhold would open its gates to Sigorn's 200 Thenns. During the wedding, which is performed at Castle Black by Melisandre, Alys wears lace in her hair and leaps across a flaming ditch with her new husband. Because of the arrival of winter, Jon advises Alys during the wedding feast to send Carholds, old men and spare boys to help at the wall. Sigorn is reluctant to dance at the feast, but he does enjoy dancing with Alys once he is drunk, until the Winds of Winter is released. That is all we currently know of Alys Karstark. Now, technically, Alys Karstark does appear in seasons 7 and 8 of Game of Thrones, but none of her book plot make it into the show, given how the show diverged greatly from the source material when it came to A Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons. In the show, this Alys is the head of House Karstark after the downfall alongside the Boltons. During a war council with Jon Snow, who is now the king in the north, they discuss how to deal with the White Walker threat. It's during this meeting that Alys is called upon to swear fealty to Jon, which she does. Her role for the rest of the show is very minor, mostly being used to bring the Karstark troops to Winterfell, and for the final battle with the others, in which she is killed. Thus, like discussed at the start of this video, this version of Show Alys is Alys Karstark in name only, and not anything like her book counterpart. When much of the Ironborn plot was changed from the books in Game of Thrones, we not only lost much-loved, fan-favourite point-of-view characters such as Victarion Greyjoy, but also many of the interesting minor characters that surround them. For me, one of the most compelling parts of A Feast for Crows is Asha Greyjoy's character, and seeing how she interacts with those she chooses to keep around her, none more so than the complicated relationship she has with Tristifer Botley. So let's take a look at Tristifer and how he fits into Asha's story, and try and work out why he was cut from the TV show. Tristifer Botley, more commonly known to his friends simply as Triss, is the second son of Lord Swain Botley of Lordsport. He was born between the years 274 and 277 AC, meaning he is at least 21 years old at the start of the main books. Tristifer has messy brown hair and large eyes. It is said he was pimpled as a boy, although now he is described as handsome by all accounts. In his youth, Tristifer is among the 5 young boys selected to be fostered by Lady Alannys Harlaw at Pike, following the events of the Greyjoy Rebellion. In the rebellion, Alannys' eldest sons were all killed, with her sole surviving son, Theon Greyjoy, being sent to Winterfell as a hostage to prevent another rebellion. Tristifer very quickly became friends with Asha Greyjoy, Alannys' daughter, and that friendship was mutual between them. Unfortunately for Tristifer, he was sent away to Blacktide after he and Asha were found abed together, touching each other by Maester Quaelin. Tristifer is said to have written many letters to Asha from Blacktide, but most of the time the Maester of Blacktide refused to send them, fearing angering Alannys. We learn in A Feast for Crows that Tristifer became the rightful Lord of Lordsport after his father Swain was killed by Euron Greyjoy when he refused to swear fealty to him after the death of Balon Greyjoy, stating that Theon Greyjoy was Balon's rightful heir. His elder brother died during the siege of Moat Cailin, meaning the Botley lands now should pass to Tristifer. He is, however, passed over, and his uncle, Germund, is named the new lord, with Euron giving half of the Botley lands to House Winch. Tristifer then travels to 10 Towers after Lord Roderick Harlaw calls all those that are loyal to Asha to gather there. He meets her there and declares his love for her, but is spurned. He tells Asha, "You and I were meant to be. I've always known you would be my wife and the mother of my sons." Asha replied, "Take your hand away, or you will not live long enough to breed a son. Now, you want a woman, well and good. I'll put one in your bed tonight. Pretend she is me, if that will give you pleasure, but do not presume to grab me again. I am your queen, not your wife. Remember that." Despite this harsh rejection from Asha, he stands as one of her champions during the Kingsmoot on Old Wick, supporting her claim to the Seastone chair. Ultimately, Asha loses the Kingsmoot as Euron Greyjoy is proclaimed King of the Isles. Tristifer sails on his longship to 10 Towers and Deepwood Motte with Asha as Asha contemplates her next move. In the meantime, he grows a thick brown beard, wears furs, and rides a tall roan stallion. He tells Asha the story of Torgon the Latecomer, who was High King of the Ironborn during the Age of Heroes. Torgon was the eldest son of King Oregon II Grey-Iron. When his father died, Torgon had been away raiding along the Mander from his stronghold in the Shield Islands. His brothers sent him no word of the Kingsmoot, hoping that one of them would be chosen. However, Orathan IV, good brother, was chosen instead, and he had all of Torgon's brothers killed. When Torgon returned, he denounced the Kingsmoot as unlawful and revolted against Urathon with the aid of priests and lords and Urathon's own captains. Although he was not chosen in the Kingsmoot, Torgon ruled for 40 years. Asha kisses Tristifer after he finishes the tale. Tristifer proposes the Ironborn under Asha abandon Westeros and try and make their fortune as traders, which Asha firmly rejects. When the Northern Mountain clansmen approach Deepwood Motte, Asha abandons the castle and leads her Ironborn towards the Bay of Ice. Travelling in the Wolfswood, Tristifer refuses to sleep with Hagen's daughter. They are defeated in a fight by Deepwood Motte by Stannis Baratheon's men. Despite not being a warrior, Tristifer is said to have fought bravely in the battle, while Asha is taken by Stannis for his march on Winterfell. Tristifer and the other Ironborn survivors are imprisoned at Deepwood Motte, as Asha's 4 longships are captured and burned by Maege Mormont. The Ironborn at Deepwood Motte are eventually ransomed from Lady Sybil Glover by Tycho Nestoris of the Iron Bank. They escort the Iron Bank's envoy to Stannis, whose army is encamped at a crofter's village on the march to Winterfell. We find out during the Winds of Winter sample chapters that Tristifer is reunited with Asha at the crofter's village, and he accompanies Asha to meet with Stannis Baratheon when she's asked about the fate of her captive brother Theon Greyjoy. And until we get to the Winds of Winter, that is all we currently know of Tristifer Botley. Now, Tristifer Botley being omitted from the TV show is not particularly surprising, given that when trimming down the number of characters in the adaptation, more minor ones such as Tristifer are always going to be the first to get cut. But I do actually enjoy him as a character, for 2 reasons, as we learn through him quite a lot about Asha Greyjoy as a person and what is truly important to her, winning the throne. While I think she does have some care for Tristifer, it is clear she primarily sees him through a political means. And while she keeps their relationship just that, political, it is clear Tristifer reads into it to a more personal level, even after Asha's clear rejection of him romantically. But what is interesting about Tristifer is he is simultaneously an Ironborn, but by many accounts, not your typical Ironborn man, as he isn't really a vicious killer, doesn't really care for the traditional Ironborn lifestyle, and most importantly, is very loyal, not motivated by money or power, but for a one-sided love for Asha Greyjoy, who makes it very clear that she doesn't reciprocate said feelings, which in turn is what makes his relationship with her so compelling. I think George R. R. Martin manages to write Tristifer in a way that I believe is a pretty convincing portrayal of a young man who is hopelessly infatuated with his childhood sweetheart, not really knowing who that person grew up to become. He loves the idea of Asha, not really knowing her the way he thinks, glorifying this ideal image of her in his head he's built up over years. What is very telling about Tristifer is after Asha's rejection, he still stands by her and still wants her to be his queen. Whether that's fueled by genuine loyalty to her or some hopeless delusion that she might eventually come round to his advances is up for debate. But at the end of the day, I don't see a positive end to his story, and I suspect that he will meet his end either trying to impress Asha in some way, or possibly even trying to save her. Mance Rayder is one of the many book characters from the A Song of Ice and Fire series that, while they did initially make it into the TV adaptation Game of Thrones, their involvement in the story is cut short, with Mance surprisingly being killed off during Season 5, being burned at the stake by Melisandre after Stannis garrisons his army at Castle Black in the wake of the battle beneath the wall. Thus, Mance's role in A Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons is cut from the show. Not surprising, given how drastically the showrunners changed the events from the books, with the northern plotline in particular, while having some similar elements, almost ended up being completely different in most of the meaningful ways. From what we know of Mance Rayder's past, he was once a man of the Night's Watch before breaking his vow and abandoning his post, joining the Free Folk. By the timeline of the main books, he has become extremely influential among the Free Folk and is called King Beyond the Wall. His parents were said to be a woman of the Free Folk and a man of the Watch. After a group of raiders were put to the sword when Mance was a child, he was taken by the Night's Watch and raised as one of their own. He became a ranger of the Shadow Tower once he was old enough to join the Watch proper. Sometime between 286 and 288 AC, the then Lord Commander of the Watch, Corgal, travelled to Winterfell to meet with Lord Eddard Stark, with Mance among the Black Brothers escorting him. While at Winterfell, he encountered the young Robb Stark and Jon Snow playing a prank. He promised them he would not tell on them. Sometime later, Mance was attacked by a Shadowcat while ranging beyond the wall, and was healed by a wildling woman, a wise woman's daughter. While he took some time to recuperate, the wildling woman mended his torn cloak with swatches of red silk. Upon returning to the wall, Sir Dennis Mallister, the commander of the Shadow Tower, ordered Mance to replace his mended cloak with a new one of uniform black. This infringement of freedom was one of the key reasons that caused Mance to abandon the Shadow Tower and live with the Free Folk in the way he wished. When Jon Snow asks Qhorin Halfhand why Mance left the Watch, he tells Jon the following: "For a wench, some say. For a crown, others would have it. He liked women, Mance did, and he was not a man whose knees bent easily." That's true. But it was much more than that. He loved the wild better than the wall. It was in his blood. He was a wildling born, taken as a child when some raiders were put to the sword. When he left the Shadow Tower, he was only going home again. Over the next few years, in the lead up to the start of the book series, Mance is gathering various tribes into one single host, seeking support from clan mothers and magnars. He made peace between Harma Dogshead and the Lord of Bones, the Hornfoots and the Night Runners, and then the men of the Frozen Shore and the Ice River clans. Opposed by 5 other would-be kings beyond the wall, Mance gained the support of Tormund of Ruddy Hall and Styr of the Thenns, and slew the 3 rivals who refused to submit. While we don't learn this till much later on, Mance is technically present in some events seen in A Game of Thrones. Hearing of King Robert Baratheon's planned visit to Winterfell to see his friend Lord Eddard Stark via his sources in the Night's Watch, Mance, inspired by the legend of Bael the Bard, decides to take part in the event himself, as it was not an everyday occurrence for a king to travel all the way to Winterfell. He scaled the wall near Longbarrow, purchased a horse south of the New Gift, and journeyed to Winterfell. Mance's presence is unbeknownst to both Eddard, who does not remember Mance from his previous visit years prior, and Benjen Stark, who had never met Mance despite being in the Watch for a few years. Under the disguise of a musician, Mance plays the lute during the feast for Robert. It is said that he meets his wife Dalla upon returning beyond the wall after the feast. As seen in the events of A Clash of Kings, following growing rumours about Mance Rayder and the wildlings deserting their villages, the Night's Watch assembles in force in a great ranging beyond the wall to investigate. While staying at Craster's Keep, Craster informs Jeor Mormont, Lord Commander of the Watch, that Mance is gathering wildlings in the Frostfangs. For what purpose, he does not know, but Jeor fears that Mance intends to strike south against the Seven Kingdoms and rain havoc in the lands south of the wall. During the events of A Storm of Swords, Mance has his followers dig graves along the Milkwater River in search of the legendary Horn of Winter, said to be capable of toppling the wall. The horn is not found, with many not even sure it ever existed at all. When Jon Snow meets with Mance in the Frostfangs under the pretext of joining the Free Folk, he sings the Dornishman's wife. Jon mistakes the more distinctive Tormund and Styr as Mance, given they look more traditionally wildling. Mance sends Styr to climb the wall and attack Castle Black from the south. He also sends Jon with Styr's group to test his loyalty, but after climbing the wall, Jon manages to escape at Queen's Crown and make it back in time to warn the Black Brothers at Castle Black about the upcoming attack. After Styr's attack fails, Mance attacks the wall with his main force directly. Despite his huge number, the Night's Watch, under the command of Jon Snow, are successful in keeping Mance's forces at bay. Aware of the low number of men left in the Night's Watch, Mance eventually sends a request for a parley to Castle Black. Requesting an envoy is sent to him. Sir Alistair Thorne and Janos Slynt send Jon, secretly ordering him to assassinate Mance. Displaying a huge horn in his tent, Mance threatens to use this supposed Horn of Winter if he is not allowed to pass through the gate peacefully. However, Mance reveals to Jon that the Free Folk, including his own people, have been hunted by the others and their wife on their march south, and are unable to stop them. His true aim is therefore not to destroy the wall, but to use it as a shield against the others, and to stop them from adding the Free Folk to their growing number. During the parley, rangers from Eastwatch by the Sea and the southern army of Stannis Baratheon unexpectedly arrive. Although Mance personally leads a wedge of mounted Free Folk against them, the disorganized wildling army breaks once Mance's horse goes down. While this is all happening, Mance's wife Dalla goes into labour and dies giving birth to their son. Mance himself is captured by Stannis and held captive at Castle Black, where his wounds are treated by Maester Aemon Targaryen. Stannis Baratheon speaks with him, but feels he has no other choice but to sacrifice Mance to R'hllor, the Red God, once he is strong enough. At Castle Black, Mance's son is given over to Dalla's sister, Val, while the wildling girl Gilly serves as his wet nurse. Val requests to be allowed to see Mance and let him hold his son once. Jon Snow presents the request to Stannis, but is denied. During the events as seen in A Feast for Crows, fearing that Stannis Baratheon will allow his Red Priestess Melisandre to sacrifice Mance's son in the belief that Mance's title of King Beyond the Wall could be constructed as his child having royal blood, Jon Snow, by now the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, sends Gilly and his friend Samwell away from Castle Black and forces her to leave her own son behind, secretly taking Mance's son instead. Gilly later suggests to Sam the name Aemon Stillsong for Mance's son. During the events of A Dance with Dragons, Mance is supposedly burned alive by Stannis, with the surrendered free folk, members of the Night's Watch, Kingsmen and Queensmen there all to bear witness. Jon Snow orders him killed by archers of the wall during the burning to give him a quick death. In actuality, the man burned is in fact Rattleshirt, the Lord of Bones, who is glamoured by Melisandre's magic to appear like Mance, while the actual Mance is glamoured by a ruby worn at his wrist to appear as Rattleshirt. Sparring with this so-called Rattleshirt in the yard of Castle Black, Jon is shocked by the man's speed and skill, not knowing he's actually Mance. When word reaches the wall that a supposed Arya Stark is to wed Ramsay Bolton of Barrowton, combined with Melisandre's vision of a girl in grey on a dying horse, Melisandre offers to send Rattleshirt to retrieve Arya, but Jon refuses. Not trusting the Lord of Bones, Melisandre reveals Mance's disguise to Jon to make him reconsider this offer. Jon holds Mance's son, so Mance would do everything in his power to rescue Jon's sister for the sake of the baby. However, Mance does not know that his son is in fact heading south with Gilly, and the babe Jon has is Gilly's own son. Lord Roose Bolton, the new Warden of the North, later decides to move his son's wedding to Winterfell. No longer appearing as Rattleshirt, the brown-bearded Mance takes 6 spearwives with him to find this Arya Stark: Rowan, Holly, Squirrel, Willow, Witch-Eye, Frenya and Myrtle. He arrives at Winterfell as a bard under the assumed name Abel, an anagram of Bale, and he claims that the women are his camp followers and relatives of his. Mance performs throughout the wedding and subsequent feast at Winterfell. With Winterfell snowbound from a blizzard, Mance's spearwives kill several northern men. Suspicion is then cast on Theon Greyjoy at first, then the Manderly Knights, causing tension in the castle between the Boltons and other northern houses and House Frey. They also receive the help of a reluctant and fearful Theon to help them free this fake Arya Stark. Though Theon knows the truth of the matter and that she's really Jeyne Poole, but does not disclose this information. Tensions explode in the castle when little Walder Frey is murdered, though the spearwives claim it was not their doing. Theon assists Mance's spearwives in rescuing Jeyne, but when Jeyne gives away their position by screaming, Theon and Jeyne are forced to jump from Winterfell's battlements to the snow below. It is reported in a letter to Jon, purportedly from Ramsay Bolton, that Mance has been captured. Ramsay claims Mance has been thrown in a cage, which is exposed to the elements, and the 6 spearwives that came with him have been killed and skinned. Allegedly, Mance is being forced to use their sewn-together skin in the cage as his only source of warmth, and until The Winds of Winter is hopefully published, that is all we currently know of Mance Rayder. For me, Mance being cut from the show and actually being burned alive by Stannis, rather than him being glamoured as Rattleshirt, really did irk me somewhat, as I loved the northern storyline in the books, and the show actually killing off Mance was the first indication for me things were going to play out very differently in the show. I personally have never really understood the choice of the showrunners to water down the northern plotline to the extent they did, where it is almost completely unrecognisable, with only some fading elements of similarity. But finding out what exactly is happening with Mance at Winterfell and if he's even alive at this point, is one of the elements I hope to find out about in The Winds of Winter, should it ever actually come out. Many other aspects of Mance are also greatly changed. Namely, we get very little of his backstory and trips to Winterfell in the show, and of course, Dalla and Val are both cut from the show. He also doesn't have a son in the show, therefore Jon's baby swap never happens in the show. So, when Sam and Gilly head to Old Town, she's in fact taking her own child with her, and not Mance's son. It really sums up to me how several seemingly minor changes at the time can lead to so many Northern characters having reduced roles or being cut entirely, and how it all adds together to create a story that is extremely different from the source material. Two areas of the Song of Ice and Fire books that were arguably the most different in the TV show was how the show handled the Ironborn and Dornish plot lines, with them being effectively night and day different from the books. I've made a few videos now on some of the Ironborn characters who were lost as part of the changes, so I thought I'd spend some time talking about the Dornish plotline and its lost characters, with the focus today on Arys Oakheart. The addition of Arys as a point of view character in A Feast for Crows was not something I expected the first time I read the book. What makes his character so interesting and important to the plot of the book is Arys is in some way the reader, looking at the culture and people of Dorne through a more outside lens, with it being a very different place to what we'd seen so far in the story up until that point. Looking at Dorne through the eyes of Arys gives a similar feeling as the readers reading about Dorne for the first time. Arys Oakheart is a knight from House Oakheart and a member of the Kingsguard of King Robert I Baratheon. He is the youngest son of Lady Arwen Oakheart of Old Oak. However, we do not know his exact age, but he is believed to have been born in or around 274 AC. Arys is said to be a handsome man with light brown hair and a comely face. Sansa Stark, during her time as a captive in King's Landing, considers him courteous and cordial. Arys is a fine, bold knight who serves faithfully as a member of the Kingsguard during the reign of King Robert and his son Joffrey. He dresses in a tunic decorated with the golden oak tree of his house, and his Kingsguard armour has white enamel scales. He is also said to own at least 3 different white cloaks, one of light wool, one of heavy wool, and one made of silk, which he pins with the golden leaf brooch of his house. In his youth, it is said that Arys always dreamed of joining the Kingsguard, which he did around the year 290 AC, joining the Kingsguard of King Robert I Baratheon. By the events of Game of Thrones in the year 298 AC, Arys has been a member of the Kingsguard for around 8 years. It is not known if he travelled with the king's retinue to Winterfell to name Eddard Stark the Hand of the King, but we do know that he did take part in the Hands tournament along with the rest of the sworn brothers of the Kingsguard. Later, he is also present in the throne room when his Lord Commander, the famous Barristan Selmy, Barristan the Bold, is dismissed from the Kingsguard. Arys laughs at the shame of Selmy, his former sworn brother, during the events of A Clash of Kings, while all of Joffrey I Baratheon's Kingsguard knights, with the exception of Sandor Clegane, beat Sansa Stark on the king's orders. Sansa still regards Arys as one of the kinder knights of them, and prefers that he accompanies her over any of the others. Arys speaks politely with Sansa, and when ordered by Joffrey to hit her, does so more lightly than his other brothers of the Kingsguard, and once even protested the order before reluctantly doing so. Arys accompanies Sansa to the tourney on King Joffrey's name day and expresses to her his confidence in his ability to win, though he admits the competition is not as fierce as he would have desired. Fond of gossip, he informs Sansa of Lord Tywin Lannister's refusal to march his army to King's Landing, as Queen Regent Cersei Lannister had commanded. Arys is sent to Sunspear in Dorne as the sworn shield of Princess Myrcella Baratheon, who is betrothed to Prince Trystane Martell. Arys still regrets having struck Sansa, even at his king's command, as he was sworn to do, and he lights a candle to the warrior in guidance for having been chosen by Tyrion Lannister for this mission to Dorne. During the events of A Storm of Swords, Lord Tywin Lannister, who has now taken up the role of Hand of the King, informs his son Tyrion, the former Hand, that Arys has sent a letter from Dorne revealing Myrcella and Trystane get on well, and that Princess Myrcella has taken a great liking to Princess Arianne Martell, the daughter of Prince Doran, the leader of the Dornish. By the events of A Feast for Crows, Arys is now a main point of view character. He is seduced within half a year of arriving in Dorne by Arianne Martell, the daughter and heiress of Doran Martell, Prince of Dorne. Arys claims not to have touched a woman since joining the Kingsguard in 290 AC, which is reflected in the title of his first chapter, The Soiled Knight. Arianne convinces him to rebel against the Iron Throne and support Myrcella Baratheon's claim over that of her brother, King Tommen I Baratheon. Her plan to crown Myrcella is also secretly part of an attempt to claim her own birthright as heir to Doran. Arys brings Myrcella to Arianne's company of friends, and they travel the Greenblood River, where they are confronted by Prince Doran's guards, as their conspiracy has been uncovered. Arys madly charges in to the Martell forces, killing 2 of them in the process despite being injured. When his horse goes down, he manages to struggle free, but Aero Hoath, Prince Doran's captain of the guard, reaches him and kills him with his long axe, when Arys raises his sword too slowly. Later, during her time of captivity, Princess Arianne has nightmares about Arys' death, perhaps even feeling some guilt about her involvement in it. When summoned before her father, Prince Doran informs her that Sir Balon Swan, Arys' sworn brother of the Kingsguard, is travelling to Sunspear and is expecting to see Arys upon his arrival. To hide the truth of Arys' death from Swan, Arianne tells her father they should say that Arys died defending Myrcella. When much of the Dornish storyline was cut or drastically simplified after Season 4 of Game of Thrones, there were many Dornish characters lost in the process. Arys was one of them. Much of these changes seem to have come down to the showrunners choosing to cover the whole of A Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons in a single season, when up to this point we had at least gotten a book per season, or in the case of A Storm of Swords, 2 seasons. Thus, when it came clear they were going to try and fit 2 books worth of content into a single season, when in reality it needed at least 3 to do it well, fans saw the writing on the wall when it came to the Dornish. However, I have a feeling that even if the show had adapted A Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons properly, Arys may still have been cut to limit the number of new characters needing to be introduced. Or perhaps there would have been a situation like with many of the Northern Lords, such as Wyman Manderly and Maege Mormont in the show, where they are effectively reduced to silent extras. But I do like the perspective we gain from Arys and his view of Dorne, and I think he really fits well into the Dornish point of view characters, such as Arianne and Aero Hoath. I also enjoy the concept of the Soiled Knight aspect of his character, and the guilt he feels regarding his actions. And I do wonder if the showrunners of House of the Dragon looked at Arys when fleshing out the character of Sir Criston Cole. Of the handful of Dornish characters that did make it into Game of Thrones, the changes made to Aero Hoath were maybe the least egregious by the smallest of margins. However, much of his role and function in the story is lost due to the drastic changes made to the Dornish plotline overall. While Aero did make it on screen, many fans felt like the show version of him was very much watered down, and this skilled and fierce warrior was made to look clumsy and frankly bad at his job, made worse by the manner in which he was killed and by whom he was killed. Aero Hoath is the captain of the household guard at Sunspear for Prince Doran Martell, the Prince of Dorne. He is not a native of Dorne, let alone Westeros. He was originally from the free city of Norvos, where he was trained by the Bearded Priests. The Bearded Priests are a sect so secretive that even the name of their god is revealed only to initiates. They wear hair shirts and untanned hides and practice ritual flagellation. Once initiated, they are forbidden to shave or cut their hair. They are the only Novoshi permitted to have beards. The Bearded Priests regard the Black Goat of Qohor as a demon. Archmaester Prestane considers the importance of the Novoshi given to the axe as a symbol of power and might is proof that the Andals were first to settle Norvos, and suggests the Bearded Priest took the emblem from the ruins they found as they established the city. Aero is a broad-shouldered man with white hair, born in or around the year 252 AC. He wields a long axe, an uncommon weapon that has a shaft 6 feet long. While in Norvos, Aero wore a heavy horsehair cape and a studded leather tunic and an iron half-helm with a crest of sharpened spikes. When he arrived in Dorne, he quickly realised he had to change his clothing to acclimatise to the Dornish sun. Nowadays he wears a shirt of copper scales with a billowing cloak of dun and yellow sand silk to keep the sun off the copper. He still wears his Novoshi half-helm, but he wraps it in orange silk to avoid the sun beating down on the metal, which causes him to have headaches. Aero was born in Norvos as the youngest of 6 children. He was sold to the Bearded Priests at a young age, and by the time he was 16 years old, he completed his training. He was wedded to his axe and branded on his chest to signify the event. He became a guardsman to the family of Lady Mellario and was present the day she first met her future husband, Prince Doran Martell. He escorted Mellario when she travelled with Prince Doran to Dorne. At some time prior to this, Aero had learned Westerosi speech. Upon arrival in Dorne, Aero found it a strange place, very different from his native land. The Dornish women were lewd, Dornish wine was sour, and Dornish food was full of queer hot spices he was not used to. He also thought the Dornish sun was hotter than the sun in Norvos. Aero entered the service of House Martell when Mellario married Doran. Aero watched all of Doran and Mellario's children grow up, and developed a father-like love for Princess Arianne Martell, whom he referred to as Little Princess. Despite this affection, however, he is utterly loyal to Doran. Aero eventually became the captain of Prince Doran's guard and remained in Dorne to serve the Martells even after Mellario returned to Norvos. Even after all his years in Dorne, Aero still reminds himself of the vow he took when he was 16. Serve, obey, protect. When Doran Martell moved from Sunspear to the Water Garden due to his deteriorating health, Aero accompanied him. On occasion, Aero is sent to Sunspear by Doran, but most of his time is now spent in the Water Garden, guarding his prince. During the events as seen in A Feast for Crows, Aero is one of the new point-of-view characters added to the story. However, thus far, he has only had 2 chapters, but they do give an important insight into the Dornish plotline and help set up Arianne Martell's story. Aero is at the Water Garden with Prince Doran Martell following the death of Prince Oberyn Martell in trial by combat against Sir Gregor Clegane in King's Landing. Aero accompanies Doran when the latter returns to Sunspear. He is ordered by Doran to arrest Oberyn's bastard daughters, the Sand Snakes. Aero is sent by Doran to put an end to Arianne Martell's plot to steal Princess Myrcella Baratheon away with the help of Arys Oakheart, with the intention of crowning her Queen of the Seven Kingdoms in opposition to the newly crowned Tommen Baratheon. As Myrcella is Tommen's elder sister, Arianne is planning on crowning her Queen, using Dornish law as a precedent, thus also supporting her own rights as her father, Doran's heir. When Arianne eventually is tracked down by Aero, during his confrontation with her, her friends and the Kingsguard Knight Sir Arys Oakheart, Myrcella's sworn shield, Aero kills Sir Arys. Arys had charged Aero and his guard, with Aero dealing a mortal blow to Arys with his long axe. After the altercation, he then escorts Arianne back to Sunspear to await an audience with Doran. After she has spent several weeks in confinement, it is Aero who retrieves Arianne and brings her to Doran. During the events as seen in A Dance with Dragons, Aero is present at the feast where Sir Balon Swan of the Kingsguard presents Prince Doran Martell with the skull of Gregor Clegane, as well as inviting Doran to join the small council in King's Landing. Aero notes that Swan looks to be a more formidable warrior than Sir Arys had been, and wonders if it will come to a fight between them as well. Aero is then present when Prince Doran discusses his plans in his private solar with Arianne Martell and Obara, Nymeria, and Tyene Sand, some of the Sand Snakes, the bastard daughters of Oberyn Martell. During the meeting, Doran makes it clear that he knows Cersei Lannister's invitation to join the small council is in fact an ambush. According to a friend at the court of King's Landing, the party would be ambushed by brigands shouting Halfman in the Kingswood, and Trystane, who would be sent to King's Landing instead of his father, representing his father's interests, would be killed in the attack. Afterwards, Sir Balon Swan would falsely claim that he saw Tyrion Lannister leading the attack. Doran says he had been dubious of the plot himself, until Sir Balon Swan confirmed his suspicions by trying to persuade him to avoid a voyage by ship, which would have disrupted all of Cersei's arrangements. Obara, Nymeria, and Tyene are enraged, but Doran will not allow them to harm Sir Balon or his companions as they are under the protection of guest rights. To stop this scheme from coming to fruition, Doran has Sir Balon Swan brought to Myrcella, allowing him to find out about her injuries sustained by Sir Gerald Dane. Myrcella lies under Arianne's direction, claiming that Gerald also killed Sir Arys Oakheart and not Aero, begging Sir Balon to bring Dane to justice. Doran has Obara Sand escort Sir Balon to High Hermitage, where he is currently hunting for Darkstar. Doran sends Nymeria Sand to King's Landing to claim the vacant seat on the small council, and Tyene Sand to the Great Sept of Baelor to befriend the new High Septon. and until we see the Winds of Winter, that is all we know of Aero Hoath. While we do get a version of Hoath in the show, he didn't really get much focus or fleshing out as a character, and for all intents and purposes, could be very different from his book counterpart. In the show, Aero is killed off alongside Doran during the Sand Snakes' uprising against Doran. It was very clear after this point, if it was not already, that the Dornish storyline was going to be vastly different in the show, going down a very different path than the book. But the way in which the show did this, especially with Doran and Aero's death, was for me laughably bad. Not just in terms of how it was written, but how it was physically shown and shot. And I counted it as one of the first times I was truly disappointed in a change the show had made from the source material. I think I was more in shock at the implication that Game of Thrones would effectively be abandoning the Dornish plot and scrapping a bulk of the events from A Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons. When adapting a book to screen, normally most of the main important characters make it onto screen, followed by more minor ones that, while fascinating and having their own role in the story being told, don't have enough impact on the overarching plotline, meaning they are often the first to fall to the wayside. Given the scale of a story such as A Song of Ice and Fire, it was always going to be a tough task to balance the main cast of characters, let alone adapt the minor ones, who are part of each of their storylines. We've seen it in the North, with many of the Night's Watch brothers not making it onto screen, and many of the Northern Lords having their roles massively reduced. You then also have cases such as Dorne, where entire main storylines are cut from the show. The same is true when it comes to the Ironborn story, where several major main characters were cut, with only a handful of supporting minor ones then making it into the show in any meaningful way. In this video, we're going to be looking at Alannys Harlaw, the mother of Theon and Asha Greyjoy, and what her role in the books is, and why I think she may have been cut from the show. Alannys Harlaw is the wife of Lord Balon Greyjoy, the Lord Reaper of Pike, and sister to Lord Roderick Harlaw. She had 4 children with Balon. Roderick, born between 267 and 274 AC, Maron, between 268 and 275 AC, Asha around the year 276, and Theon Greyjoy in the year 278. However, only 2 of her children remained to her, with Roderick and Maron dying during the Greyjoy Rebellion of 289 AC. Alannys has long white hair that was once said to be dark in colour and thin skin. Although she was never considered a conventional beauty, she once had a strong face and laughing eyes. In her later years, by the time of the main book series, she has become frail and sickly, with a troubling cough that appears to be worsening. Alannys has lost much of her mental faculties, with the reasoning behind it not clear. However, her frequently forgetting that her sons, Roderick and Maron, died many years ago suggests this mental decline could be linked to the stress of the loss of her sons. During her husband Balon Greyjoy's rebellion against King Robert Baratheon and the Iron Throne in 289 AC, Alannys was briefly the Queen of the Iron Islands, given her husband had proclaimed himself king. Thus, it is also assumed that their children may have also used royal titles such as Prince and Princess as well. The rebellion was brutal for House Greyjoy and the Iron Islands, with King Robert managing to rally near on the whole of the Seven Kingdoms to his banner, bringing together the High Lords of Westeros against a single cause. Her 2 eldest sons, Roderick and Maron, were killed during the rebellion. Roderick was killed at Seaguard when he led a longship in the storming of Seaguard. Lord Jason Mallister killed him beneath the castle walls and threw the Iron Men back into the sea. Maron was killed when King Robert and his forces managed to reach the Iron Islands and lay siege to Pike, backing King Balon into a corner he could not escape from. During the siege, Maron was along the walls where the breach was made along the Old South Tower. He was crushed when the tower collapsed. While Alannys' youngest and last son Theon was not killed, the boy was taken as a hostage by Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell. Given the boy was now the heir to the lordship of Pike, it was hoped that this would prevent his father from attempting to rebel again. After the war, Alannys brought 5 boys, including a young Tristifer Botley, to Pike to foster. Tristifer in particular became very close with Alannys' daughter Asha. However, after Tristifer and Asha were supposedly caught touching each other by Pike's maester, Quaelin, Tristifer was sent to Blacktide and made a ward of Baelor Blacktide, the Lord of Blacktide. It is said that Tristifer did try many times to write to Asha, but the maesters at Blacktide never sent the letters, fearing angering Alannys. As time passed, Alannys began to roam the halls of Pike in search of her lost sons, even walking the rope bridge to the sea tower while barefoot. She eventually moved to 10 Towers to live with her sister Alannys Harlaw, as Harlaw is said to be less raw than Pike. During the events of the main books, during a clash of kings, when Theon Greyjoy returns home for the first time since he was taken as a ward by Eddard Stark, he expects to find his mother on Pike, only to find she has been living at 10 Towers for years and not expected to return to Pike due to her poor health. Alannys' husband, Theon's father, Lord Balon Greyjoy, then proceeds to declare himself king of the Iron Islands and the North, seeing how the mainland Westeros was in chaos at the onset of the War of Five Kings. Though technically estranged from her husband, Alannys would be considered a queen once again. After the unplanned capture of Winterfell by Theon, Asha Greyjoy advises her brother to abandon the castle and return to Deepwood Motte for their mother's sake, knowing that Theon had no hope of holding the castle with the few men he had. Asha, growing up around her mother's grief for her lost sons, knows the impact Theon's death would have on her, breaking Alannys completely. But Theon refuses, and is later captured by Ramsay Bolton and presumed dead by many of the Ironborn. Later during the events of A Storm of Swords, when Balon is killed by his brother Euron at Pike, Alannys then becomes a widow. During the events of A Feast for Crows, after the events of the Kingsmoot and crowning of Euron Greyjoy as king, Asha flees to the safety of Harlaw and 10 Towers. It is there we learn that Alannys lives in the Widow's Tower at 10 Towers, the castle of her brother Lord Rodrik. Asha visits her mother before her departure to Deepwood Motte in the north. Her brother Rodrik feels that Alannys is beginning to recover on Harlaw somewhat, though she is still frail, but Asha thinks that Alannys is a shadow of her former self. She does ask after Theon, with Asha just telling her mother her father sent him raiding the Stony Shore, not wanting to tell her the true truth of the matter. Alannys is convinced that her husband Balon was murdered, which he indeed was. She also gives her consent for Tristifer Botley to marry Asha. However, Asha has absolutely no intentions of doing so, and unless The Winds of Winter is one day released, that is all we currently know of Alannys Harlaw. Given the changes made to the Ironborn storyline in Game of Thrones and how many main characters were cut from it, it's not a surprise at all that Alannys never made it into the show. With the changes to the Kingsmoot and the lack of the other supporting characters, as well as the difference between Asha and her show version Yara, it all equates to Alannys being an easy character to cut, despite how much I enjoy what her character does bring to the story. When I think of Alannys, I see many parallels to Catelyn Stark, both women who lost children, with it impacting them deeply on a psychological level. While in Catelyn's case, her grief and loss become symbolised in who she becomes in Lady Stoneheart after her resurrection, Alannys too is clearly fundamentally changed by the loss of her children, and like Catelyn, is damaged, albeit in a very different way. I do maybe wonder if the fact there is a lot of thematic crossover with some of Catelyn's story could potentially be a reason why the showrunners, without cutting her, would not take much away from the story.
The Night's Watch is full of missing characters in the TV adaptation of A Song of Ice and Fire, Game of Thrones. While some characters are completely removed, such as the one-armed blacksmith Donnal Noye, some do make it into the show. However, their involvement is cut short, with them being killed off when they are still alive in the books. Therefore, in some regards, they still count as a missing character to some degree. Grenn, another member of the Night's Watch, is a really good example of this. The subject of today's video, Pip, falls into that latter category, wherein they are killed in the show and adapted fairly well, but were killed off when they are still alive in the books, and might still have a role to play in the events of A Winds of Winter. We know little about Pip's early history. For example, we cannot say when he was born, but given the context of the books, we can assume he is at least near the same age as Jon, Grenn and Samwell, likely slightly older than Jon when they joined the Night's Watch. Before coming to the Wall, Pip had travelled the Seven Kingdoms with a mummer's troupe, suggesting he had some ability as a singer and a mummer, as he is known to imitate other people's voices, and boasts that he can identify where in Westeros someone has come from just their accent alone. In the TV show, Pip claims he joined the Night's Watch as the Lord of Acorn Hall made sexual advances towards Pip, which he rejected. The Lord, angered by this, then accused Pip of trying to steal some silver. While in the book, we don't learn the explicit reasons as to why Pip was forced to join the Watch, the show explanation does fit well with his established backstory and what we know about his character. What we do know, at least in the book, Pip joins the Night's Watch at the same time as Jon Snow. During sword practice, Jon thinks Pip uses his sword like a dagger, kind of like a man who has never held a blade before a day in his life. He befriends Jon, along with Grenn, and helps defend Samwell Tarly when he arrives at the Wall, when Sir Alliser Thorne has the Night's Watch recruits mercilessly attack the cowardly Samwell. Pip is later named to the Rangers when Sir Alliser believes he is ready to be a man of the Night's Watch. He wonders if himself and his friends are going to be kept together or sent to other castles along the Wall. Pip will often entertain his fellow Night's Watch brothers in the common room during mealtimes by telling stories. Jon describes him as a pure liar, being able to do 100 different voices, and that he did not simply tell his stories, but lived them, playing all the parts as needed. A king one moment, a pig farmer the next. When he does the voices of a woman, he often uses a high-pitched falsetto that reduces his friends to tears and laughter. Whenever he has to do the voice of a eunuch in his tales, he will often do an accurate caricature of Sir Alliser Thorne. It is Pip who tells Jon of the death of King Robert Baratheon, pointing out that Jon had mentioned his father and the king were close friends. He is later also part of the group of Jon's friends at the Wall who stop him from abandoning the Night's Watch and breaking his vow after the death of his father and his brother Robb calling the Stark banners marching to war in the south. During a clash of kings, we learn that Pip remains at Castle Black during Lord Commander Mormont's great ranging beyond the Wall to learn of the plans of Mance Rayder. Before Grenn leaves with the ranging, Helder and Pip bring him to Molestown. During the events of A Storm of Swords, Pip is one of the many fighters atop the Wall when Mance Rayder's army assaults the Watch in the battle beneath the Wall. He retches when he sees the bodies of Donnal Noye and the Giant. Pip refers to arrows shot by the wildlings in the morning as breakfast arrows, and he names straw scarecrows atop the Wall to make the men of the Night's Watch seem more numerous to the wildlings below, after members of the Night's Watch. Jon tasks Pip with commanding the Wall when he descends to Castle Black at one point during the siege. Pip greets Sam warmly when he returns to Castle Black, cheering loudly. During the Night's Watch election, Pip votes for Dolorous Ed Tollett in a jape that Sam thinks is stupid. In conversation with Pip and Grenn, Sam starts to think that one of the leading candidates in the election should withdraw to support the other, and Pip notes that Sam would be the best one to talk to them. During the election itself, when Jon Snow's name is put forward as a candidate by Dolorous Ed, Jon initially thinks it must be one of Pip's japes. When Jon is in fact elected the new Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Pip is among those who congratulate him. Pip also congratulates Samwell for managing to get Jon elected, calling him a wizard and a wonder and a marvel. During a feast for crows and a dance with dragons, we learn that Pip has noticed how Jon Snow, now commander of the Night's Watch, has seemed to have distanced himself from his friends somewhat. In truth, Jon misses spending time with his friends and the fun they would often have during meals in the common room. When Pip makes a jest about the rituals of R'hllor in the presence of some of the Queen's men, Jon orders him to stop and is grateful none of the Queen's men actually heard the japes. Jon sends both Pip and Grenn to serve at East Watch by the Sea, as Cotter Pike, the commander of the castle, has written asking for men to reinforce their number. There is an argument to be made that Jon does this to protect his friends from an uncertain and dangerous situation at the Wall with the wildlings, the Queen's men, and within the Watch itself. But in doing so, in sending the likes of Pip and Grenn away, he is removing the men most loyal to him, making his position at Castle Black even more difficult to manage. It's clear Jon has a difficult time making this decision, finding it hard to write the letter to Pike, sending Pip and Grenn away. Until we see a Winds of Winter, that is all we know of Pip. In the show, Pip is killed during the Battle of Castle Black, meaning most of his Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons story is cut from the show. However, Pip is much less involved in the story during these books, which might have been why he was easily killed off during the Battle of Castle Black. I really enjoy Pip and his relationship with his Night's Watch brothers, specifically Jon, Sam, and Grenn. Pip's death in the show was a shocking twist for book fans, given we expected him to survive the battle, and it was done in a very fast, shocking, brutally impactful way that really raised the stakes for the battle and proved a vital moment of character development for Samwell as Pip lay dying in his arms. I do miss the supporting role he plays during the latter half of A Storm of Swords and into A Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons. I much prefer how the Night's Watch elections were handled in the books. I think having the likes of Pip still around during seasons 4 and 5 could have added a lot more complex dynamic between the Watch and the Queen's Men, but I think a lot of the function of Pip's role was fulfilled by the likes of Dolorous Edd instead. As changes from the books go, I find this one works fine and had a real impact in the story of the show. It wasn't a pointless change for the sake of change, which can't be said for a lot of the changes that Game of Thrones made from the source material.
What I find interesting about Theon Greyjoy becoming Reek in the A Song of Ice and Fire books is it really is, in reality, he's not the only Reek in the story. In fact, the first Reek we meet is the personal servant of Ramsay Snow, filling a similar role Theon one day will. Now, this original Reek never made it into the TV adaptation of A Song of Ice and Fire, and while this is one of the very few omissions I don't really have an issue with, as the way the story is adapted in the show works fine without the original Reek, I still think this original Reek is fascinating, especially given how Theon's character develops into the new version of Reek as the story progresses. It really tells us more about Theon's descent into Reek. Also, we gain a lot of information about Ramsay and his psychology from it as well. In this video, we'll be taking a look at the original version of Reek, his role in the story, and discussing why he was cut from Game of Thrones. The original Reek is a man-at-arms in the service of House Bolton, but more Ramsay Snow in particular. While we don't know his age or his real name for certainty, it's suggested it could in fact be Hiki. Reek is the personal servant of Ramsay, and is reportedly never far from his master, and almost as renowned for his cruelty as Ramsay is. It also appears he practices necrophilia, which is not something even Ramsay has fallen to as of yet. Due to his stench, he is rumoured to never bathe, and thus where the name Reek comes from. However, according to Lord Roose Bolton, Reek always smells appalling, apparently born with a condition that caused it. It is said that to try and hide the smell, Reek bathed 3 times a day and wore flowers in his hair, but nothing helped. Reek once doused himself with perfume stolen from Roose's second wife, Bethany, but when he was caught and whipped, it is said even his blood smelled bad. According to Roose, Reek tried again a year later, this time almost dying from drinking perfume. Although Maester Uthor diagnosed the stench as a result of some sickness, Reek was otherwise healthy and strong. No one in the Dreadfort could stand to be near him, so he slept in the pigsty, which in turn did little to help with the smell. When Ramsay's mother came to the Dreadfort and asked for a servant to help raise her unruly and wild son, Roose gave her Reek as a jape. However, Ramsay and Reek became inseparable. According to Roose, Reek never had any training in arms, though he was Ramsay's tutor in martial prowess, which explains Ramsay's vicious and overly aggressive style of swordsmanship. Reek stayed with Ramsay even after Ramsay was brought to the Dreadfort in 297 AC and was made the unofficial heir of House Bolton. From that time on, Ramsay and Reek became infamous in the region for the hunts they undertook together. They caught peasant girls, then set them free, and then told them to run for their lives. The pair then chased after the girls until they caught them, with Ramsay sexually assaulting them and then killing the girls. Then, Reek would have his way with the dead bodies, while they were still warm. Only a few of the girls ever escaped to tell of the horror. During the events of Clash of Kings, when Lady Donella Hornwood arrives at Winterfell for the Harvest Feast, in a meeting with Sir Roderick Cassel, Maester Luwin, and Bran Stark, she tells of Ramsay Snow massing men at the Dreadfort and mentions the stories of Ramsay and Reek. Lady Donella states the following: "The boy is a sly creature by all accounts. He has a servant who is almost as cruel as he is. Reek they call the man. It is said he never bathes. They hunt together, the bastard and this Reek, and not for deer. I've heard tales, things I scarce believe, even of a Bolton." On her way back to Hornwood, Donella is abducted by Ramsay and forced to marry him, with him now calling himself Lord of Hornwood. Ramsay locks Donella in a tower while she starves to death. It is said that Reek participated in the crime. Ramsay and Reek are pursued by men sworn to Rodrik Cassel, and they are eventually caught during one of their hunting trips, which involved Ramsay sexually assaulting and then killing a girl. Reek's horse is lame, so both cannot escape. Ramsay, in an attempt to hide his true identity, pulls Reek off the dead body and gives him his own clothes and markings of his identity, telling him to ride for help to the Dreadfort with the good horse. Rodrik's men kill Reek, believing him to be Ramsay. The dead girl had soiled herself before she had died, so Ramsay smears the filth over him and dons Reek's clothes. When Rodrik's men come back, they take Ramsay to be Reek and drag him back to Rodrik, who brings him as a prisoner to Winterfell. Despite the death of this first Reek, it is not the end of the story of Reek, before the title was given to Theon Greyjoy. During the capture of Winterfell by Theon Greyjoy, his men find Ramsay still posing as Reek in the dungeons. He continues to play the role of Reek, saying his real name is Hiki. Theon increasingly relies on the wretched creature, even going as far to accepting his suggestion to fake the deaths of Bran and Rickon Stark. Theon eventually sets him free, after Reek promises to bring him men from the Dreadfort to support Theon. Reek brings the Dreadfort garrison to Winterfell and betrays Rodrik's host in the battle at Winterfell. Reek uncovers his true identity as Ramsay to Theon and orders the sack of the castle. During a dance with dragons, Ramsay, no longer using the alias of Reek, imprisons Theon at the Dreadfort and insists upon calling him Reek. Theon's identity is eventually lost to the pain and torture at the hands of Ramsay, until only this new Reek remains. However, after Ramsay and Theon move to Winterfell, Theon Greyjoy starts to recover his previous identity and flees from the castle with Jeyne Poole, who was forced to marry Ramsay, feigning to be Arya Stark. Meanwhile at the Wall, Jon Snow receives a letter from Ramsay demanding the return of his bride and his Reek. I find Reek and Ramsay's relationship very interesting. It's clear they were very close given how Reek acted almost as an elder brother figure to Ramsay. Yet, given Ramsay's treatment of Theon, crafting him into a new Reek, and his demand of Jon Snow to return his Reek, really gets across how Ramsay sees Reek as almost his property, or more of a pet. I find the following quote by Roose Bolton very telling. I do wonder though, was it Ramsay who corrupted Reek, or Reek Ramsay? It opens up the idea that Ramsay may have been at one point, as a child, a bit more balanced than he is as an adult, with his more extreme parts of his nature picked up from his relationship with Reek. You can see this idea that Ramsay sees Reek as almost a pet in his treatment of him while being pursued by the Cassel men. He very happily sacrifices his apparent only friend to ensure his own escape. Now, as to why he was cut from the TV show, I think this one is a bit more straightforward than many of the other cut characters. I do believe he was cut really down for time, and to allow for more focus on the aspect of Theon Greyjoy becoming Reek. The trouble is, most of the interaction with a real Reek happens off page, and is stated by other characters. It would mean introducing Ramsay in a less impactful way than he is when we first meet him in the dungeons of the Dreadfort with Theon Greyjoy, so it kind of makes sense they would take this approach. What do you guys think about the cutting of Reek, and who do you think influenced who? Ramsay Reek or Reek Ramsay?
While the Sand Snakes did make it into Game of Thrones, they were very different from their book versions. Namely, they were cut down from 8 to 3, with their role in the story altogether very different than what it was in the books. In reality, of the 3 Sand Snakes that did make it into Game of Thrones, when you look below the surface level of the characters, they are altogether different people, only sharing a passing resemblance to their book versions. While in this video we will be looking at one Sand Snake in particular, it was helpful just to briefly summarise who they are and the key ways in which they are distinctly different. The Sand Snakes are the bastard-born daughters to Oberyn Martell, the brother of Prince Doran, the Prince of Dorne. Over his life, Oberyn fathered 8 daughters, born to 5 different mothers. In the show, the key difference is only 3 of them appear. As to if the other 5 actually exist in the show universe, the only insight we have is that Oberyn, during season 4, mentions to Cersei that he has 8 bastard daughters. But I suspect when this scene was written, the showrunners might not have known what they were going to do with the Dornish plotline come season 5. But at no point are these missing daughters mentioned again. It has been suggested by some fans that Oberyn may have had 8 bastard daughters, but in the show only 3 of them are considered part of the Sand Snakes and therefore of consequence. The focus of today's video is the eldest of the Sand Snakes, Obara Sand. She was born in 271 AC to an unknown whore in Oldtown, making her 28 years of age at the start of the books. When Oberyn came to Oldtown to claim her as a child, he threw his spear down at her mother's feet and slapped her across the face. He then asked Obara which weapon she would choose, the spear or tears. Obara chose the spear over her mother. All that is known of her mother is that she is said to have drunk herself to death within a year of her daughter leaving with Oberyn. Obara is described as a big-boned woman, near to 30, long-legged, with close-set eyes, and with the same rat-brown hair of her common mother, which she sometimes ties in a knot. She strides quickly and angrily. Obara has calluses upon her hands, and can have a mannish look at times. A prickly, hot-tempered woman, Obara is given to martial pursuits, and considers herself a warrior. She wears a molted sand silk coat of dun and gold over brown riding leathers, and wields a spear just like her father, as well as a whip, and a round shield of steel and copper. Instead of a gown, Obara prefers men's breeches, and half-cleft linen tunics, and a belt of copper studs. She is a confident rider, who uses spurs, often to the point where the animal is bloody, and she's always seen riding a stallion. During the events as seen in A Feast of Crows, Obara meets her uncle, Prince Doran Martell, at the Water Gardens near Sunspear. She had travelled there to demand vengeance for her father, who was slain by Sir Gregor Clegane, the Mountain, in King's Landing, during a trial by combat in the defence of Tyrion Lannister. Oberyn was using the trial as a means to extract a confession from Sir Gregor that he had killed Doran and Oberyn's sister, Elia, during the sack of King's Landing at the end of Robert's Rebellion. Obara wants to kill Gregor's liege lord, Lord Tywin Lannister, whom is supposed to have ordered the killing. She asks for the use of Doran's own army and that of Lord Ironwood, so she can burn Oldtown in revenge. Doran tells his niece that he will think about it, but the reality of the situation is Doran would never allow such an action, even if he truly wanted to himself. Mr. Calotte warns Doran that Obara is likely to inflame the common people and rally them to her cause, given how widely loved her father was to them, which Doran agrees. After more visits by her half-sisters, Doran orders the arrest of all of the Sand Snakes, although Obara does not resent Myrcella Baratheon, whom has been in Dorne for some time, having been betrothed to Trystane Martell. She is quite pleased to hear about the near-fatal attempt on her life during the attempted rebellion by her cousin Arianne Martell. She hopes it will result in open war with the Lannisters, who would soon not forget such an insult. She points out Westeros is in disarray. A boy king sits the Iron Throne. Stannis Baratheon holds the wall and is gathering Northmen to his cause. Iron Men are raiding the Reach, which means Highgarden will be preoccupied as well. Therefore, the time is right for taking action against the Martell's enemies. Doran rejects her advice, explaining that Dorne is not ready yet for an open encounter. After Sir Balon Swan of the Kingsguard arrives in Dorne to take Myrcella back to King's Landing, Doran releases his nieces from their imprisonment when the Mountain Skull is brought to the Martells by Balon. Obara is the only one who suspects it may not be the skull of Sir Gregor. Nymeria tells her sister to lighten up, as Gregor was the only 8-foot-tall man in all of Westeros, and Cersei would be exposed as a liar before the entire continent if it turned out he was somehow still alive. When a toast is raised to King Tommen I Baratheon, Obara allows her wine cup to be filled before upending it onto the floor and leaving. When discussing Gregor's death with her sisters, Aero Hoath, Arianne Martell, Nymeria Sand, and Prince Doran, Obara vouches yet again for war against House Lannister, causing Illyria alarm. Doran gives Obara the task to lead Sir Balon Swan to High Hermitage so he can hunt and kill Sir Gerald Dane, whom is responsible for the attack and injuries to Princess Myrcella. Doran also tells them all of Cersei's plan to have Myrcella and Trystane ambushed in the Kingswood on the way back to King's Landing, with the plan being Trystane to be killed in the attack. Her intention was to blame it on her brother Tyrion Lannister, rather than House Lannister take the brunt of the blame itself. Hearing this outrages Obara. In the Winds of Winter sample chapters, which are currently still subject to change, Specifically in Arianne 1, Arianne Martell expresses her hope that Obara has found Darkstar, Sir Gerald Dane, and killed him. Daemon Sand, however, is worried, claiming that Darkstar is more a viper than Oberyn ever was, and will not be easy to hunt and then kill. Arianne assures him Obara is safe, not only because she is a skilled warrior herself, but because Aero Hoath, her father's personal guard, is accompanying her. And that is all we know currently of Obara Sand. What I find so fundamentally jarring about not only the portrayal of the Sand Snakes in the show, but also specifically Obara, is in the book I believe that no matter how angry her and her sisters are at Doran's supposed lack of action, which in truth is just part of a wider plan, none of them would ever harm him or seem to have any true intent to. Part of her deep-rooted anger is the attack on her family, thus why this idea of her being part of a plot to kill Doran, as in the show, is so bizarre. I've seen many fans suggest that though in the books the Sand Snakes are fierce warriors, they adhere to a strong code of honour and refuse to harm innocent people, unlike in the television series, where Obara is presented as almost machine-like in nature, ready to commit cold-blooded murder solely for her own amusement. Make of that what you will. However, I would counter this by pointing out that Obara had plans to march on Old Town with an army wherein, given the nature of a sack of a city, countless innocent people would have also been killed. As to why the number of Sand Snakes was reduced in the show is directly linked to the reality of adapting to screen. Adding in new plot lines like Dawn halfway through a show was always going to be hard enough, let alone the sheer amount of characters involved. I can understand why merging and reducing the Sand Snakes to 3 is appealing to a writer. However, the show character, in terms of her actions, is very different from what we get in the books. And in truth, as a person, the similarities to her book version are very surface level. It seems to me this is another case of a character appearing in the show, in name only.
Nymeria Sand is one of the Sand Snakes, the bastard daughters of Oberyn Martell. She is another case of her character technically being part of Game of Thrones, but with her story and character so far removed from the book that for all intents and purpose, she is a different character, and thus I view her as a missing character. Her mother is said to be a noblewoman from the free city of Atlantis in Essos, being born in around the year 274 AC, which would make her the second eldest of the Sand Snakes, with her elder sister Obara born in 271 AC. This would make her around the age of 24 to 25 at the start of the main book series. She's named after the legendary Rhoynish historical figure Nymeria, who escaped the wrath of old Valyria with the remainder of her people in 1,000 ships, eventually settling in Dorne and marrying into House Martell. However, Nymeria Sand often goes by the nickname Nym. Nymeria is described as slim and slender as a willow tree, with straight black hair, worn in a long braid, which pulls back from a widow's peak. She has large dark eyes. She has full lips, wine red and curved in a silken smile, and she has high cheekbones. Aero Hoath describes her as having pale white skin, but she's also described as having olive skin in A Dance with Dragons. Nymeria is said to have all the grace and beauty that her elder sister Obara Sand lacks. Despite her looks, though, she is no less deadly in her own way, being described as vengeful. Nymeria dresses gracefully, in shimmering lilac robes with a silk cape of cream and copper, and she also owns a yellow silk gown, so sheer that it reveals spun gold and jewels worn underneath. Nymeria rides a gold sand steed with a mane like white silk. She usually conceals 12 daggers on her person, and is proficient with the hidden blades. Unlike her elder sister Obara, we know very little about Nymeria's personal history other than that her mother comes from the noblest blood of Old Volantis, the free city in Essos in which she was born. Unlike her sister Obara, who was born to an old town whore, we don't know the circumstances of how Nymeria came into the care of her father, if he actively sought her out like Obara, or if some tragedy befell her mother, with Nymeria being sent to live in Dorne with her father. Given that she supposedly comes from the noblest blood of Volantis, it does beg the question as to how she did end up in Dorne. As a child, young Nymeria would often join in at the child's play at the water gardens with her sister, Tyene Sand, her cousin Princess Arianne Martell, Garin, Andry Dalt, and Sylvia Santagar. At one point, she gifted her cousin Arianne an ornate throwing knife, which Arianne keeps in her boot to this day. Nymeria is first introduced during a feast for crows, where we find her abed with the Fowler twins, Jeyne and Jenlyn. She is told of the death of her father, Oberyn Martell, in King's Landing, defending Tyrion Lannister during a trial by combat. Her father's plan was to force a confession from his opponent, Sir Gregor Clegane, for the murder of his sister Elia Martell and her children during the sack of King's Landing at the end of Robert's Rebellion. Sir Damon Sand later sends her a raven explaining how Gregor Clegane was poisoned by Oberyn, who had secretly poisoned the tip of his spear before the duel, and thus Sir Gregor was dying a slow and painful death, accompanied by a dozen mounted spearmen. Nymeria meets Doran Martell, the Prince of Dawn, and Oberyn's elder brother, when he is en route from the Water Garden to Sunspear. She demands vengeance for the death of her father and rejects the offer Lord Tywin Lannister made Doran for Gregor's head. Instead of open war, Nymeria wants to assassinate Tywin, his children, Queen Regent Cersei Lannister, and Sir Jaime Lannister, and his grandchild, King Tommen I Baratheon. She tells Doran that while Obara would make Oldtown their father's funeral pyre, that she is not so greedy, and that the deaths of the Lannisters would be enough. After visits from Nymeria's other sisters, Doran has the Sand Snakes arrested and confined in the Spear Tower of Sunspear. Nymeria and her sisters are released from the Spear Tower, and are present at the feast at Sunspear, when Sir Balon Swan presents Sir Gregor's skull to Doran. It is noted that Balon seems discomfited by her sheer silk gown. When Balon tells of the manner of Gregor's death, Nymeria celebrates his suffering, while her elder sister Obara seems more suspect of the validity of Balon's claims. When Ricasso raises a toast to King Tommen, Nymeria declines with a flick of her wrist. Later, Doran orders Nymeria to travel to King's Landing with Myrcella Baratheon, while Trystane Martell, her betrothed, remains in Sunspear, where she is to take her father's seat at the Small Council. Currently, she and Myrcella are on their way to King's Landing, at the end of A Dance with Dragons. Kevan Lannister, who is acting as a regent for King Tommen, is quite displeased to hear Nymeria will soon be arriving at King's Landing, from what he has heard from his spies about the kind of person she is. In view of her negative reputation and the enmity between Dorne and Highgarden, he predicts that her presence will result in unpleasantries with Mace Tyrell until we get to the Winds of Winter. That is all we currently know of Nymeria Sand. Obviously, one of the fundamental differences between Nymeria in the book versus the show comes down to how the Dornish storyline as a whole was changed, namely how in the show, the Sand Snakes and thus Nymeria are part of a plot to overthrow and kill their uncle, Doran, which is not something I believe Nymeria's book character would ever do. Interestingly, I feel that Doran does trust Nymeria somewhat by sending her to King's Landing to sit on the Small Council, not a task for someone Doran did not trust given the importance of the role. Some fans have also rightly pointed out that Doran, while trusting Nymeria, is selective about what he tells her in regards to his wider plans, not necessarily because of her, but her close relationship with the Fowler twins, whom are well known for their loose tongues and gossiping. Nymeria seems to show a lot more restraint than her elder sister, who wants to sack Oldtown in their father's honour. Rather, Nymeria sets her sights on a more personal target of the Lannisters. In fact, what I find most compelling about her character is when she finds out about Tywin Lannister's death at the hands of his own son Tyrion, she actually seems quite dejected and disappointed. When discussing it with her father's paramour, Ellaria, she laments that while Tywin did die at his son's own hand, she wished that it had been her hand, as she would not have made dying so easy for him, highlighting how her anger and rage targeted more personally to Tywin than say Obara's is. All this to me highlights how badly the Sand Snakes were treated in the show as characters. In truth, they were not even that. They were caricatures of one or two aspects of their personalities, and not the complex and interesting individuals they are in the books. Characters that truly do add to the story, rather than just exist within it. Tyene Sand is one of the bastard daughters of Prince Oberyn Martell, and thus she is counted as a member of the infamous Sand Snakes. While Tyene does make it into Game of Thrones, the TV adaptation of A Song of Ice and Fire, much like the other members of the Sand Snakes, she is a drastically different character, not just in her physical appearance, but also her actual characteristics and who she is as a person, as well as large parts of her backstory being utterly different from her book counterpart. So while Tyene is in Game of Thrones, it is really in name only, given how different she is from the books. That's why I consider her to be among missing characters. Out of the 3 Sand Snakes that did make it into Game of Thrones, while all 3 were very different from the books, Tyene is perhaps the most distinctly different, and I would argue the worst adapted of all 3, which is quite remarkable given how poorly the Dornish plotline as a whole was received by fans, given how little of it actually made it from the book to the screen. Tyene's father was Oberyn Martell, and her mother an unknown scepter, with Tyene being born in 277 AC, making her around the age of 23 by a dance with dragons. Tyene is described as fair, with golden hair and deep blue eyes. Dimples bloom in her cheeks, and she has a gentle, sweet voice. She stands out amongst her sisters, given how unremarkably Dornish she appears, seemingly having taken after her mother over her father. Despite her innocent and pious persona, Tyene is regarded as treacherous. It is said that her soft, pale hands are as deadly as her sister's Obara's callous ones, as she shares her father, Oberyn's knowledge of poison, her chosen weapon, rather than a blade. Tyene owns a clinging gown of pale blue, with sleeves of Moorish lace, as well as a cream and gold gown with long lace sleeves. Prince Doran Martell's personal guard, Aero Hoath, thinks the following of Tyene when thinking of her. Lady Tyene's voice was gentle, and she looked as sweet as summer strawberries. Her mother had been a scepter, and Tyene had an air of almost otherworldly innocence about her. When Tyene was still a babe in the cradle, her mother, a scepter, read to her from the 7-pointed star. Tyene spent her youth at the Water Gardens. How she came into her father's care is not known, but what we do know is that Tyene spent her youth in the Water Gardens with her cousin, Princess Arianne Martell, with the 2 growing as close as sisters, learning to read, ride and dance together. They have shared meals, jewellery, beds, and one time a flagon of wine stolen by Arianne. The 2 would have lost their maidenhood together to Andry Dalt, but it is said he was premature in the encounter. Arianne once crossed the Mander with 3 of the Sand Snakes to visit Tyene's mother, which suggests that her mother came from somewhere in the Reach, perhaps in the vicinity of Old Town, given the link between the Old Town and the Faith. Some have speculated that given Tyene's notable blonde hair and fair skin, her mother could have been a member of House Hightower, given how many of their number have become scepters, septons, and maesters. Tyene and Arianne once fled Sunspear to try and marry Arianne to Willas Tyrell at Highgarden, but they were caught by Tyene's father, Oberyn Martell, when they reached Vaith. Oberyn once brought Tyene with Arianne and Sorella Sand to Shandy Stone, where he showed Tyene how to milk vipers for their venom. Doran Martell, Prince of Dorne, kept a marriage pact hidden from Arianne because he feared his daughter would have not kept it a secret from Tyene, who would have in turn informed her sisters, Obara and Nymeria, and then word of it would soon be spread around the whole of Dorne. After the death of her father at the hands of Sir Gregor Clegane while defending Tyrion Lannister during a trial by combat in King's Landing, Tyene waits for Doran Martell, Prince of Dorne, her uncle, in the throne room of Sunspear to demand vengeance, while working on an embroidery of Oberyn, armoured in red atop a sand steed. Her elder sister Nymeria Sand wants Tyene to aid her in assassinating Lord Tywin Lannister, Queen Regent Cersei Lannister, Sir Jaime Lannister, and King Tommen I Baratheon. Tyene instead wants to crown Tommen's sister, Princess Marcella Baratheon, as queen, using the pretext of Dornish inheritance law, and if the Lannisters and Tyrells invade Dorne, they would be slain in the Dornish mountains and sands. Doran said grudgingly that he would think about it, though Tyene is angered, claiming he thinks too much, like her father said, and accused him of cowardice. She then apologises and asks for his blessing after he lays his hand on her head. Maester Calotte searches for scratches and puncture marks on Doran's hand, demonstrating a fear of her knowledge of poisons. Doran later has Aero Hoath detain Tyene and her sisters as a gesture of goodwill towards the Lannisters in King's Landing, with Tyene, Nymeria and Obara detained in the Spear Tower of Sunspear, as is Princess Arianne Martell after her own plot to crown Marcella is foiled. Tyene, her sisters and Arianne are later released from their cells in the Spear Tower, and are present at the feast when Sir Balon Swan presents Gregor Clegane's skull to Doran. She refuses to drink when Ricassio raises a toast to King Tommen. When her sisters question whether the skull is in fact that of her father's killer, Tyene says the following to try and quell their fears. Sisters, truly, I know the poison father used. If the spear so much as broke the mountain skin, Clegane is dead. I do not care how big he was. Doubt your little sister if you like, but never doubt our sire. This truly shows how deep her knowledge of poison goes, and how much faith she has in her father, that he got the job done, despite his death. Later, when Doran tasks Nymeria with returning Myrcella to King's Landing and joining the small council in her father's place, Tyene is ordered to accompany her, disguised as a scepter, to gain the confidence of the High Sparrow, who is acting as the High Septon in King's Landing. The show version of Tyene seems to be a combination of Tyene and some elements of her younger sister, Elia, with the show version being the daughter of Obara's paramour, Alaria. Thus why in the show, Tyene looks much more Dornish than in the books. Elements of Elia's backstory are also given to Tyene. Given Tyene's mother is not a scepter in the show, her character has much less influence from the faith, which in turn drastically changes her personality. The lack of Ariel Martell in the show also means the way in which the plot to crown Myrcella plays out is very different altogether. Tyene does retain the poisoner aspect of her book character. The Sand Snakes were reduced to 3 purely due to time, and an attempt to streamline the Dornish storyline. However, the way in which it was handled was still poor. The general changes the showrunners made to the Dornish plotline overall also drastically changed the role of the Sand Snakes, and thus Tyene in the show and the context of their actions is very different altogether. For example, I believe in no way would the book version of her character ever willingly take part in a plot to kill Myrcella, and then later on, Doran. I've been thinking for a long time, while making these Ironborn and Dornish missing character videos, which storyline was handled the worst, and it's characters like Tyene Sand in the show that sometimes make me believe it is in fact the Dornish plotline.